Tonight's story is the mysterious disappearance of Rome's Ninth Legion. But before you settle in, take a moment to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. In the early morning hours of a spring day in 1508, a 33-year-old sculptor named Michelangelo Buonarroti made his way through the winding streets of Rome. The golden light of dawn was just beginning to illuminate the ancient city, casting long shadows across cobblestone pathways that had been tread upon by countless generations before him. Michelangelo walked with purpose, his strong hands calloused from years of working with marble, carrying a leather satchel filled with sketches and drawings. He was on his way to the Vatican, where Pope Julius II awaited him with an ambitious request that would forever change the course of art history. Michelangelo had not come to Rome willingly. Born in the small village of Caprese in Tuscany on the 6th of March, 1475, he had spent most of his life in Florence, a city that had nurtured his extraordinary talent and witnessed his transformation from an apprentice in Ghirlandaio's workshop to one of the most celebrated sculptors in Italy. His masterpiece, the colossal marble statue of David, stood proudly in the Piazza della Signoria, a testament to his unrivaled skill in bringing stone to life. It was this reputation that had drawn the attention of Pope Julius II, a formidable patron of the arts who was determined to leave his mark on Rome. The Pope had initially commissioned Michelangelo to create his tomb, a project that fired the artist's imagination. For months, Michelangelo had worked tirelessly on designs for what he envisioned would be his greatest achievement, a massive monument adorned with 40 life-sized statues. But the Pope's ambitions had shifted, and now he had summoned Michelangelo for a different purpose entirely. As Michelangelo entered the Vatican palace that morning, he was ushered through magnificent halls adorned with tapestries and ancient artifacts. The air was heavy with the scent of incense and beeswax candles. Finally, he arrived at the Pope's private chambers, where Julius II, dressed in his papal robes, greeted him with characteristic directness. "Buonarroti," the Pope said, using the artist's family name, "I have decided that you shall paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel." Michelangelo stood in stunned silence. The Sistine Chapel was the Pope's private chapel, where the College of Cardinals gathered to elect new popes. Its walls were already adorned with frescoes by some of the greatest painters of the previous generation: Botticelli, Perugino, Ghirlandaio. But the ceiling remained, a simple blue expanse scattered with golden stars, a vast blank canvas suspended more than 60 feet above the chapel floor. "Holy Father," Michelangelo replied, his voice steady despite his inner turmoil, "I am a sculptor, not a painter. There are many artists in Rome more suited to this task." The Pope's expression hardened. "You will do as I command," he said. "I have seen your work in Florence. Your frescoes in the Palazzo Vecchio show that you are more than capable." Michelangelo wanted to protest further. He had indeed painted before, but his passion, his true calling, was sculpture. To him, sculpture was the noblest of arts, an act of liberation as he freed figures from within blocks of marble. Painting was a lesser art in his eyes, merely the application of colors to a flat surface. And the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel was not just any surface, it was an enormous vaulted ceiling that would require years of work in the most uncomfortable conditions imaginable. But Julius II was not a man to be refused. Known as Il Papa Terribile, the formidable Pope had a reputation for his fierce temper and unyielding determination. Michelangelo recognized the steel in the Pope's gaze and knew that further argument would be futile. With reluctance weighing heavy in his heart, he agreed to take on the commission. In the days that followed, Michelangelo visited the Sistine Chapel to study the space he would transform. Built between 1477 and 1480 during the pontificate of Pope Sixtus IV, from whom it took its name, The chapel's dimensions mirrored those of King Solomon's temple as described in the Old Testament. 133 feet long, 46 feet wide, and 68 feet high. The ceiling spanned over 5,000 square feet. As he stood in the chapel, neck craned to stare at the vault above, Michelangelo felt a mixture of dread and, despite himself, a growing spark of creative excitement. The Pope had initially proposed a relatively simple design. The 12 apostles to be painted in the pendentives, the curved triangular sections where the ceiling met the walls. But as Michelangelo contemplated this space, a grander vision began to form in his mind. If he was to be forced to paint rather than sculpt, he would create a work so magnificent, so overwhelming in its conception and execution, that it would silence any who questioned his abilities. He would not merely paint 12 apostles, she would tell the story of humanity before the coming of Christ, a cosmic narrative drawn from the book of Genesis. When he presented his expanded plan to Julius, the Pope, impressed by the artist's ambition, gave his approval with the simple words, "Make it as rich as you wish." The practical challenges of the project, however, were daunting. How would he reach the ceiling? How would he see his work clearly? How would he paint for hours on end with his head tilted back? The traditional method for painting frescoes on ceilings involved scaffolding built up from the floor, but this would block the chapel from use for years. Michelangelo, with his engineer's mind, designed an innovative solution. A scaffold that would be anchored not from the floor, but from brackets inserted into holes in the chapel walls, creating a platform suspended beneath the ceiling. By late spring, as the Roman air grew warm and heavy, preparations began in earnest. Assistants were hired, materials gathered, and the first wooden planks of the scaffold were hoisted into place. Michelangelo's design allowed the chapel to remain in use, but it created a new set of difficulties for him. To reach his painting surface, he would need to climb a series of ladders each day, and then work while standing on wooden planks 60 feet above the floor. As summer arrived, Michelangelo began the laborious process of preparing the ceiling for painting. First, the old plaster had to be removed and replaced with intonaco, a special plaster mixture made of lime and fine sand. This surface would need to be applied in small sections each day, as fresco painting required the artist to work on wet plaster, with the pigments bonding chemically to the surface as it dried. The first experimental brush strokes revealed another problem. Moisture was seeping through the ceiling, causing the plaster to develop mold. Work had to be halted as Michelangelo sought a solution. Eventually, a new plaster formula was developed that could resist the dampness, but valuable time had been lost. By autumn, with the scaffold finally stable and the plaster issues resolved, Michelangelo was ready to begin painting in earnest. He started from the entrance end of the chapel, working backwards toward the altar, beginning with the story of Noah. For hours each day, he would climb to his scaffold, often alone, preferring to work without the distraction of assistants or observers. The work was physically grueling. Unlike the common myth that would later develop, Michelangelo did not lie on his back to paint. Instead, he worked standing up, his head tilted back, his arm raised above him, the paint often dripping onto his face. In a letter to a friend, he described his discomfort with bitter humor, including a sketch of himself stretching upward to reach the ceiling, with the caption, "I am not in the right place, I am not a painter." Yet despite his complaints, something extraordinary was happening on that ceiling. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, figures of unparalleled power and beauty began to emerge from Michelangelo's brush. The first scenes, the drunkenness of Noah, the flood, and the sacrifice of Noah, revealed a mastery of human anatomy and emotion that left even his critics in awe. Pope Julius, impatient to see progress, would occasionally climb the scaffold himself, Despite his advanced age and the physical effort required, his visits were not always welcome. Michelangelo, consumed by his work and protective of his creative process, found the Pope's questions and suggestions intrusive. Their relationship, always complicated by the clash of two strong-willed personalities, was further strained by these encounters. Still, the work continued. As winter settled over Rome, bringing chilly air and shorter days, Michelangelo adjusted his routine, rising before dawn to maximize the natural light. He worked by daylight alone, refusing to risk the uneven coloration that might result from painting by candlelight. Often, he would not descend from his scaffold until darkness made further work impossible, his body aching from the unnatural positions he had maintained for hours. By the spring of 1509, Michelangelo had completed the first section of the ceiling. The scaffolding was dismantled and moved, allowing him to begin work on the central portion, what would become the most iconic part of the entire chapel: the 9 scenes from Genesis, including the creation of Adam. As he worked on these central panels, Michelangelo's style evolved. His figures became larger, more powerful, with a sculptural quality that reflected his true artistic passion. He approached each figure as if he were carving it from stone, giving his painted forms a three-dimensional presence that seemed to push against the constraints of the ceiling itself. The work was not just physically demanding, but intellectually challenging as well. Michelangelo was not merely a painter. He was a theologian and a poet, weaving complex biblical narratives with his profound understanding of the human form. Each brushstroke was deliberate, each composition carefully calculated to convey not just the literal events of Genesis, but their spiritual significance. As the first year of work on the Sistine Chapel drew to a close, Rome buzzed with rumors about the masterpiece taking shape above the heads of the Pope and his cardinals. Though the public had not yet seen the work in progress, reports of its grandeur spread through the artistic community. Michelangelo, however, remained isolated in his labor, climbing each day to his scaffold, transforming the ceiling inch by painstaking inch, creating a vision of divine creation that would, in time, be recognized as one of humanity's supreme artistic achievements. As the second year of Michelangelo's work on the Sistine Chapel began, the Roman seasons continued their eternal cycle. Spring rains gave way to the bright, intense heat of summer, which eventually softened into the gentle golden light of autumn. Through all these changes, one thing remained constant: the solitary figure of Michelangelo, perched high above the chapel floor, his brush moving with tireless precision across the vast expanse of ceiling. By now, a rhythm had established itself in his daily life. He rose before dawn, eating a simple breakfast of bread and wine before making his way to the Vatican while the city still slumbered. The early morning light was kind to the frescoes, revealing subtle variations in color and tone that might be lost in the harsher illumination of midday. These quiet hours were precious to him, a time when he could work undisturbed, alone with his visions and the growing population of figures that inhabited the ceiling above. As he worked through 1510, Michelangelo began painting what would become the central section of the ceiling, the story of creation itself. Here, he depicted God separating light from darkness, creating the sun and moon, dividing the waters from the earth, and finally, in the most renowned panel of all, reaching out to bestow the spark of life upon Adam. In these scenes, Michelangelo's conception of God was revolutionary, not the distant, abstract deity of medieval art, but a dynamic, powerful figure with flowing white hair and beard, muscular and energetic, sweeping through the cosmos with purposeful motion. The physical toll of the work was becoming increasingly apparent. Michelangelo's neck and shoulders ached constantly from looking upward. His arms grew weary from holding them above his head for hours at a time. paint dripped into his eyes, causing irritation and temporary blindness. In a poem sent to a friend, he described his distorted posture. "I've grown a goiter from this torture, hunched up here like a cat in Lombardy, or anywhere else where the stagnant water's poison. My stomach's squashed under my chin, my beard's pointing at heaven, my brain's crushed in a casket, my breast twists like a harpy's. My brush, above me all the time, dribbles paint so my face makes a fine floor for droppings." Yet, despite these complaints, there was a growing sense of accomplishment as the ceiling began to take shape. The figures emerging from his brush possessed a power and grandeur unlike anything seen before in painted form. They were not merely illustrations of biblical stories, but embodiments of the human condition, its strength and vulnerability, its divine potential and earthly limitations. Pope Julius continued to visit the chapel to check on progress, his impatience barely concealed. "When will it be finished?" he would ask, to which Michelangelo famously replied, "When I can." Their relationship remained contentious, but bound by mutual respect. The Pope recognized the genius at work above him. Michelangelo understood the visionary nature of his patron, however demanding he might be. The financial arrangements for the project were another source of tension. Payments from the papal treasury were irregular, forcing Michelangelo to advance his own money for materials and assistants' wages. In letters to his family in Florence, he complained of these difficulties, while still sending home funds to support his father and brothers. Despite his growing fame, Michelangelo lived frugally, investing most of his earnings in property in Florence, perhaps already anticipating a return to his beloved hometown when this demanding commission was complete. As work progressed on the central panels, Michelangelo's technique evolved. His initial approach had been meticulous, with detailed preparatory drawings transferred to the ceiling using the traditional method of dusting charcoal through pinpricks in the paper to create dotted outlines on the plaster. But as he gained confidence and familiarity with the medium, his method became more direct. He began to paint with greater freedom, sometimes sketching directly onto the wet plaster without elaborate preparations, allowing his profound knowledge of anatomy and his sculptor's understanding of three-dimensional form to guide his hand. The scale of the figures also changed. In the earliest scenes, near the entrance to the chapel, the figures were relatively small. But as he moved toward the altar, they grew increasingly monumental, reaching their most powerful expression in the creation scenes. This progression was both artistic and practical. Michelangelo realized that larger figures would be more easily visible from the chapel floor, their emotional impact more immediate and compelling. By the end of 1510, nearly half the ceiling was complete. The scaffolding was moved once again, allowing Michelangelo to begin work on the third section, which would include the creation of Eve, the temptation and expulsion from Eden, and the scenes of Noah. As he moved into this new phase, political events threatened to interrupt his work. The Pope's aggressive military campaigns had led to conflicts with various European powers, including France. In 1511, Julius left Rome to lead his troops personally, leaving Michelangelo without his patron's protection, but also without his constant questions about completion dates. During this period, Michelangelo worked with renewed intensity. The ceiling was becoming more than a commission. It was the fullest expression of his artistic vision, a testament to his belief in the divine potential within humanity. The figures of Adam and Eve, in particular, reflected his Neoplatonic education in the Medici household in Florence, where he had absorbed the humanist philosophy that saw the human body as the perfect vessel for the divine spark. The physical challenges continued to mount. The constant upward gaze caused such strain that even when he came down from the scaffold, Michelangelo found he could not look downward without pain. "If you could see me," he wrote to a friend, "you would find it a strange sight when I read a letter. I have to hold it high above my head so that I can make out the words. he developed the habit of reading by the light of a candle placed in a paper lantern attached to his cap, allowing him to continue studying and drawing after dark. His diet was as austere as his working conditions. Unlike many artists who enjoyed the lavish patronage of the papal court, Michelangelo ate simply and sparingly bread, wine, and occasionally some fruit or cheese. He slept little, often fully clothed so that he could resume work without delay when he awoke. His appearance became as neglected as his comfort. He rarely changed his clothes and sometimes slept in his boots for days at a time. Despite these hardships, the work itself provided a kind of sustenance. There were moments of pure, creative joy when the brush seemed to move of its own accord, when the figures emerged with such life and power that they seemed to have always existed, waiting only for Michelangelo to reveal them. Like the sculptor who claimed to see the figure already present within the marble block, Michelangelo approached the ceiling as if the images were already there, needing only to be uncovered by his brush. In the spring of 1511, Pope Julius returned to Rome and was immediately eager to see the progress on the chapel. By this time, enough of the ceiling was complete to give a sense of the whole. The Pope's response was one of awe and satisfaction. Whatever disagreements had marked their relationship, Julius recognized that he had commissioned a work of unprecedented magnificence, one that would ensure his place in history as surely as the military campaigns he so ardently pursued. With renewed papal approval came renewed pressure to complete the project. Julius, now in his late 60s and increasingly aware of his mortality, was anxious to see the chapel finished. Michelangelo, though equally eager to be free of the physical strain, refused to compromise his artistic vision for the sake of speed. Each figure, each scene, received the full measure of his attention and skill. As summer arrived once more, Rome was gripped by intense heat. The temperature inside the chapel, especially near the ceiling, became almost unbearable. The fresh plaster dried too quickly in these conditions, forcing Michelangelo to work in smaller sections and with greater speed to ensure that the pigments would properly bond with the surface. Yet even under these difficult circumstances, the quality of his work never diminished. The final sections of the ceiling included some of the most dramatic scenes: the deluge, showing humanity's punishment for its sins, and the figures of the ancestors of Christ, painted in the lunettes, the curved spaces above the windows. These ancestors, depicted as ordinary people engaged in everyday activities, provided a contrast to the heroic scale of the central panels, a reminder of the humble human lineage through which divine salvation would eventually come. By the autumn of 1511, with more than 3/4 of the ceiling complete, Michelangelo could begin to envision the end of his labors. The remaining sections were mapped out in his mind and in preparatory drawings. The scaffolding would move one final time, allowing him to complete the areas nearest the entrance. The end was in sight, though still months away. As the days grew shorter and the light less favorable for painting, Michelangelo adjusted his schedule once more. The cooler temperatures were a relief after the summer's heat, allowing him to work longer hours without the exhaustion brought on by the sweltering conditions near the ceiling. His pace quickened slightly, not from carelessness but from the accumulated skill and confidence of more than 3 years' intensive work. Throughout this period, Rome's artistic community had been abuzz with speculation about what was taking shape within the Sistine Chapel. Other artists, including the young Raphael, who was simultaneously working on the Pope's apartments in another part of the Vatican, tried to gain access to see Michelangelo's progress. Michelangelo, protective of his work and naturally suspicious, resisted these attempts, preferring to work in privacy until the entire ceiling was ready to be revealed. As 1511 drew to a close, Michelangelo could look up at the vast expanse above him and see the nearly completed realization of a vision that had evolved and deepened over the course of his labor. What had begun as a reluctant acceptance of a commission outside his preferred medium had transformed into the creation of a masterpiece that would redefine the possibilities of painting. The ceiling was no longer just a series of biblical illustrations, but a complex theological and philosophical statement about the relationship between humanity and divinity, expressed through the human form that Michelangelo understood more profoundly than perhaps any artist before or since. The muscular, dynamic figures that populated the vault above were more than representations. They were embodiments of the Renaissance ideal of human potential, infused with divine grace, yet fully grounded in physical reality. As winter settled over Rome, bringing clearer, colder air and the promise of the year's end, Michelangelo continued his daily climb to the scaffold, his body aching, but his spirit sustained by the knowledge that his great labor was approaching completion. The God who had created Adam with an outstretched finger now looked down upon the artist who had given him such vibrant life as the final sections of the ceiling gradually filled with color, movement, and meaning. With each passing day, as the light shifted across the painted surface, revealing new details and relationships between the figures, Michelangelo could feel the weight of his achievement growing, even as the physical burden of his task began, at last, to lighten. The end was in sight, though the journey had transformed him as surely as he had transformed the ceiling above. In the silence of his solitary labor, surrounded by the worlds he had created, Michelangelo worked on, his brush giving final form to visions that would endure for centuries to come. As the winter of 1511 gave way to the gentle awakening of spring in 1512, Michelangelo's great labor approached its conclusion. The scaffolding had been moved for the final time, positioned near the entrance of the chapel where he would complete the last sections of his magnificent ceiling. After nearly 4 years of working with his face turned upward, his body stretched in uncomfortable positions, the end of his task was finally within reach, like the outstretched finger of God reaching toward Adam in his most famous panel. The morning light filtered through the high windows of the chapel, casting a soft golden glow across the painted surface above. Michelangelo climbed the familiar ladder to his scaffold one more time, his movements now as rhythmic and practiced as breathing. Though his body ached from the years of strain, there was a lightness in his spirit as he gazed up at the nearly completed work, a vast cosmos of color and form that had emerged from his imagination and flowed through his hands. The final scenes to be painted were chronologically the first in the biblical narrative: the separation of light from darkness, the creation of the sun and moon, and the separation of land from water. In these panels, Michelangelo depicted God in dynamic motion, swirling through the cosmos with purpose and power, bringing order from chaos. As he applied the pigments to the wet plaster, blending colors with gentle strokes, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. He thought of those early days in 1508, when he had resisted the Pope's commission, insisting he was a sculptor, not a painter. How strange it seemed now, looking back across the expanse of time and creation. This ceiling, this masterpiece that had emerged despite his initial reluctance, would now stand as perhaps his greatest achievement, a testament to the depth of his vision and the breadth of his skill. The gentle rhythm of his brush against the plaster became like the soothing cadence of waves against a shore. Each stroke brought completion nearer. Each color blended into the next, with the harmony of twilight merging into night. The figures he created seemed to breathe with a life of their own, suspended in the eternal moment of creation, much as Michelangelo himself felt suspended between heaven and earth as he worked. Outside the chapel walls, Rome continued its busy life. The spring air carried the scent of blossoming flowers and the sounds of merchants calling their wares in the markets. But within the chapel, time moved differently, flowing more slowly, more peacefully, as if reluctant to bring this act of creation to its end. Michelangelo worked with unhurried precision, knowing that these final brushstrokes would be the culmination of thousands of days and countless hours of labor. By October 1512, as autumn leaves drifted through the streets of Rome in gentle spirals of gold and russet, the last section of plaster had been prepared, the final pigments mixed on Michelangelo's palette. With a deep breath, he applied the last strokes to the ceiling, completing the cosmic narrative that began with the creation of the world and concluded with the promise of salvation through Noah's survival of the flood. On the eve of All Saints' Day, the 31st of October, 1512, the scaffolding that had been Michelangelo's elevated home for 4 years was finally dismantled. For the first time, the entire ceiling could be seen unobstructed, a unified vision revealed in its full glory. Pope Julius II, now elderly and increasingly frail, ordered the chapel doors opened on the 1st of November, allowing Romans to enter and gaze upward at the marvel that had been created above their heads. As visitors streamed into the chapel, their faces turned upward in wonder, Michelangelo stood quietly to the side, exhausted but fulfilled. The murmurs of awe and admiration filled the space like a gentle tide. Some viewers wept at the beauty before them, others stood in reverent silence. All recognized that they were in the presence of something transcendental work that spoke not just to the biblical stories it depicted, but to the deepest aspects of human experience, our origins, our struggles, our capacity for both greatness and failure, and our eternal yearning for connection with the divine. The Sistine Chapel's ceiling encompassed more than 300 figures painted across 5,000 square feet of surface. 9 central panels told the story of Genesis, from the creation to the flood. Around these scenes, Michelangelo had painted 12 monumental figures of prophets and Sibyl seers who had foretold the coming of a savior. In the triangular pendentives at the corners of the ceiling, he depicted 4 biblical narratives of salvation. And in the lunettes above the windows, he painted the ancestors of Christ, ordinary people engaged in the quiet moments of daily life. The entire composition formed a harmonious whole, a visual symphony moving from darkness to light, from chaos to order, from separation to connection. Every figure, every gesture, every color choice contributed to this unified vision. It was as if Michelangelo had created not just a painted surface, but a world unto itself, a world that invited viewers to enter through the gateway of their gaze and discover new meanings with each visit. For Michelangelo himself, the completion of the ceiling brought not just acclaim, but a profound physical relief. The years of working with his head tilted back had taken a severe toll on his body. His neck and shoulders remained stiff and painful. His eyes, accustomed to focusing upward at close range, took time to readjust to normal vision. "I have finished that chapel," he wrote to his father, "and I shall not return to Rome this winter, and I do not know when I shall return, because this work has left me behind with my affairs." He returned to Florence, to the comfort of familiar surroundings and the embrace of family and friends. There, gradually, his body began to heal, though some effects of his long labor remained with him for years. He described how, when reading letters, he had to hold them above his head, his neck still accustomed to the upward tilt of his years on the scaffold. When he needed to look at something on the ground, he had to bend his entire body as his neck could no longer flex downward easily. Yet these physical discomforts were a small price to pay for what he had achieved. The Sistine Chapel ceiling quickly became recognized as one of the supreme masterpieces of Western art. Its influence on subsequent generations of artists was immeasurable, revolutionizing attitudes toward the human form and the expressive possibilities of painting. As the years passed, the vibrant colors of Michelangelo's ceiling began to mellow, acquiring the gentle patina of age. Candle smoke from the chapel's many services gradually deposited a soft veil of soot over the paintings, lending them a dreamlike quality, as if the figures were emerging from the mists of time itself. In this natural aging process, there was a beauty of its own, a reminder of the passage of time and the enduring power of human creation. Pope Julius II did not live long to enjoy the masterpiece he had commissioned. He died just a few months after the ceiling's completion, in February 1513. Michelangelo, despite the contentious nature of their relationship, mourned the passing of his formidable patron. In later years, he would speak of Julius with a mixture of exasperation and respect, acknowledging the Pope's role in pushing him to exceed his own limits and create a work that transcended his initial resistance. Now, as you rest comfortably, imagine yourself in that sacred space, looking upward at the marvel Michelangelo created. Feel the quiet stillness of the chapel, the gentle coolness of its air against your skin. Let your gaze drift upward to where God's finger reaches out to touch atoms, that small space between them containing all the potential of human existence. Notice how your breathing becomes deeper, more peaceful, as you absorb the harmony of this perfect composition. The ceiling that once caused Michelangelo such physical discomfort now offers you a place of mental rest, a space where art and faith, history and eternity, human effort and divine inspiration come together in perfect balance. Let your thoughts float gently among the figures he created, each one rendered with such care, such deep understanding of the human form and the human soul. As your eyes grow heavier, imagine the soft light of dawn filtering through the chapel windows, illuminating the painted surface with a golden glow. The prophets and sibyls seem to stir slightly in this gentle light, their robes shifting in imagined breezes, their expressions thoughtful and serene. The ancestors of Christ go about their quiet activities, a mother cradling her child, an elder lost in contemplation, figures engaged in the peaceful routines of daily life. Your breathing continues to deepen, finding its natural rhythm, much as Michelangelo found the rhythm of his work during those 4 transformative years. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more relaxed, more at peace. The tensions of the day begin to melt away, just as Michelangelo's physical discomforts gradually eased when he returned to Florence after completing his masterpiece. The story of the Sistine Chapel ceiling is, at its heart, a story of perseverance, of transcending limitations, of finding beauty even in difficult circumstances. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you this gentle reminder that our greatest challenges often lead to our most meaningful accomplishments. Michelangelo's reluctant journey from sculptor to painter resulted in one of humanity's most treasured creations, a work that continues to inspire wonder and awe more than 5 centuries after its completion. Let the painted heavens of the Sistine Chapel expand in your mind as you move toward the borders of sleep. The figures that populate that celestial vault so full of life and movement, yet existing in perfect, balanced harmonicon, accompany you into your dreams, their tranquil presence a reminder of the beauty that human hands and minds can create. As your consciousness begins to softly drift, like the gentle clouds that surround the figures of God in Michelangelo's cosmic scenes, release all thoughts of effort and strain. Remember that even Michelangelo, after years of physical discomfort and creative struggle, found rest and renewal. The completion of his masterpiece brought not just acclaim but released the satisfaction of a monumental task accomplished through daily dedication, one brushstroke at a time. The soft colors of the ceiling, the warm flesh tones, the rich blues and golds of robes and skies, the earthy hues of the ancestral scenes blend together in your mind's eye, creating a peaceful palette that encourages the gentle transition into sleep. Like Michelangelo's figures, balanced perfectly between action and repose, you too find yourself balanced at the threshold of slumber, ready to let go of consciousness and enter the restful realm of dreams. As your breathing becomes ever more regular, imagine the quietness of the chapel at day's end, when visitors have departed and silence returns to the sacred space. In this peaceful emptiness, Michelangelo's painted figures remain, eternal in their moments of creation and contemplation, watching over the chapel through countless nights. Let them watch over your sleep as well, their serene presence a comfort as you drift ever deeper toward restful slumber. The story of Michelangelo and the Sistine Chapel reminds us that time spent in creation, whether of art, relationships, or a meaningful life, is never wasted. The months and years he dedicated to his masterpiece have enriched countless lives across the centuries. As you surrender to sleep, know that this time of rest is equally valuable, a necessary renewal that prepares you for your own acts of creation when morning comes. The painted light on Michelangelo's ceiling, the divine illumination that radiates from his depiction of God, continues to glow softly in your imagination as you descend further into tranquility. Let this gentle radiance guide you toward peaceful sleep, a light that doesn't stimulate or wake but rather soothes and comforts, encouraging the mind to release conscious thought and embrace the healing power of deep rest. And so, as Michelangelo's vision continues to inspire dreamers and creators across the centuries, allow your own dreams to unfold beneath the painted heavens he created. Rest now, beneath the canopy of his imagination, where human potential and divine inspiration meet in perfect harmony. Sleep well, cradled in the legacy of one of humanity's greatest artistic achievements, a testament to what we can accomplish when we reach beyond our limitations towards something truly transcendent. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, allow me to take you on a journey along one of history's most remarkable yet lesser-known trade routes, the ancient Tea-Horse Road. A winding path of cultural exchange and human perseverance that stretched across some of the most challenging terrain on Earth. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let your mind travel back through time to ancient China, where our story begins. The ancient Tea-Horse Road, or Chamadao as it was known in Chinese, was a network of high-elevation mountain paths that connected the tea-producing regions of southwestern China's Yunnan and Sichuan provinces to Tibet, Nepal, and beyond. For nearly 1,400 years, from the Tang dynasty in the 7th century until the mid-20th century, this route served as a lifeline of commerce and cultural exchange across the imposing peaks and valleys of the Himalayan region. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a verdant tea plantation in Yunnan province during the early Tang dynasty, around the year 650 CE. The morning mist clings to the mountainsides like a soft blanket, gradually lifted by the gentle warmth of the rising sun. The air carries the subtle, earthy fragrance of tea leaves, freshly picked by skilled hands that have perfected this art over generations. This is where our journey begins, with tea, a humble leaf that would become one of China's most valuable exports and the catalyst for an extraordinary network of trade routes. The origins of the Tea-Horse Road are intertwined with the distinctive cultures and geography of southwestern China and Tibet. For the Han Chinese of the Central Plains, tea had already become an essential part of daily life, a source of refreshment, medicine, and ceremonial significance. But for the Tibetans living on the harsh, high-altitude plateau where tea plants couldn't grow, this precious leaf was initially unknown. Legend tells us that around the 7th century, a Tang dynasty princess named Wencheng was sent to marry the Tibetan king Songtsen Gampo. Among the many gifts and customs she brought with her was the habit of tea drinking. The Tibetans quickly developed a taste for this warming beverage, finding it particularly suited to their high-altitude lifestyle. Tea helped them digest their traditional diet of barley and yak meat, provided valuable nutrients, and offered warmth during the bitterly cold Tibetan winters. As you imagine this scene, feel the cool mountain air filling your lungs, carrying with it the subtle scent of earth and vegetation. The gentle rustling of tea leaves in the breeze creates a soothing rhythm, almost like a lullaby carried on the wind. What began as diplomatic exchanges soon developed into regular trade. The Tibetans had something the Chinese emperors desperately needed: strong, hardy horses essential for their military campaigns against northern nomadic tribes. Thus was born a mutually beneficial relationship: Chinese tea for Tibetan horses. This simple exchange would forge connections across seemingly impassable mountain ranges and between distinctly different cultures. The path carved by these early traders followed ancient animal migration routes and indigenous foot trails, winding through some of the most dramatic landscapes on Earth. From the tea gardens of Yunnan, lying at elevations of around 1,500 meters, the route climbed steadily upward, traversing dense forests and crossing raging rivers before ascending to the Tibetan Plateau, where passes could reach heights of over 5,000 meters. Close your eyes and visualize a caravan of traders making their way along a narrow mountain path. The procession moves slowly, deliberately, each step carefully placed on the rocky terrain. Leading the way are the expert guides, often members of local ethnic groups like the Naxi or Yi, who know these mountains as intimately as the lines on their weather-worn hands. Behind them come dozens of horses, mules, and sometimes yaks, their backs laden with carefully wrapped bundles of compressed tea bricks. The tea carried along this route wasn't the delicate loose-leaf variety familiar to modern tea connoisseurs. Instead, it was compressed into hard bricks or cakes, often mixed with local herbs or flowers, then wrapped in bamboo leaves and secured with bamboo ropes. This made the precious cargo more compact and better protected against the elements during the long journey ahead. Each tea brick weighed between 1 and 3 kilograms, and a single horse could carry up to 60 of these bricks. Imagine the strength required of these animals and their human guides as they navigated treacherous mountain paths where a single misstep could mean disaster. The journey from the tea gardens of Yunnan to Lhasa, the capital of Tibet, could take anywhere from several months to a year, depending on weather conditions, political stability, and the specific route taken. The men who led these caravans were no ordinary merchants. Known as horseback tea traders or tea horse traders, they were exceptional individuals of remarkable endurance and courage. Many came from ethnic minorities that had inhabited these borderlands for centuries, giving them unique knowledge of the terrain and local customs. They developed their own culture, complete with rituals, songs, and specialized equipment designed for the challenges of high-altitude transport. As night falls on our imaginary caravan, picture the traders making camp beside a mountain stream. The gentle sound of water flowing over stones provides a soothing backdrop as they unload their horses and prepare a simple meal. Steam rises from a blackened pot suspended over the campfire, filling the air with the comforting aroma of tea and barley. The traders share stories and songs, their voices harmonizing with the natural symphony of the wilderness around them. The Tea Horse Road wasn't merely a commercial route. It was a channel for cultural exchange, religious diffusion, and the sharing of knowledge. Buddhist scriptures made their way from India, through Tibet, and into China along these paths. Traditional medicine practices, artistic styles, and technological innovations flowed in both directions. Marriages between different ethnic groups created new communities with unique blended cultures. The road became a living example of how human connections can flourish even in the most challenging environments. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself as part of this ancient caravan, feeling the gentle sway of movement as you follow the winding path through misty mountains. The air grows thinner as you climb higher, but your breath finds a natural, steady rhythm. The sound of horse bells creates a gentle, melodic tinkling, that seems to blend with the whisper of wind through ancient trees and the distant murmur of sacred rivers. This is just the beginning of our journey along the ancient tea horse road. As you rest now, let the images of verdant tea gardens, mist-shrouded mountain paths, and determined traders with their heavily laden horses fill your mind. Feel the connection to a time when the pace of life followed the natural rhythms of the seasons and the endurance of both humans and animals. Let the gentle imagery of this ancient path guide you toward peaceful dreams, knowing that our journey will continue, carrying us further along this remarkable route through history and across the magnificent landscapes of China, Tibet, and the Himalayas. As we continue our journey along the ancient tea horse road, imagine yourself now resting beside a small temple nestled high in the mountains. The day's travel has left your body pleasantly tired, your breathing deep and even as you take in the serene landscape that stretches before you. The setting sun casts long shadows across the valleys, painting the snow-capped peaks in hues of gold and amber. This peaceful moment mirrors the many evenings experienced by countless travelers who came before you on this ancient path. By the 17th and 18th centuries, the tea horse road had reached its golden age. Regular caravans of up to 1,000 horses would make their way along the route, creating a steady flow of commerce between regions that nature seemed determined to keep apart. The trade expanded beyond just tea and horses to include salt, sugar, wool, medicinal herbs, silver, gold, and precious stones. This thriving exchange transformed small mountain villages into prosperous trading posts and cultural crossroads. The town of Lijiang in Yunnan became one of the most important hubs along the southern route. Nestled in a valley surrounded by snow-capped mountains, this settlement of the Naxi people grew into a bustling center where traders from different backgrounds would gather to rest, trade stories, and prepare for the challenges ahead. Similarly, Shangri-La, historically known as Zhongdian, served as a crucial waypoint where the cultural worlds of Han, China, and Tibet seamlessly blended together. As your eyes grow heavier, envision the cobblestone streets of these ancient trading towns. The soft glow of lanterns reflects off weathered wooden buildings as night descends. The gentle murmur of conversation in multiple dialects drifts from tea houses where weary travelers find respite. Feel your breathing synchronize with the peaceful rhythm of this scene, each breath carrying you deeper into relaxation. The lives of those who traveled the tea horse road were defined by both hardship and profound beauty. During winter, temperatures could plummet to well below freezing, while summer brought torrential rains that transformed trails into muddy, treacherous passages. Traders faced the constant threats of altitude sickness, avalanches, rock slides, and bandit attacks. Yet they also witnessed some of the most breathtaking landscapes on Earth: pristine forests, crystalline alpine lakes, and majestic peaks that seemed to touch the very heavens. One of the most formidable challenges along the route was the crossing of the great rivers that cut through the mountains like liquid jade, the Yangtze, Mekong, and Salween. In some locations, these mighty waters had carved deep gorges with nearly vertical walls rising thousands of meters from the river's edge. Traders would carefully lead their horses across swaying suspension bridges made of bamboo and vines, or navigate precarious ferry crossings where the fate of an entire season's goods rested on a successful passage. As you breathe deeply now, feel the tension melting from your body just as these ancient travelers would feel the relief of safely crossing a dangerous river. Each breath brings you deeper into comfort, deeper into peace, just as each successful journey brought the tea traders closer to their distant homes. Among the most celebrated figures of the tea horse road were the porters known as tea horses, men who physically carried enormous loads of tea when the terrain became too difficult, even for animals. These extraordinary individuals, often from the Hampa regions of eastern Tibet, could carry up to 150 kilograms across mountain passes, suspended from poles resting on their shoulders. Their strength and endurance became legendary, immortalized in folk songs and stories still told throughout the region. The cultural exchanges facilitated by the Tea-Horse Road led to unique syncretic traditions that endure to this day. In Tibet, tea imported from Yunnan was blended with yak butter and salt to create pocha, or butter tea, a high-calorie beverage perfectly suited to the needs of life on the high plateau. This distinctive drink became so central to Tibetan culture that a traditional greeting asks, "Have you had your tea today?" Throughout the centuries, as dynasties rose and fell, as borders shifted and new powers emerged, the Tea-Horse Road maintained its essential character, a triumph of human determination over seemingly insurmountable natural barriers. Traders adapted to changing political circumstances, finding new routes when old ones became impassable, forging new relationships when ancient alliances crumbled. The night sky above the mountain path is now filled with countless stars, their gentle light illuminating your way as it did for travelers centuries ago. Feel the cool, clean mountain air filling your lungs, bringing with it the scent of pine forests and distant snow. With each breath, your body becomes heavier, more relaxed, surrendering to the peaceful rhythm of the night. By the mid-20th century, the ancient ways of the Tea-Horse Road began to fade. Modern transportation, first trucks, then airplanes, could accomplish in days what had once taken months. The traditional tea and horse trade diminished as political borders hardened and new economic systems emerged. The last of the great tea caravans made their journey in the 1950s, marking the end of an era that had endured for more than a millennium. Yet the legacy of the ancient Tea-Horse Road lives on in the cultures, communities, and landscapes it helped to shape. In recent years, there has been renewed interest in preserving the memory of this remarkable achievement. Sections of the old trails have been restored, museums established, and oral histories recorded from the last generation to witness the traditional caravan trade. The UNESCO World Heritage Site of the old town of Lijiang stands as a monument to the prosperity that the tea trade once brought. As sleep draws nearer, imagine yourself standing at a high mountain pass, one of the countless waypoints along the Tea-Horse Road. The vast panorama before you contains all the natural grandeur that humbled and inspired travelers for centuries: soaring peaks, deep valleys, ancient forests, and winding rivers stretching toward the horizon. The air is perfectly still, creating a profound silence that seems to honor the countless journeys made along these paths. This ancient trade route reminds us that throughout history, humans have found ways to connect with one another despite seemingly impossible obstacles. Mountains were not barriers, but challenges to overcome. Different languages and customs were not divisions, but opportunities for enrichment. The determination of ordinary people, tea farmers, horse breeders, caravan leaders, porters, created an extraordinary network that bound distant cultures together in a web of mutual dependence and respect. As your consciousness drifts gently towards sleep, feel yourself becoming part of this ancient story. Your breathing has found the natural rhythm of the mountains, deep, steady, and peaceful. Your body has the pleasant heaviness of a traveler at rest after a day's journey, muscles relaxed, mind quieting. The stars above continue their silent journey across the night sky, just as they watched over countless travelers along the Tea-Horse Road. The mountain breeze whispers ancient stories through the trees, stories of courage and endurance, of cultural exchange and human connection. These whispers blend with your breathing, creating a soothing lullaby that carries you deeper toward restful sleep. Let your mind follow the path of the ancient Tea-Horse Road one last time, winding through misty valleys and over moonlit passes, connecting distant lands and diverse peoples through the simple exchange of tea and horses. As consciousness fades, know that you too have traveled this remarkable route, experiencing in your imagination what countless traders experienced in reality over 14 centuries. Sleep now comes as naturally as night follows day, as easily as water flows downhill, as peacefully as snow settles on a mountain peak. The ancient wisdom of the Tea-Horse Road, of persistence, of adaptation, of finding harmony with the natural world, surrounds you like a warm blanket, comforting and secure. Rest now, knowing that the legacy of the ancient Tea-Horse Road continues in the cultural tapestry it helped to weave, in languages, in cuisines, in architectural styles, in spiritual practices, and in the resilient spirit of the mountain communities it once connected. As you drift into sleep, carry with you the timeless lesson of this remarkable history, that human connection can flourish even in the most challenging environments, creating bridges across the highest mountains and the deepest valleys of our world. In the vast expanse of the ancient Mediterranean, where azure waters stretch toward distant horizons and stars guided travelers through the night, maritime journeys were acts of tremendous courage and faith. Long before modern navigation, before GPS signals and radar, sailors ventured across seas filled with both promise and peril. As twilight descended upon these ancient waters, the silhouette of a distant coast could represent either safe harbor or deadly hazard rocky shoals and hidden reefs waiting beneath the surface. It was in response to these dangers that one of humanity's most enduring innovations emerged: the lighthouse, a beacon of hope and safety rising from the shoreline. Let us journey back through the mists of time to when the first coastal beacons began to illuminate the ancient world. These early lighthouses weren't merely functional structures, but symbols of civilization, itself representations of humanity's desire to extend a guiding hand to those navigating the unknown. As you settle in and prepare to explore this fascinating history, imagine the gentle rocking of a ship on calm waters, the distant call of seabirds, and the rhythmic sound of waves caressing distant shores. The concept of the lighthouse has roots that reach into the shadows of prehistory. Long before stone towers were built, coastal communities would maintain fire beacons on hilltops to guide returning fishermen. These simple fires, tended by dedicated keepers, were the humble ancestors of the grand lighthouses that would later define coastlines around the world. Archaeological evidence suggests that rudimentary signal fires were used in the Mediterranean as early as 1000 BCE, serving both as navigational aids and as warnings of approaching danger. The first true lighthouse of historical record rose from the island of Pharos near Alexandria, Egypt. Commissioned by Ptolemy I Soter around 300 BCE and completed during the reign of his son Ptolemy II, the Great Lighthouse of Alexandria stood as a testament to human ingenuity and architectural mastery. This magnificent structure, rising perhaps 330 to 450 feet into the sky, was among the tallest man-made structures of the ancient world. Contemporary accounts describe a magnificent tower constructed in 3 stages: a square base, an octagonal middle section, and a cylindrical upper section, all crafted from light-colored stone. What made the Pharos truly remarkable was not just its height, but the brilliant light it projected. Atop this towering structure, a fire was maintained day and night, its flames reflected and magnified by polished bronze mirrors. Some historical accounts suggest that these mirrors were arranged in a concave fashion, creating a powerful beam of light that could be seen from remarkable distances, perhaps as far as 30 miles out to sea. Imagine sailing across the Mediterranean in a wooden vessel, the star as your primary guide, when suddenly a warm glow appears on the horizon, growing stronger as you approach a tangible promise of safe harbor after long weeks at sea. The importance of the Lighthouse of Alexandria extended far beyond its practical function. It stood as a symbol of the city's prominence as a center of learning, commerce, and power. Alexandria, with its renowned library and cosmopolitan population, represented the height of Hellenistic civilization. The lighthouse served as a fitting emblem of this enlightened city, a beacon of knowledge as well as navigation. So impressive was this structure that it gave its name Pharos to the word for lighthouse in many languages, including the French phare and the Italian faro. For nearly 1,600 years, the Pharos guided countless vessels safely into Alexandria's harbor. It survived the fall of the Ptolemaic dynasty, witnessed the rise of the Roman Empire, and stood through the early Islamic period. Eventually, a series of earthquakes between the 10th and 14th centuries CE damaged and ultimately destroyed this wonder of the ancient world. Yet, even in its physical absence, the legacy of the Pharos endured, inspiring lighthouse construction throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. While the Lighthouse of Alexandria stands as the most famous of ancient beacons, it was far from alone. The Romans, master builders and engineers, constructed numerous lighthouses throughout their vast empire. One particularly notable example was the Tower of Hercules, built in northwestern Spain during the 1st century CE. Unlike the Pharos, this remarkable structure has survived the centuries. Standing nearly 180 feet tall on a hill overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, it continues to function as a lighthouse to this day, making it the oldest operating lighthouse in the world. The Romans understood that their empire depended on safe and efficient maritime trade routes. Their network of lighthouses stretched from the Black Sea to the Atlantic coast, from North Africa to Britain. These structures typically followed a design pattern established by the Pharosa Tower, with an internal ramp or staircase leading to a fire platform. Roman lighthouses were often dedicated to gods associated with the sea, particularly Neptune, and some doubled as temples or shrines. At the height of the Roman Empire, a merchant vessel could sail from Alexandria to Hispania, modern Spain, navigating from one lighthouse to another almost the entire journey. This network of beacons represented one of the first systematic approaches to maritime safety, a physical manifestation of Rome's commitment to the security of its vital sea lanes. The regularity of these lighthouses provided not just practical guidance but psychological comfort to ancient mariners, a reassurance that they were within the protective embrace of civilization. The technology of these ancient beacons, while simple by modern standards, represented the pinnacle of ancient engineering and optics. The primary challenge facing lighthouse keepers was maintaining a reliable, visible flame throughout the night and in all weather conditions. Wood was the most common fuel, though some lighthouses, particularly in regions where wood was scarce, may have burned coal, olive oil, or other combustibles. The fire would be sheltered from wind and rain by enclosures made of glass, mica, or other translucent, material-searly versions of the lantern rooms that would characterize later lighthouses. To increase visibility, ancient lighthouses employed reflective surfaces, typically polished metal placed behind the flame to direct light outward toward the sea. Some accounts suggest the use of convex lenses made from translucent crystals to further intensify the light. While the effectiveness of these ancient optical systems remains a subject of academic debate, there is little doubt that the engineers of Alexandria, Rome, and other maritime civilizations pushed the boundaries of what was possible with the materials and knowledge available to them. Life for an ancient lighthouse keeper was one of isolation and enormous responsibility. These men and occasionally women lived apart from society, dedicated to the critical task of maintaining the beacon. A keeper's daily routine revolved around preparing fuel, maintaining the fire, cleaning reflective surfaces, and making necessary repairs to the structure. During foggy conditions, when the light might not be visible, some lighthouses incorporated sound signals, bronze gongs or bells, rung at regular intervals to guide ships through the murk. The Romans weren't the only ancient civilization to develop sophisticated lighthouse systems. Evidence suggests that the Phoenicians, history's quintessential seafarers, maintained beacons at key locations throughout the Mediterranean. These traders from what is now Lebanon established coastal colonies from Cyprus to Carthage, and their maritime expertise likely included an understanding of the importance of coastal signals. Similarly, the ancient Greeks, with their scattered island territories, relied on a network of signal fires to communicate across the Aegean Sea and guide their vessels. In the eastern Mediterranean, the Byzantine Empire continued and expanded upon Roman traditions of lighthouse construction. The Byzantines maintained the remaining Roman lighthouses and built new ones at strategic locations like Constantinople, modern Istanbul, where the natural strait of the Bosporus required careful navigation. These Byzantine beacons served not only as navigational aids but also as part of an elaborate early warning system against naval threats, particularly from Arab fleets during the early Islamic expansion. As we pause in our journey through lighthouse history, imagine yourself aboard an ancient trading vessel, perhaps a Roman grain ship returning from Egypt to Italy. The Mediterranean night is clear, stars reflecting on the gently undulating surface of the sea. The rhythmic creaking of wooden timbers and the soft splash of waves against the hull create a soothing backdrop as you gaze toward the horizon. There, gradually growing more distinct against the darkening sky, a warm glow emerges, the welcoming light of a coastal beacon, promising safe passage and shelter from the unpredictable moods of the sea. The ancient mariners who glimpsed these lights felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. The lighthouse represented not just safety but connection, a reminder that even in the midst of the vast and sometimes hostile sea, human ingenuity and compassion extended a guiding hand. As we continue to explore the fascinating history of these coastal sentinels in our next journey together, allow yourself to feel that same sense of calm reassurance that the ancient beacons provided to countless travelers across the centuries. As we continue our journey through the history of ancient lighthouses, the steady rhythm of waves against distant shores invites us to sink deeper into this tale of maritime guidance and human ingenuity. Throughout the ancient world, from the misty coasts of Britannia to the sun-drenched harbors of Alexandria, these silent sentinels stood watch over generations of seafarers, their unwavering light a constant amid the ever-changing seas. Beyond the Mediterranean, evidence suggests that lighthouse technology spread to other maritime civilizations. In China's Han Dynasty, coastal towers with signal fires guided ships along the busy trade routes of the South China Sea. These eastern lighthouses, while developed independently, served the same essential purpose as their Western counterparts, extending human care and foresight into the dangerous realm of open water. The similarities between lighthouse systems that evolved separately around the world speak to a universal human desire to illuminate paths of safety for fellow travelers. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE marked a transition in lighthouse history. As central authority fragmented across Europe, the maintenance of these complex structures became increasingly difficult. Many fell into disrepair or were deliberately dismantled, their stones repurposed for other buildings or fortifications. The sophisticated network that had once guided ships from Egypt to Britain gradually dimmed, with only isolated beacons remaining operational. In this period of transition, maritime navigation became more perilous, relying heavily on local knowledge and celestial guidance. By the medieval period, the great pharaohs of Alexandria had begun to show signs of structural weakness after standing for over a millennium. Earthquakes in the region gradually damaged the once mighty tower, though repairs allowed it to function in some capacity until a severe tremor in the 14th century finally reduced the ancient wonder to rubble. Yet even as the physical structure disappeared, its influence lived on in the design of lighthouses built centuries later. The three-tiered construction square base, octagonal middle, cylindrical top became a recurring pattern in lighthouse architecture throughout Europe and the Middle East. As your breathing deepens and your muscles relax, envision the countless vessels that found their way safely to harbor guided by these ancient lights. Merchant ships laden with grain from Egypt, olive oil from Spain, spices from distant eastern landsol following the reassuring glow that distinguished safe passages from treacherous coastlines. Fishing boats returning after days at sea, their crews weary but comforted by the familiar beacon marking the entrance to their home harbor. Military vessels navigating unfamiliar waters, their commanders grateful for the strategic guidance provided by these coastal sentinels. The technology that made these ancient lighthouses possible represented the accumulated wisdom of generations. Knowledge of stone masonry, understanding of optics, techniques for maintaining fire in adverse conditions, all these skills came together in these remarkable structures. The engineering challenges were considerable. Foundations had to withstand constant exposure to corrosive salt water and powerful waves. Towers needed to remain stable in high winds. And the light source required protection from rain and storms while remaining visible from great distances. Feel the gentle heaviness spreading through your limbs as you imagine the soft, warm glow of an ancient lighthouse fire. Unlike the harsh electric beacons of modern times, these flames cast a gentle, amber light that seemed alive, breathing and dancing within its housing of reflective metal and translucent enclosures. There was something deeply reassuring about this living light, a human presence extended outward into the darkness, a silent communication between land and sea. With each slow, deep breath, allow yourself to drift further into the peaceful rhythm of coastal existence. The predictable cycle of tides rising and falling, the passage of stars across the night sky, the lighthouse fire burning steadily through darkness until dawn brings its own natural illumination. These ancient patterns continue today, connecting us through time to those early mariners who navigated by stars and flame, finding their way across seemingly boundless waters. As night deepens around us, and your consciousness gently shifts toward the threshold of sleep, consider how the ancient lighthouses represent one of humanity's most noble endeavors, creating safety for others, often at great cost and with no expectation of recognition or reward. The lighthouse keepers of antiquity rarely knew the names or faces of those whose lives they protected. They simply maintained their vigil night after night, season after season, their dedicated efforts rippling outward to touch countless lives. The soft weight of drowsiness settles over you now, like a comfortable blanket on a cool evening. Your breathing has found its natural, restful rhythm, deep and regular like gentle waves against a sheltered shore. The tension in your muscles continues to release with each exhalation, leaving behind a pleasant heaviness that anchors you securely in this moment of peaceful transition. By the medieval period, the great Pharos of Alexandria had begun to show signs of structural weakness after standing for over a millennium. Earthquakes in the region gradually damaged the once mighty tower, though repairs allowed it to function in some capacity until a severe tremor in the 14th century finally reduced the ancient wonder to rubble. Yet even as the physical structure disappeared, its influence lived on in the design of lighthouses built centuries later. The three-tiered construction square base, octagonal middle, cylindrical top became a recurring pattern in lighthouse architecture throughout Europe and the Middle East. As your breathing deepens and your muscles relax, envision the countless vessels that found their way safely to harbor guided by these ancient lights. Merchant ships laden with grain from Egypt, olive oil from Spain, spices from distant eastern landsol following the reassuring glow that distinguished safe passages from treacherous coastlines. Fishing boats returning after days at sea, their crews weary but comforted by the familiar beacon marking the entrance to their home harbor. Military vessels navigating unfamiliar waters, their commanders grateful for the strategic guidance provided by these coastal sentinels. The technology that made these ancient lighthouses possible represented the accumulated wisdom of generations. Knowledge of stone masonry, understanding of optics, techniques for maintaining fire in adverse conditions. All these skills came together in these remarkable structures. The engineering challenges were considerable. Foundations had to withstand constant exposure to corrosive salt water and powerful waves. Towers needed to remain stable in high winds, and the light source required protection from rain and storms while remaining visible from great distances. Feel the gentle heaviness spreading through your limbs as you imagine the soft, warm glow of an ancient lighthouse fire. Unlike the harsh electric beacons of modern times, these flames cast a gentle, amber light that seemed alive, breathing, and dancing within its housing of reflective metal and translucent enclosures. There was something deeply reassuring about this living light, a human presence extended outward into the darkness, a silent communication between land and sea. With each slow, deep breath, allow yourself to drift further into the peaceful rhythm of coastal existence. The predictable cycle of tides rising and falling, the passage of stars across the night sky, the lighthouse fire burning steadily through darkness until dawn brings its own natural illumination. These ancient patterns continue today, connecting us through time to those early mariners who navigated by stars and flame, finding their way across seemingly boundless waters. As night deepens around us, and your consciousness gently shifts toward the threshold of sleep, consider how the ancient lighthouses represent one of humanity's most noble endeavors, creating safety for others, often at great cost and with no expectation of recognition or reward. The lighthouse keepers of antiquity rarely knew the names or faces of those whose lives they protected. They simply maintained their vigil, night after night, season after season, their dedicated efforts rippling outward to touch countless lives. The soft weight of drowsiness settles over you now, like a comfortable blanket on a cool evening. Your breathing has found its natural, restful rhythm, deep and regular like gentle waves against a sheltered shore. The tension in your muscles continues to release with each exhalation, leaving behind a pleasant heaviness that anchors you securely in this moment of peaceful transition. The ancient lighthouses have long since darkened, their fires extinguished by time and changing technology. The Tower of Hercules in Spain stands as a rare exception, its structure renovated and modernized over centuries, its purpose unchanged after 2,000 years. Most of its ancient counterparts exist now only in historical accounts, artistic renderings, and archaeological remains. Yet their legacy continues in every modern lighthouse that still marks dangerous coastlines around the world, in every navigation aid that guides ships safely through treacherous waters. As sleep draws nearer, imagine once more those ancient keepers tending their fires through the quiet hours of night. The gentle repetition of their tasks adding fuel, adjusting reflectors, watching the horizon created a meditative cadence that mirrors your own gradually slowing thoughts. There is wisdom in this deliberate attention to necessary tasks, this commitment to maintaining a light that offers guidance to unseen others. The stars wheel slowly overhead, following the same paths they traced when ancient mariners used them to navigate unknown waters. The constellations that guided Phoenician traders and Roman captains still shine down upon our world, their light traveling across vast distances just as the beams from ancient lighthouses once stretched across dark seas. This continuity connects us to those who came before, a shared experience of finding our way through darkness guided by distant, faithful lights. Your awareness now drifts like a ship on gentle currents, thoughts becoming less distinct, the boundaries between wakefulness and dreams growing softer with each passing moment. The history of ancient lighthouses, those beacons of hope and safe, surrounds you like the protective embrace of a safe harbor. As consciousness gradually ebbs, like a tide withdrawing from shore, allow yourself to be carried peacefully into the depths of restful sleep. The ancient lighthouse keepers completed their nightly duties and then found their own rest, trusting in the steady flame they had tended so carefully. Similarly, you can now release any remaining tension, surrendering to the natural cycle of wakefulness and sleep that has governed human experience since time immemorial. The quiet darkness embraces you completely, a darkness made safe by the knowledge that dawn will eventually return, just as it has for countless generations before us. Sleep now approaches like a gentle mist, rising from calm waters, enveloping you in its peaceful embrace. And as the ancient mariners found guidance in the steady glow of coastal beacons, may you find comfort in the soft darkness of night and the promise of restoration that sleep brings. The vigilant flames of ancient lighthouses have given way to the natural rhythms of rest and renewal, carrying you safely into dreams as surely as they once guided ships to welcoming shores. In the ancient deserts of what is now southern Jordan, nestled between rugged sandstone mountains, lies a city unlike any other in the world. Petra, the rose-red city half as old as time, carved not upon the land but within it, stands as a testament to human ingenuity, artistic vision, and the rise and fall of civilizations. As we journey into the history of this remarkable place, allow your mind to wander through narrow canyons and open to the wonder that awaits. The story of Petra begins with the Nabateans, a nomadic Arab people who gradually settled in the region around the 4th century BCE. These were not ordinary desert wanderers, but skilled merchants who understood the precious value of the most essential desert commodity, water. The Nabateans possessed remarkable knowledge of hydraulic engineering, creating complex systems to harvest, channel, and store rainwater in this seemingly inhospitable landscape. Imagine the ancient trade routes that crisscrossed the Arabian Peninsula, the Levant, and Egypt. Caravans laden with precious incense from southern Arabia, silks from the Far East, spices from India, and gold and ivory from Africa all converged in this region. The Nabateans, once nomadic, recognized the strategic importance of this crossroads and gradually transformed from desert travelers to masters of commerce. The site they chose for their capital was both practical and defensible. Petra sits in a natural basin surrounded by towering mountains of rose-colored sandstone. To enter the city, travelers had to pass through the Sick, a narrow gorge over a kilometer long with walls soaring up to 180 meters high. This natural fortress provided protection, while the soft sandstone allowed the Nabateans to carve elaborate structures directly into the rock face. As wealth flowed into Petra from their control of these vital trade routes, the city blossomed. The Nabateans did not merely construct a functional trading post, they created a magnificent capital worthy of their growing influence. Their architecture reflected influences from Hellenistic Greece, ancient Egypt, and Mesopotamia, blended with their own distinctive styles. This cultural fusion resulted in something entirely unique, a city of monumental facades emerging directly from living rock. The most famous structure in Petra, known as Al-Khazna, or the Treasury, greets visitors as they emerge from the shadowy confines of the Siq. This elaborate facade, nearly 40 meters tall, was likely built as a tomb for a Nabatean king around the 1st century BCE. Its intricate details, columns, pediments, and figures drawn from classical architecture demonstrate the sophisticated artistic sensibilities of the Nabateans. Standing before it, ancient visitors would have been struck by its imposing grandeur, just as modern travelers are today. Beyond the treasury, the city unfolds with hundreds of elaborate tomb facades, temples, colonnaded streets, and a massive theater that could seat thousands. The Nabateans carved cisterns, channels, and dams to create an elaborate water management system that allowed this desert city to flourish. Gardens bloomed, fountains flowed, and public baths operated in a display of engineering brilliance that transformed harsh desert conditions into luxurious urban living. During the height of their power in the 1st century BCE, the Nabatean kingdom expanded its influence throughout the region. Their king, Aratus IV, who ruled from 9 BCE to 40 CE, presided over what many consider the golden age of Nabatean civilization. Under his reign, many of Petra's most impressive monuments were constructed. The city's population may have grown to 20,000 people, an impressive number for an ancient settlement in such challenging terrain. The Nabateans developed their own written script, created distinctive pottery, and minted their own currency. Their religious practices blended local traditions with influences from surrounding cultures. They worshipped nature deities associated with mountains, springs, and celestial bodies. Stone blocks or pillars called betyls represented their gods, and many such sacred stones have been found throughout Petra. Life in ancient Petra would have been a vibrant tapestry of sounds, scents, and activities. Imagine the marketplace filled with merchants calling out their wares in multiple languages, camel caravans arriving laden with exotic goods from distant lands, the scent of incense, a precious commodity that helped build Petra's wealth, wafting through the air. Craftspeople working stone, metal, and textiles, the sounds of construction as new monuments were carved from the living rock, water flowing through ingenious channels, sustaining life in this desert haven. The wealthy citizens of Petra lived in impressive homes cut into the cliffs or built on terraces. They adorned themselves with gold jewelry and fine imported fabrics, dined from delicate painted pottery, and enjoyed entertainments in the city's theater and public spaces. The elite were laid to rest in the elaborate tomb facades that still define Petra's landscape, eternal homes that reflected their status and beliefs about the afterlife. Yet no empire stands forever, and Petra's fortunes began to shift with changing patterns of trade and the expansion of other powers. The Roman Empire, ever growing in influence, cast its shadow over the region. In 106 CE, the Emperor Trajan annexed the Nabatean kingdom, incorporating it into the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. The Romans, appreciating Petra's strategic importance, continued to develop the city, adding their own architectural elements, paved roads, a colonnade, and new temples. For a time, Petra continued to thrive under Roman rule. The empire's famous peace, the Pax Romana, created stable conditions for trade throughout its vast territories. New Roman roads and ports shifted some trade routes, but Petra remained an important regional center. The city's character gradually changed as Roman influence permeated Nabatean culture. New buildings followed Roman architectural styles, and even the language shifted, with Greek and Latin appearing alongside Nabatean Aramaic. The gradual transformation of Petra under Roman influence reflects the resilience and adaptability of this remarkable city. Just as the soft sandstone could be carved into new forms, the culture of Petra evolved while maintaining connections to its Nabatean foundations. The rose-red city continued to welcome travelers and merchants, though now they arrived along Roman roads and conducted business under Roman law. As evening settles over the ancient stones, imagine the quiet that would fall across Petra as the business of the day concluded. Lamps would be lit in homes and temples, casting a warm glow against the red sandstone. Stars would appear in the desert sky, the same stars that guided caravans and that the ancient Nabateans observed with reverence. The cool evening air would bring relief after the heat of day, and perhaps music might drift from homes or gathering places, the melodies both familiar and strange to our modern ears. In our next chapter, we will continue to explore how changing trade routes, natural disasters, and the rise of Christianity would dramatically transform the fate of this magnificent city. But for now, rest in the knowledge that Petra endured for centuries as a crossroads of cultures, a marvel of human creativity and adaptation, rising from the desert, not as a conventional city of buildings stacked upon the earth, but as a place where human vision worked in harmony with the natural landscape to create something truly extraordinary. As the gentle light of a new day touches the rose-colored cliffs of Petra, we return to our journey through the history of this remarkable city. The Romans had incorporated the Nabatean kingdom into their vast empire, and Petra entered a new chapter in its long story. Though now under foreign rule, the city continued to thrive as an important regional center, blending Nabatean traditions with Roman innovations. The Romans, master builders and administrators, recognized the value of Petra's location and infrastructure. They maintained and expanded the ingenious water management systems created by the Nabateans, ensuring that this desert city remained well supplied with life's most precious resource. Roman engineers added their own technologies: aqueducts, larger cisterns, and public fountains that displayed not just functionality, but also artistic beauty. During this period, Petra's urban landscape evolved. The Romans restructured parts of the city center to conform with their ideal of urban planning. A grand colonnaded street ran through the heart of Petra, lined with shops and public buildings. The Romans constructed new temples dedicated to their pantheon of gods, though Nabatean deities continued to be worshipped alongside them. This religious coexistence reflected the broader cultural blending that characterized Petra under Roman rule. Imagine walking through Petra during this time, the early 2nd century CE. The city would have been a fascinating hybrid of cultures. Roman officials in their togas might pass Nabatean merchants in traditional dress. Latin and Greek inscriptions appeared alongside Nabatean Aramaic. The sense of Mediterranean cooking mingled with Arabian spices in the marketplace. Roman soldiers stood guard while local craftspeople continued their traditional work in stone, metal, and textiles. Trade remained the lifeblood of Petra, though patterns were shifting. The Roman Empire's extensive road network and naval power had opened new routes for commerce. Goods that once passed through Petra could now travel by sea or along coastal roads. Yet the city adapted. Its merchants found new opportunities within the vast Roman trading networks. Nabatean expertise in desert travel and water management remained valuable assets, and Petra's strategic location still commanded important regional routes. The city reached the height of its development in the 2nd century CE. Archaeological evidence suggests that many of Petra's most impressive structures were expanded or enhanced during this period. The population may have grown to 30,000 people, a substantial city by ancient standards. Petra was designated as the capital of the Roman province of Arabia, Petarea, further cementing its importance. In 130 CE, the Emperor Hadrian himself visited Petra during his extensive tours of the empire's eastern provinces. In his honor, a monumental arch was erected in the city. This imperial visit underscored Petra's continued significance within the Roman world. The city received the prestigious title of metropolis, granting it certain privileges and recognitions within the imperial system. Life for ordinary citizens of Petra likely improved in some ways under Roman rule. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, created stability that fostered commerce and cultural exchange. Roman governance brought standardized laws and currency throughout the empire, simplifying trade. Public works improved infrastructure. Medical knowledge from throughout the empire became available. For the elite of Petra, who adopted Roman ways and language, new opportunities opened for careers in imperial administration. Yet, not all changes were beneficial. The Romans imposed taxation that could be burdensome. Local autonomy was reduced as decisions now flowed from distant Rome. Traditional Nabatean practices and identities gradually eroded under the powerful influence of Roman culture. The transformation was not immediate, but unfolded across generations as young Nabateans increasingly adopted Roman fashion, language, and customs. By the 3rd century CE, new challenges emerged that would affect Petra's fortunes. The Roman Empire entered a period of crisis known as the 3rd century crisis. Political instability, economic problems, and external pressures strained imperial resources. As Rome's attention turned to more pressing concerns elsewhere, frontier provinces like Arabia Petraea received less support and investment. Simultaneously, broader economic patterns continued to shift. Maritime trade through the Red Sea increased, bypassing the traditional caravan routes that had made Petra wealthy. The rise of the Palmyrene Empire to the north and the Sassanid Persian Empire to the east disrupted regional trade networks. Gradually, Petra's commercial importance declined. Nature, too, played a role in Petra's changing fortunes. Evidence suggests that a series of earthquakes struck the region. A major earthquake in 363 CE damaged much of the city, including its vital water management systems. While repairs were made, the city never fully recovered its former glory. These natural disasters coincided with the economic challenges, accelerating Petra's gradual decline. Another significant factor in Petra's transformation was the rise of Christianity throughout the Roman Empire. Following Emperor Constantine's conversion in the early 4th century, Christianity spread rapidly across imperial territories. By the Byzantine period, the eastern continuation of the Roman Empire after its division, Christianity had become the dominant religion. In Petra, this religious shift manifested physically in the landscape. Some temples were converted to churches. New Byzantine churches were constructed, including a magnificent cathedral built in the 5th century CE. The ornate tomb facades carved by the Nabateans for their dead were repurposed. Some became chapels, others were used as shelters or storage. Christian symbols replaced the earlier dedications to Nabatean and Roman deities. For the people of Petra, this religious transformation meant profound changes in daily life. The rhythms of the year now followed the Christian calendar with its feasts and fasts. Education increasingly fell under church influence. Art and architecture adopted Christian motifs. While the transition was neither immediate nor universal, by the 6th century, Petra had become predominantly Christian. The city continued to exist, though with diminished importance and population. Petra served as a bishopric, a center of religious administration for the region. Byzantine records mention bishops of Petra attending church councils. The spectacular Byzantine cathedral in the city center, with its elaborate mosaics and marble furnishings, demonstrates that significant resources were still being invested in the city, even if primarily for religious purposes. As evening approaches once more in our historical journey, imagine Petra in this Byzantine period. The call of muezzins had not yet filled the air, as Islam would only arrive in the region in the 7th century. Instead, church bells might ring, calling the faithful to evening prayer. The grand monuments of the Nabatean and Roman periods still stood, though some were repurposed and others showing signs of age and earthquake damage. The population was smaller, clustered more closely together than during the city's height. The soft light of oil lamps would illuminate homes where families gathered after the day's work. Perhaps in some households, elders might still tell stories of Petra's former glory, tales passed down through generations of a time when kings ruled from this rose-red city and wealth flowed in from distant lands. The stars appearing above the narrow gap of sky visible between the towering cliffs were the same stars that had watched over Petra through all its transformations. As the shadows deepen across the ancient stones, we pause in our narrative. In our next chapter, we will explore Petra's further decline, its eventual abandonment, and the remarkable story of how this magnificent city was lost to the outside world for centuries before being rediscovered. We will follow the threads that connect the ancient Nabateans to the later inhabitants of the region, and trace how memory of the rose-red city endured even when the place itself seemed forgotten. But for now, rest with the images of Petra's Byzantine period. A city of churches and Christian symbols, smaller than in its heyday but still alive with human activity. still beautiful in its setting among the weathered sandstone cliffs. The fundamental characteristics that had always defined Petra, its remarkable integration with the natural landscape, its function as a crossroads of cultures, its resilience in the face of change, remained even as the specific manifestations evolved with each new chapter in its long history. As the stars continue their eternal journey across the night sky above Petra, we return to our historical narrative, following the Byzantine period of this remarkable desert city. The Christian transformation of Petra continued through the 5th and 6th centuries CE, with magnificent churches and religious structures becoming the focus of civic life. The Byzantine cathedral, with its splendid colored marble, elaborate mosaics, and refined architecture, stood as testament that even in this period of transition, Petra remained a place of significance. Yet greater changes were approaching from across the desert. In the early 7th century, a new religious and political force emerged from the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, founded by the Prophet Muhammad, spread rapidly throughout the region. By 636 CE, Byzantine forces were defeated at the Battle of Yarmouk, and the lands of Jordan, including Petra, came under Muslim rule as part of the growing Islamic Caliphate. For Petra, this transition appears to have been relatively peaceful. The city was not destroyed in conquest, but rather gradually adapted to new rulers and new customs. Islam, like Christianity before it, brought changes to daily life, architecture, and culture. The call to prayer echoed 5 times daily across the valley. New administrative systems were implemented. Trade networks shifted once again, now oriented toward Damascus, Baghdad, and Mecca rather than Constantinople. Archaeological evidence suggests that life continued in Petra during the early Islamic period, though on a smaller scale than before. The population became increasingly concentrated in particular areas rather than spread throughout the former city. Some Byzantine churches were converted to mosques, while others fell into disuse. The focus of regional importance shifted to other centers, particularly as the Umayyad caliphs developed new cities like Amman. Then, in the middle of the 8th century, disaster struck. A massive earthquake in 749 CE devastated much of the region, including Petra. The city's remaining infrastructure suffered severe damage. Crucially, the sophisticated water management systems that had sustained life in this desert environment for centuries were critically compromised. Without these systems, maintaining a substantial settlement in such an arid location became increasingly difficult. Following this catastrophe, Petra's population dwindled further. While never completely abandoned, nomadic Bedouin used the ancient structures for shelter, and small-scale farming continued in some areas. The once great city declined to a shadow of its former self. By the time of the Crusader period in the 12th century, Petra was described as largely deserted, though Crusaders did build a small fortress there called Le Veau Moi, the Valley of Moses. As the medieval period progressed, knowledge of Petra's existence began to fade from the wider world. The magnificent city that had once hosted emperors and controlled vital trade routes became little more than a legend to outside observers. European maps showed only vague references to an ancient city somewhere in the Arabian desert. The precise location and the true nature of Petra's rock-cut monuments were forgotten by all except the local Bedouin who continued to inhabit the region. This forgetting is perhaps one of the most remarkable aspects of Petra's story. How could such a magnificent place, a city of monumental architecture and historical importance, simply vanish from common knowledge? The answer lies partly in changing patterns of travel and commerce. As trade routes shifted, fewer outsiders passed through the region. Political boundaries and conflicts made travel difficult. The remote location, accessible only through narrow canyons, further isolated Petra from casual discovery. For centuries, Petra slumbered, its rose-colored facades weathering slowly in the desert sun and occasional rain. The Bedouin tribe known as the Badul made homes in some of the ancient caves and tombs. They knew the secrets of hidden water sources and the passages through the mountains. To them, the place was known as Batra, and they became its unofficial guardians, sometimes discouraging outsiders from approaching the site. Time passed, like the gentle flow of sand through an hourglass. Empires rose and fell. The Crusaders came and went. The Ottoman Empire extended its reach across the region. And still, Petra remained hidden from Western eyes, a lost city of legend rather than documented reality. Then, in 1812, a pivotal moment in Petra's modern history occurred. A young Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as an Arab scholar interested in making sacrifices at the tomb of Aaron, convinced a local guide to lead him through the sick and into Petra. Burckhardt, educated and observant, immediately recognized the significance of what he had found, though he had to conceal his excitement to maintain his disguise. He recorded his observations carefully, and when his journals were later published in Europe, they caused a sensation. Burckhardt's rediscovery opened a new chapter for Petra. Over the following decades, a stream of European and American travelers, artists, and archaeologists made the difficult journey to see the Rose-Red City for themselves. Each returned with drawings, descriptions, and theories that captivated Western imaginations. Petra began to enter Western consciousness through art and literature, perhaps most famously in John William Burgon's poem with its memorable description of Petra as a rose-red city half as old as time. As you breathe deeply and settle more comfortably, imagine these early explorers encountering Petra for the first time. After days of difficult desert travel, they would follow their Bedouin guides through the narrow, twisting sick, the towering walls blocking out the sun. Then, as the passage makes its final turn, the first glimpse of Al-Khazna, the treasury, would appear, the rose-colored facade glowing in the sunlight against the shadowed rock around it. Their wonder and awe echoes across the centuries, connecting us to all who have experienced this remarkable revelation. The 20th century brought new attention to Petra. Archaeological expeditions began systematic studies of the site. Tourism gradually increased, though still limited by the region's remoteness and periods of political instability. After the establishment of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan in the mid-20th century, Petra became an important national symbol and heritage site. The Jordanian government began more concerted efforts to protect and promote this archaeological treasure. Petra's international recognition continued to grow. In 1985, it was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, acknowledging its outstanding universal value to humanity. Then, in 2007, it was named one of the new 7 wonders of the world in a global poll, bringing even greater attention to this ancient marvel. As your breathing becomes deeper and more regular, consider how Petra's story reflects the broader patterns of human history. Civilizations rise and fall like the gentle rhythm of your breath. Cultures blend and transform like colors in a desert sunset. What seems permanent, even carved in stone, eventually changes, yet something endures. The beauty created by human hands working with nature remains to touch hearts across millennia. Now, as we conclude our historical journey, let the images of Petra float gently in your mind. The narrow sick with its towering walls. The first breathtaking glimpse of the treasury's facade. The hundreds of tombs and temples scattered across the valley. The ingenious water channels that sustained life in the desert. The colors of the sandstone shifting with the changing light from pale rose to deep crimson. Feel your body becoming heavier, more relaxed with each breath. Like the ancient Nabateans who found rest after long desert journeys, you too are finding peaceful repose. The weight of centuries settles around you like a soft blanket, comforting rather than burdensome. The stars that watched over ancient Petra now watch over you, constant and serene. In the quiet darkness behind your closed eyelids, you might imagine yourself walking slowly through Petra's silent streets. No crowds of tourists, no modern intrusions, just you and the ancient city under a canopy of stars. The soft sand cushions your steps. The night air carries the subtle scent of desert herbs, thyme and sage growing in rocky crevices. The massive facades stand as silent sentinels, their details softened by moonlight. As your consciousness begins to drift, like a desert traveler gradually surrendering to sleep after a long journey, know that Petra's story continues. Archaeologists still make new discoveries beneath its sands. Scholars still debate the meanings of its monuments. Visitors still stand in awe before its beauty. The rose-red city lives on in human imagination and memory, a testament to creativity, adaptability, and vision. Let your thoughts slow like the gradual settling of sand after a desert wind. The rise and fall of your breath mirrors the rise and fall of civilizations. Natural, inevitable, peaceful. The challenges that once seemed so pressing to the people of ancient Petra have long since been resolved by time. Your own concerns, too, can rest for now in the gentle embrace of approaching sleep. The story of Petra reminds us that even the most magnificent human creations eventually return to nature's keeping. There is profound peace in this knowledge, not melancholy, but a deep acceptance of life's cycles. As sleep approaches like a traveler through the sick, allow yourself to surrender to its embrace, just as Petra eventually surrendered to the quiet rhythms of the desert. Rest now, as countless others have rested in the shadow of Petra's cliffs. Sleep, while the stars wheel overhead and the desert winds whisper ancient stories. Dream, perhaps, of rose-colored stones and hidden passages, of caravans and kings, of a city that rose from the living rock and endures still in the landscape of human achievement. Good night, fellow traveler through time, good night. In the golden age of Islamic civilization, as the first millennium of the Common Era was drawing to a close, a remarkable child was born in a small village near Bukhara, in what is now Uzbekistan. The year was 980, and this child, named Ibn Sina, known to the Western world as Avicenna, would grow to become one of the most brilliant minds humanity has ever known. His intellectual journey began early, his curious eyes taking in the world around him with unusual intensity. By the tender age of 10, Ibn Sina had already memorized the entire Quran, displaying an extraordinary capacity for learning that astounded his teachers. His father, recognizing this exceptional gift, ensured he received the finest education available, bringing tutors from far and wide to nurture his son's voracious intellect. The young Ibn Sina absorbed knowledge like the desert sand, drinks rain, studying arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, logic, and the natural sciences. As a teenager, he turned his attention to medicine, a field that would later become one of his greatest passions. Ibn Sina's approach to learning was both methodical and relentless. He would study all day and then continue into the night by candlelight, sometimes sleeping only briefly before resuming his intellectual pursuits. When faced with a particularly challenging concept, he would visit the mosque, pray for clarity, and then return to his studies with renewed focus. By the age of 18, Ibn Sina had become a practicing physician, his reputation growing as he successfully treated patients that others had given up for lost. His medical knowledge was not merely theoretical but deeply practical, refined through careful observation and thoughtful analysis. One of his most famous early achievements was curing the Samanid ruler Nu ibn Mansur of an illness that had baffled other physicians. In gratitude, the ruler granted Ibn Sina access to the royal library, a treasure trove of ancient wisdom from Greece, Rome, India, and beyond. This access to the royal collection was transformative for Ibn Sina. Among its shelves, he discovered the works of Aristotle, Hippocrates, Galen, and other ancient scholars. He studied their writings intensively, absorbing their knowledge while also noting where their understanding fell short. This critical engagement with earlier medical and philosophical traditions would become a hallmark of Ibn Sina's approach, allowing him to build upon the foundations laid by his predecessors while pushing knowledge forward in new directions. The political landscape of Central Asia during Ibn Sina's lifetime was turbulent, marked by the rise and fall of dynasties and frequent military conflicts. Following the collapse of the Samanid dynasty, Ibn Sina began a life of wandering, moving from court to court, offering his services as a physician and scholar to various rulers. Despite this unsettled existence, his intellectual output remained extraordinary. It was during these years of travel and service to different courts that Ibn Sina began work on what would become his magnum opus, the Book of Healing, or Kitab al-Shifa in Arabic. Contrary to what its title might suggest to modern ears, this was not merely a medical text, but a vast encyclopedia of knowledge encompassing physics, metaphysics, mathematics, psychology, logic, and indeed, medicine. The book represented Ibn Sina's ambitious attempt to heal not just the physical body, but the soul and intellect as well, offering a comprehensive system of knowledge that addressed all aspects of human existence. Ibn Sina wrote the Book of Healing during a particularly productive period while serving in the court of Shams al-Dawla in Hamadan, in present-day Iran. Despite his official duties, which included serving as a physician and vizier, a high-ranking political advisor, he devoted considerable time to writing, often working late into the night. His writing process was methodical yet inspired, drawing on his extraordinary memory and his ability to synthesize diverse sources of knowledge into coherent new frameworks. The medical portions of the Book of Healing, which were later collected separately in the Canon of Medicine, Al-Qanun fi al-Tib, represented a watershed in medical history. In these texts, Ibn Sina cataloged diseases with unprecedented precision, described their symptoms, and outlined treatments based on a sophisticated understanding of how the body functioned. He emphasized the importance of experimentation and empirical observation, insisting that medical knowledge should be grounded in practical experience rather than mere theory. One of Ibn Sina's most significant contributions was his understanding of contagious diseases. He correctly identified that some illnesses could spread from person to person through imperceptible means, a revolutionary concept for his time. He described tuberculosis as a contagious disease and recommended quarantine measures to prevent its spread, ideas that were centuries ahead of their time and would not become common medical practice in Europe until much later. The Canon of Medicine also contained detailed descriptions of over 760 drugs, explaining their properties, effects, and proper usage. Ibn Sina's pharmacological knowledge was extensive, drawing on traditions from across the known world. He introduced systematic drug testing, emphasizing the importance of controlling variables and repeated experimentation to determine a substance's efficacy. This methodological approach to pharmacology laid the groundwork for modern pharmaceutical research. Beyond specific medical knowledge, Ibn Sina's work represented a sophisticated synthesis of empirical observation and rational analysis. He argued that medicine must be based on both careful observation of patients and logical reasoning about causes and effects. This balanced approach, which combined practicality with theoretical rigor, would influence medical practice for centuries to come. As Ibn Sina's reputation spread, students and scholars traveled great distances to study with him. His teaching style was engaging and thorough, challenging his students to think critically rather than merely memorize facts. He believed in the power of dialogue and debate to sharpen the mind and advance knowledge, often engaging in spirited discussions with both supporters and critics of his ideas. Despite the demands of his medical practice, political duties, and scholarly writing, Ibn Sina also found time to explore other intellectual interests. He wrote poetry, studied music, and delved into questions of ethics and spirituality. This breadth of knowledge gave his medical work a uniquely holistic quality, as he understood health not merely as the absence of disease but as a state of balance and harmony within the whole person. Throughout his life, Ibn Sina maintained a rigorous daily routine. He would rise early for prayer, followed by seeing patients and attending to administrative duties. The afternoon would be devoted to teaching and scholarly discussions, while the evening and early night were reserved for writing. Despite this disciplined approach to his work, he also recognized the importance of rest and relaxation for maintaining health, advising moderation in all aspects of life. The influence of the Book of Healing and the Canon of Medicine quickly spread beyond the Islamic world. By the 12th century, Ibn Sina's medical texts had been translated into Latin and had become standard references in European medical schools. For nearly 500 years, European physicians learned medicine primarily through Ibn Sina's works, with the Canon remaining a core medical textbook at institutions like the University of Montpellier in France until the late 17th century. The brilliance of Ibn Sina's Book of Healing lay not only in its comprehensive scope, but also in its methodical organization. The text was structured with remarkable clarity, making complex medical knowledge accessible to students and practitioners alike. Each section flowed naturally into the next, creating a coherent system of understanding that could guide physicians through the challenges of diagnosis and treatment. Within the medical portions of his encyclopedia, Ibn Sina introduced a revolutionary approach to clinical observation. He emphasized the importance of carefully noting all symptoms, not just the most obvious ones, and considering how they related to one another. This holistic approach to diagnosis represented a significant advancement in medical practice, moving beyond the more simplistic methods that had prevailed previously. Ibn Sina's understanding of human anatomy, while limited by the constraints of his era, was nonetheless remarkably sophisticated. He described the structure and function of major organs with impressive accuracy, particularly the heart, which he correctly identified as the central organ of the circulatory system. His descriptions of the heart's chambers and the movement of blood were more accurate than those of many predecessors, though he did not fully discover blood circulation as we understand it today. Perhaps most notably, Ibn Sina developed a sophisticated understanding of the nervous system. He described various nerves and their functions, recognized the brain as the center of sensation and movement, and even distinguished between motor and sensory nervous distinction that would not become common knowledge in European medicine for centuries. This neurological knowledge informed his approach to treating conditions affecting the brain and nerves, including stroke, epilepsy, and various forms of paralysis. The Book of Healing also contained groundbreaking insights into human psychology. Ibn Sina recognized the profound connection between mental and physical health, noting how emotions and thoughts could affect bodily functions. He described various psychological conditions and their physical manifestations, recommending treatments that addressed both mind and body. This understanding of psychosomatic medicine was remarkably advanced for the 11th century and anticipated modern approaches to mental health. Ibn Sina's approach to treatment was characterized by a preference for gentle interventions whenever possible. He advocated starting with dietary modifications and lifestyle changes before moving to more invasive treatments. His pharmacological recommendations were carefully calibrated with precise dosages and preparation methods. He warned against the dangers of excessive medication, recognizing that powerful drugs could harm as well as heal, a principle of moderation that remains central to good medical practice today. In discussing specific diseases, Ibn Sina's observations were often strikingly accurate. He provided detailed descriptions of diabetes, noting the sweet taste of diabetic urine and the excessive thirst experienced by patients. He recognized the potential complications of the disease and recommended dietary restrictions that bear some resemblance to modern diabetic diets. Similarly, his descriptions of conditions like meningitis, smallpox, and tuberculosis were precise enough that modern physicians can easily recognize these diseases from his text. The therapeutic recommendations in the Book of Healing reflected Ibn Sina's broad knowledge of medical traditions from across the known world. He incorporated treatments from Persian, Greek, Indian, and Chinese medicine, evaluating each based on its efficacy rather than its origin. This openness to diverse medical traditions allowed him to create a synthesis that was more comprehensive and effective than any single tradition on its own. Beyond specific treatments, Ibn Sina emphasized the importance of prevention. He wrote extensively on how to maintain health through proper diet, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and attention to one's mental state. He described how different environments, seasons, and life stages required different approaches to health maintenance. This preventive approach reflected his understanding that preserving health was preferably and often easier than curing disease once it had taken hold. The Book of Healing also addressed surgical procedures, though Ibn Sina himself was primarily a physician rather than a surgeon. He described various surgical techniques, including methods for treating wounds, setting broken bones, and removing bladder stones. For each procedure, he outlined the necessary preparations, the steps of the operation itself, and the post-operative care required. His surgical recommendations reflected a careful balance between necessary intervention and the recognition of surgery's risks. In his discussion of materia medicae, substances used in preparing medicines, Ibn Sina was extraordinarily thorough. He categorized medicinal plants, minerals, and animal products according to their properties and effects. For each substance, he noted its basic qualities: hot, cold, dry, or moist, its strength, and how these properties could be modified through various preparation methods. This systematic approach to pharmacology provided a framework that physicians could use to develop treatments tailored to individual patients. The Book of Healing also contained significant sections on what we would now call public health. Ibn Sina recognized that certain conditions were influenced by environmental factors, including water quality, air purity, and sanitation. He provided recommendations for maintaining healthy living conditions and preventing the spread of disease in communities. These public health insights demonstrated his understanding that medicine must address not only individual patients but also the broader conditions that affect health. As the Book of Healing and its medical companion, the Canon of Medicine, spread throughout the Islamic world and beyond, they transformed medical education. Students now had a systematic reference that integrated theoretical knowledge with practical guidance. Medical schools in cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba used Ibn Sina's texts as their primary teaching tools, producing generations of physicians trained in his methods. The translation of Ibn Sina's medical works into Latin in the 12th century marked a crucial moment in the transmission of knowledge between civilizations. Gerard of Cremona, working in Toledo, Spain, undertook the monumental task of translating the Canon of Medicine into Latin, making Ibn Sina's insights accessible to European scholars who could not read Arabic. This translation became one of the foundations of medical education in medieval European universities. At institutions like the University of Bologna, the University of Paris, and the University of Oxford, students and professors pored over Ibn Sina's works, annotating and commenting on his insights. European medical scholars like Arnaud de Villanova and Bernard de Gordon wrote commentaries on the canon, helping to integrate Ibn Sina's approaches into European medical practice. The influence of these texts was so profound that in many European medical faculties, it was impossible to graduate without demonstrating a thorough knowledge of Ibn Sina's medical system. The legacy of the Book of Healing extended beyond medicine itself. Ibn Sina's methods of systematic observation, careful recording of findings, and logical analysis of results influenced the development of the scientific method in both Islamic and European contexts. His insistence on testing theoretical knowledge against practical experience helped to establish empiricism as a central principle of scientific inquiry. As the sun set on the medieval period and the Renaissance dawned in Europe, Ibn Sina's works continued to be studied and debated. Even as new discoveries sometimes challenged specific details of his medical system, the overall framework he had established, with its emphasis on careful observation, systematic analysis, and holistic understanding of the patient, remained influential. Revolutionary anatomists like Andreas Vesalius, even as they corrected some of Ibn Sina's anatomical descriptions, continued to engage with his broader medical philosophy. In the Islamic world, the Book of Healing remained a cornerstone of medical education throughout the medieval and early modern periods. Hospitals from Samarkand to Seville were organized according to principles derived from Ibn Sina's works, with specialized wards for different types of conditions and systematic approaches to patient care. The pharmacies attached to these hospitals prepared medicines according to Ibn Sina's formulations, with careful attention to quality control and proper dosing. As evening approaches and the light grows softer, imagine Ibn Sina in his study, surrounded by manuscripts, working by the gentle glow of oil lamps. The room is quiet except for the occasional scratch of his pen on paper as he records insights that will guide healers for centuries to come. Outside his window, the stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, eternal witnesses to human, striving for knowledge and understanding. The influence of Ibn Sina's Book of Healing continued to ripple through the centuries, touching countless lives across diverse cultures and continents. As medical knowledge expanded and evolved, the fundamental principles he established remained remarkably resilient. His insistence on careful observation, his systematic approach to diagnosis, and his focus on treating the whole person rather than isolated symptoms continued to guide medical practitioners long after specific details of his theories had been revised or replaced. In the gardens of healing that Ibn Sina helped cultivate, generations of physicians tended the seeds of knowledge he had planted, watching them grow and branch in new directions. His approach to medicine as both an art and a science created a balanced perspective that allowed for both the precision of scientific inquiry and the compassion essential to the healing relationship. This duality enriched medical practice, preventing it from becoming either coldly technical or merely intuitive. As we reflect on the remarkable journey of Ibn Sina's masterwork through history, we can imagine the countless sick rooms where physicians opened his texts by lamplight, seeking guidance for a difficult case. We can envision students in Damascus, Toledo, Montpellier, and Bologna poring over his words, their minds expanding with each carefully articulated insight. The Book of Healing and the Canon of Medicine became companions to healers across cultures and languages, offering both practical guidance and intellectual inspiration. The pages of Ibn Sina's works, translated and copied by dedicated scholars, crossed deserts and seas, mountains and plains, bringing knowledge that alleviated suffering and preserved life. Each translation represented a bridge between cultures, a testament to the universal human desire to understand our bodies and minds, to protect health and comfort those in distress. In this way, the Book of Healing became not just a medical text, but a humanistic endeavor that transcended political and religious boundaries. As your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to drift, imagine the peaceful rhythm of life in the medieval hospitals established according to Ibn Sina's principles. These were places of calm and order, with fountains providing soothing sounds in central courtyards, gardens growing medicinal herbs, and wards designed to promote healing through light, air, and tranquility. Physicians moved quietly through these spaces, their approach to patients informed by Ibn Sina's wisdom, balancing technical skill with compassionate care. The gentle flow of knowledge from one generation to the next resembles the peaceful flowing of a river, constant yet ever-changing. Ibn Sina understood this continuity, acknowledging his debt to earlier healers while confident that future generations would build upon his work. This humble recognition of our place in the ongoing story of human understanding brings a sense of peaceful connection to something larger than ourselves, a tapestry of learning to which we all contribute our threads. As night deepens and the stars shine more brightly in the velvet sky, we can take comfort in this unbroken lineage of healing wisdom. The same stars that looked down on Ibn Sina as he wrote by candlelight now shine upon us, creating a bridge across the centuries. Time seems to slow and soften as we contemplate this continuity, our breathing naturally becoming deeper and more regular, our thoughts more tranquil and measured. Picture a garden of healing plants under this starlight, each leaf and flower containing properties that Ibn Sina catalogued with such care, lavender releasing its soothing fragrance into the night air. Chamomile flowers closed in sleep until morning. Rosemary standing tall and fragrant, its name derived from dew of the sea. In this garden of healing, everything is in its proper place, growing according to its nature, part of a larger harmony that brings peace to those who contemplate it. The wisdom of balance that permeates Ibn Sina's work extends beyond medicine to guide our approach to life itself. He understood that health requires moderation in all things, in eating and drinking, in work and rest, in emotional expression and restraint. As your body settles more deeply into comfort, you might reflect on this balance in your own life, feeling gratitude for the ancient wisdom that still guides us toward well-being. Ibn Sina's legacy reminds us that healing is not merely the absence of disease, but the presence of harmony. As your breathing continues its gentle rhythm, notice the natural balance within your own body, the steady beat of your heart, the flow of breath in and out, the gradual relaxation of muscles from head to toe. This inner harmony connects you to the universal patterns that Ibn Sina studied so carefully, the rhythms of nature that restore and sustain life. The night deepens around us now, wrapping the world in gentle darkness conducive to rest and renewal. In medieval understanding, night was a time when the body naturally turned inward to heal and restore itself. Ibn Sina recognized the essential role of sleep in maintaining health, observing how the body used these quiet hours to repair and rejuvenate itself. His insights remind us to honor this natural cycle, to welcome sleep as a healing presence rather than resisting its approach. As your thoughts become more distant and dreamlike, imagine Ibn Sina's own journey coming to its peaceful conclusion. After a lifetime of extraordinary intellectual achievement and service to others, he approached his final days with the same philosophical calm that characterized his approach to life. His legacy secured through his writings, he could release his hold on the world with serenity, knowing that his insights would continue to heal and comfort long after he was gone. This same serenity is available to us now as we release the activities and concerns of the day, allowing our minds to gradually slow and quiet. Like a boat gently coming to rest at a peaceful shore, we can surrender to the natural rhythm of rest, trusting in the wisdom of our bodies to know what they need. The anxieties that seemed so pressing in daylight now soften and recede, putting themselves into proper perspective as sleep approaches. Ibn Sina understood that healing occurs not through force but through creating the conditions that allow natural processes to unfold. Just as he advised physicians to work with the body's innate healing abilities rather than against them, we too can cooperate with our natural need for rest. There is nothing to struggle against, nothing to resist, only the gentle surrender to the healing embrace of sleep that restores both body and mind. The wisdom contained in the Book of Healing reminds us that we are part of a natural order, connected to cycles larger than ourselves. The same patterns that govern the changing of seasons, the waxing and waning of the moon, the ebb and flow of tides, also move within us. As you breathe deeply and regularly, feel yourself in harmony with these ancient rhythms, your body knowing instinctively how to find its way to restoration and balance. In the quietness of approaching sleep, the boundaries between thoughts begin to dissolve, just as the distinct sections of Ibn Sina's great work ultimately formed a unified whole. Individual concerns merge into a general sense of well-being. Specific tensions release into overall relaxation. This integration of mind and body, of the individual with the universal, creates the conditions for the deepest healing. As your awareness drifts ever more gently toward sleep, trust in the wisdom that has guided healing for over a millennium. The same principles that Ibn Sina articulated so carefully continue to operate within you, maintaining the delicate balance that sustains life and health. There is nothing you need to do now but surrender to these gentle forces, allowing them to carry you toward the deep restoration that sleep provides. The stars continue their slow journey across the night sky, patient witnesses to the cycle of wakefulness and sleep that refreshes all living things. Ibn Sina observed these same stars, finding in their orderly movements a reflection of the harmonious principles he sought to understand in the human body. As your consciousness grows ever more distant and diffuse, imagine yourself floating peacefully beneath this canopy of stars, held in the same universal embrace that has comforted countless generations before you. Let the final words of this historical journey be as soft as whispers, guiding you toward the threshold of sleep. The legacy of healing wisdom flows smoothly from the past into the present moment, creating a continuity that transcends time. Rest now in this timeless knowledge, allowing yourself to be carried gently into sleep, where the body continues its quiet work of healing and renewal. Following the wisdom that Ibn Sina recognized so many centuries ago, the wisdom that continues to guide us still as we surrender to the peace of night. In the gentle quietude of the 7th century, when the world moved at the pace of footsteps and the rhythm of horse hooves, there lived a remarkable man whose quest for knowledge would become one of history's greatest journeys. His name was Xuanzang, a Buddhist monk born in the year 602 CE in present-day Henan Province, China, during the prosperous Tang Dynasty. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let us travel back through time to discover the extraordinary journey of this devoted seeker of wisdom. Xuanzang was born into a family of scholars, where the pursuit of knowledge was valued above all else. From his earliest days, he displayed an uncommon intellect and curiosity about the world beyond the boundaries of his homeland. Picture the young boy sitting beneath the spreading branches of an ancient tree, his eyes wide with wonder as elders told tales of distant lands and profound philosophies. The soft rustling of leaves overhead, the warm sunlight dappling through the branches, creating patterns of light and shadow on the pages of texts he studied with diligence. By the age of 13, Xuanzang had already decided to follow his brother into monastic life, joining the Jingtu Temple, where he was ordained as a novice monk. Imagine the solemn ceremony. The scent of incense filling the air, the melodic chanting of sutras echoing through the temple halls. The young monk, head freshly shaven, donning simple robes of deep saffron, bowing in reverence as he embraced his new life of contemplation and study. As Xuanzang matured in his spiritual practice, he became increasingly troubled by inconsistencies he found in the Buddhist texts available in China. Different translations offered contradicting interpretations, creating confusion where there should be clarity. This troubled the methodical mind of the young monk, who believed that truth should be coherent and harmonious. He yearned to travel to India, the birthplace of Buddhism, to study the original Sanskrit texts and learn from the masters who taught at the great monastic universities like Nalanda. There was, however, a significant obstacle in his path. Emperor Taizong had forbidden foreign travel, making Xuanzang's desired pilgrimage not merely difficult, but dangerous, potentially a capital offense. Yet the call of knowledge proved stronger than the fear of imperial punishment. In the year 629 CE, at the age of 27, Xuanzang made the momentous decision to defy the emperor's decree and embark on his quest for truth. Under the cover of darkness, with the moon casting silver light upon the path before him, Xuanzang slipped away from Chang'an, the magnificent Tang capital. He carried little, with him some Buddhist texts, writing materials, and a few personal belongings. The weight of his decision must have pressed upon him as heavily as the small pack upon his shoulders. Behind him lay everything familiar as home, his temple, his fellow monks, and the safety of the known world. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the vast expanses of unknown territories. The initial stages of his journey took him through the western regions of China, following the northern route of the Silk Road. Visualize the young monk walking steadily through changing landscapes, verdant valleys, giving way to rolling hills, then to the harsh beauty of arid plateaus. The soft padding of his sandaled feet raising small clouds of dust with each step, his robes billowing gently in the desert wind. Xuanzang traveled first to Liangzhou, where he was welcomed by the local governor who, impressed by the monk's determination and scholarship, provided him with letters of introduction to help him on his way. From there, he continued to Guizhou, the last Chinese-controlled territory before the perilous desert regions that lay beyond. At Guizhou, Xuanzang faced his first major challenge. The border was heavily guarded to prevent exactly the kind of unauthorized departure he was attempting. With remarkable patience, he waited for an opportunity, observing the movements of the guards, the rhythms of the watchmen's routines. One night, guided by the light of countless stars scattered across the vast desert sky, he managed to slip past the watchtowers and cross into territories unknown to most of his countrymen. Now, Xuanzang stood at the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, one of the world's most forbidding landscapes. The name itself is said to mean place of no return in the local Uyghur language. Stretching before him were endless waves of sand dunes, shimmering with heat during the day, eerily silent and cold at night. Few travelers dared to cross this treacherous expanse, where water was scarce and the path easily lost amid shifting sands. Imagine standing beside Xuanzang at this moment, feeling the weight of the decision before him. The desert stretched out like a vast ocean, its sand dunes rippling like waves frozen in time. The sun beat down with unrelenting intensity, the air so dry it seemed to pull moisture from the very breath in his lungs. In the distance, perhaps, a dust devil spun lazily, a vertical column of swirling sand reaching skyward like a spectral messenger. Xuanzang was fortunate to find a guide willing to lead him across this perilous terrain. But even with guidance, the journey was fraught with danger. There were days when their water supplies dwindled dangerously low, when the scorching heat of day gave way to the bone-chilling cold of desert nights. Picture the small caravan making its way across the undulating landscape, the figures of men and beasts appearing tiny against the immensity of the desert. One night, separated from his guide and hopelessly lost, Xuanzang faced what might have been the end of his journey and his life. His water gourd empty, His strength fading, he sat beneath the vast canopy of stars and turned his thoughts to prayer. According to his own account, written years later, he experienced a vision that renewed his determination and somehow guided him back to the correct path. After many days of arduous travel, the monk and his companions emerged from the desert, reaching the kingdom of Turfan, an oasis city where Buddhism flourished under the rule of a devout king. Here, Xuanzang was received with honor. The king, impressed by the Chinese monk's erudition and determination, provided him with supplies, letters of introduction to rulers of lands further along his route, and even tried to persuade him to remain as an honored teacher. But Xuanzang's goal lay further still. He politely declined the king's generous offer and prepared to continue his westward journey. His path would now take him through the towering Tian Shan Mountains, where narrow paths clung to steep slopes above dizzying drops, where spring avalanches and winter blizzards claimed the lives of unwary travelers each year. Picture him now, ascending winding mountain trails, his breath forming small clouds in the crisp, thin air. Above him, peaks capped with snow gleamed in the sunlight like the crowns of celestial beings. Below, valleys plunged into shadow, green with forests or meadows, where wildflowers nodded in the gentle mountain breeze. Each step took him higher. Each day brought new vistas of breathtaking beauty and daunting challenge. As Xuanzang crossed these mountains, he encountered peoples of different cultures and languages. There were settlements of traders who had made their homes at the crossroads of the Great Silk Road, communities that had adapted to life in these high, harsh lands. In some villages, Buddhism was practiced. In others, different faiths held sway. Yet everywhere, the determined monk was met with curiosity and, more often than not, with kindness. Trading caravans became his companions for stretches of the journey, offering safety in numbers through bandit-frequented passes. Around evening, campfires, as stars began to appear in the deepening blue of the mountain sky, travelers would share stories of lands they had seen, peoples they had met, wonders and dangers that lay ahead. Xuanzang listened attentively, gathering information that would help him navigate the next stages of his journey. By the time he reached Samarkand, a jewel of a city where merchants from east and west met to trade goods and ideas, Xuanzang had already traveled further than most people of his time would journey in a lifetime. Yet he had covered less than half the distance to his ultimate destination. As he rested in Samarkand, enjoying the city's famed fruits and the hospitality of its people, he must have reflected on how far he had come and how far he still had to go. The deserts and mountains he had crossed had tested his resolve, but they had not broken it. Each challenge overcome had strengthened his determination to reach India, to drink from the fountainhead of Buddhist wisdom. And so, as we leave Xuanzang for now, contemplating his next steps in the bustling markets of Samarkand, surrounded by the sounds of many languages and the scents of exotic spices, we too can pause and reflect. The journey thus far has been arduous, yet beautiful in its way. The monk's unwavering purpose in the face of hardship speaks to something within us, all the desire to seek truth, to understand, to grow in wisdom even when the path is difficult. As you rest now, let your mind drift with these images, the vast desert under an endless sky, the mountain paths winding between earth and heaven, the oasis cities with their gardens and temples. Feel your breathing slow to a gentle rhythm, like the steady pace of a pilgrim on a sacred journey. Allow the determination of Xuanzang to inspire a sense of peace within you, a quiet confidence that challenges can be met with patience and persistence. As the golden light of dawn washes over the ancient city of Samarkand, we return to Xuanzang's remarkable journey. The Chinese monk had already traversed vast deserts and formidable mountain ranges, but the most challenging parts of his pilgrimage still lay ahead. As you settle more comfortably, let us continue following the footsteps of this determined seeker of wisdom. From Samarkand, Xuanzang's path led him southward toward the Hindu Kush mountainsome majestic range whose name means killer of Hindus, a somber testament to the dangers it posed to travelers. Picture these mountains rising like titans from the earth, their peaks perpetually crowned with snow, their slopes steep and treacherous. Valleys cut deep between them, where rivers rushed with the meltwater of ancient glaciers, their sound a constant companion to those who dared these paths. Crossing these mountains required both physical endurance and unwavering resolve. Local guides led Xuanzang and his small party through narrow passes where the path sometimes narrowed to just a few handspans wide, with sheer drops of thousands of feet on one side and towering rock faces on the other. Imagine the monk carefully placing each foot, his simple cloth shoes offering little protection against the sharp stones underfoot, his breath visible in the cold mountain air, his hands occasionally reaching out to steady himself against the rock wall. At higher elevations, the air grew thin, making each step an effort, each breath a conscious act. Snow and ice made the path treacherous, while sudden storms could arise without warning, enveloping travelers in blinding whiteness where the boundary between earth and sky disappeared. During one such crossing, Xuanzang later wrote of losing several companions to the unforgiving mountains, some falling from narrow ledges, others succumbing to the cold and altitude. Yet through these trials, Xuanzang maintained his inner calm. Each morning, despite the hardships, he would sit in meditation as the first light touched the mountaintops, centering himself in his purpose before continuing his journey. His discipline was unwavering, his focus absolute. Even in the most challenging conditions, he carried with him the few precious Buddhist texts he had brought from China, protecting them from the elements as carefully as he protected his own life. After weeks of arduous travel through the mountains, Xuanzang descended into the fertile valleys of what is now Afghanistan and Pakistan. Here, the landscape transformed dramatically. Verdant fields stretched toward the horizon, nourished by rivers flowing from the mountains he had just crossed. Villages nestled among orchards of apricots, peaches, and mulberries. The air was filled with the scent of growing things, a welcome change from the austere purity of mountain winds. In these regions, Xuanzang encountered the remnants of Gandhara, once a great Buddhist kingdom that had flourished for centuries at the crossroads of Persian, Greek, and Indian influences. Though its political power had waned by Xuanzang's time, its cultural and artistic legacy remained vibrant. Imagine him wandering through ancient stupas and monasteries, many already hundreds of years old, their walls adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings depicting the life of Buddha and scenes from Buddhist scripture. The art of Gandhara would have been particularly fascinating to Xuanzang, for it represented a unique fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetic traditions. Greek-influenced representations of the Buddha, with their realistic proportions and flowing robes reminiscent of classical statuary, stood alongside works that showed distinctly Indian influences. These artistic treasures were visual testimony to the way ideas and beliefs could travel across cultural boundaries and be transformed in the process, a journey parallel to the one Xuanzang himself was undertaking. In monasteries throughout the region, Xuanzang was welcomed as an honored guest. His reputation as a scholar had preceded him, carried along the trade routes by merchants and other travelers. Abbots and learned monks engaged him in philosophical discussions that often lasted deep into the night, the flicker of oil lamps casting moving shadows on monastery walls as minds engaged in the exploration of the most profound questions of existence. During his stay in these lands, Xuanzang immersed himself in the study of local Buddhist traditions and collected manuscripts to take back to China. He was particularly interested in different interpretations of Buddhist teachings, carefully noting variations and seeking to understand the historical and philosophical roots of these differences. His was not merely a journey of distance, but of deepening understanding. As summer gave way to autumn, Xuanzang prepared for perhaps the most anticipated part of his journey crossing into India proper, the cradle of Buddhism. His path would take him through the Khyber Pass, that narrow corridor through the mountains that had served for millennia as the gateway between Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent. Countless armies, traders, and pilgrims had passed this way before him, following a route dictated by geography and maintained by necessity. The Khyber Pass presented its own challenges: steep gradients, narrow defiles where ambushes were common, and the ever-present danger of bandits who preyed on travelers. Imagine the tension as Xuanzang's small party moved through the pass, alert to every sound, every movement. The towering rock walls on either side seemed to press in, at times blocking the sun and casting the path into shadow. Yet there was grandeur here too, massive scale of the landscape, the play of light and shadow on ancient stone, the sense of passing through a portal between worlds. And then, finally, India lay before him, the land he had dreamed of reaching, the source of the wisdom he had traveled so far to find. As he emerged from the pass and gazed upon the vast plain stretching toward the horizon, what emotions must have filled his heart? Relief at having survived the journey thus far, anticipation of the learning that awaited him, wonder at finally beholding the land that had existed for so long in his imagination. Xuanzang's first encounters with India were in the northwestern regions, in what is now Punjab. Here the landscape opened up dramatically after the confining mountain passages. Wide rivers meandered across fertile plains where crops grew in abundance. Villages and towns dotted the landscape, connected by well-traveled roads. The climate was warmer, more humid than the lands he had passed through, the vegetation more lush, the colors more vibrant. The culture, too, was different from anything Xuanzang had known before. The rhythms of life, the styles of dress, the customs and ceremonious all were new to him, requiring careful observation and adaptation. Yet Buddhism provided a common language, a shared framework of understanding that transcended these surface differences. In monasteries and temples throughout the region, Xuanzang found himself welcomed not as a foreigner, but as a fellow seeker on the path to enlightenment. As he traveled deeper into India, Xuanzang methodically visited sites sacred to Buddhism. At Taxila, one of the oldest cities in the region and once a great center of learning, he explored ancient ruins and studied with local scholars. Picture him walking thoughtfully among crumbling stupas and monasteries, running his fingers over weathered stone carvings, his mind reconstructing the vibrant communities that had once flourished there. From Taxila, Xuanzang continued his journey eastward and southward, following the footsteps of the Buddha himself. He visited Kapilavastu, where Siddhartha Gautama had spent his youth as a prince, Bodh Gaya, where the Buddha had attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, Sarnath, where he delivered his first sermon, and Kushinagar, where he had passed into final nirvana. At each of these places, Xuanzang performed rituals of devotion, offering incense and flowers, circumambulating stupas, meditating in the very spots where the Buddha had sat centuries before. Imagine him sitting cross-legged beneath the spreading branches of the Bodhi tree, eyes closed in meditation, connecting across time with the enlightenment experience of the Buddha. The gentle rustling of leaves overhead, the play of dappled sunlight on his still form, the sense of timelessness in this most sacred of spaces. But Xuanzang's journey was not merely one of pilgrimage to sacred sites. He had come to India to study, to deepen his understanding of Buddhist teachings through direct engagement with the finest scholars of his time. And for this purpose, there was no place more renowned than the great monastic university of Nalanda. Nalanda was the pinnacle of Buddhist scholarly achievement, a vast complex of temples, lecture halls, libraries, and living quarters that housed thousands of monks and students from across Asia. Its reputation for academic excellence was unparalleled, its libraries containing tens of thousands of volumes on subjects ranging from Buddhist philosophy to medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. As Xuanzang approached Nalanda, he would have seen its buildings rising impressively above the surrounding countryside, a multistoried structures of red brick with elegant architectural details. Imagine him pausing at the site, taking in the scale and beauty of this famous center of learning, perhaps feeling a mixture of awe and trepidation at the thought of studying among the greatest minds of the Buddhist world. His reception at Nalanda exceeded all expectations. News of a Chinese monk who had defied imperial decree and crossed mountains and deserts to study at Nalanda had preceded him, and the entire community turned out to welcome him. The abbot himself, a venerable scholar named Silabhadra, came forward to greet Xuanzang personally, an extraordinary honor that reflected recognition of the Chinese monk's already considerable reputation for learning and devotion. Silabhadra would become Xuanzang's primary teacher during his time at Nalanda, guiding him through the intricate philosophical systems of Mahayana Buddhism, and particularly the Yogacara, or mind-only school of thought. Their relationship grew to be one of deep mutual respect, the aging Indian master recognizing in the younger Chinese monk a worthy successor who would carry these teachings back to the East. At Nalanda, Xuanzang's daily life fell into the rhythms of the monastic university. Picture the pre-dawn darkness. Monks rising from simple pallets, washing in cold water, donning their robes before gathering for morning chanting and meditation. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the monastery would come fully to life, students moving to lecture halls, the sound of sacred texts being recited, the buzz of philosophical debate in courtyards. Xuanzang immersed himself completely in this scholarly environment. He attended lectures, participated in debates, studied Sanskrit to better understand the original texts, and began the monumental task of copying and translating key works to take back to China. His capacity for learning was remarkable. It is said that he could memorize 1,000 verses after hearing them just once, and could engage in debates on the most subtle points of Buddhist philosophy with scholars who had spent their entire lives in such study. For 5 years, Xuanzang remained at Nalanda, absorbing all the knowledge the great university had to offer. He became so respected for his scholarship that he was invited to lecture to the entire assembly, thousands of monks from across Asia and to participate in great public debates where philosophical positions were defended before royal audiences. These debates were not merely academic exercises, but high-stakes contests where the prestige of different schools of thought was at stake. In one famous instance, Xuanzang defended Mahayana Buddhist principles against proponents of other philosophical systems at a great assembly convened by King Harsha, one of the most powerful rulers in North India at that time. His victory in this debate brought him even greater fame and the patronage of the king himself, who would later provide crucial support for Xuanzang's return journey to China. As we leave Xuanzang for now, deeply engaged in his studies at Nalanda, we can reflect on the immense distance, both physical and intellectual, that his quest for knowledge had carried him. From a young monk troubled by contradictions in translated texts, he had transformed into a scholar respected throughout the Buddhist world. His understanding deepened and broadened by direct engagement with the traditions he had sought. As you continue to rest and allow your mind to wander with these images, the towering mountains, the sacred sites of Buddhism, the scholarly community of Nalanda, feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing becoming slower, more regular. Like Xuanzang sitting in meditation beneath the Bodhi tree, allow yourself to be fully present in this moment, aware of the comfort of your resting place, the weight of your body against it, the quieting of your thoughts as they focus on this journey from long ago. The dedication of Xuanzang reminds us that the pursuit of wisdom often requires patience and perseverance. As sleep begins to approach, carry with you the image of the monk bent over ancient manuscripts by lamplight, his brush moving carefully across paper as he works deep into the night, driven by the desire to preserve and transmit knowledge that he believes will benefit countless others. In this quiet devotion, there is a profound peace that you too can embrace as you drift toward restful sleep. As the evening stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, we return once more to the remarkable journey of Xuanzang. Having spent 5 enriching years at Nalanda, the Chinese monk was not yet ready to return home. His thirst for knowledge and understanding remained unquenched, and there were still many sacred places in India he wished to visit, many texts he hoped to collect. As you settle deeper into comfort, breathing slowly and evenly, let us accompany Xuanzang on the final stages of his extraordinary pilgrimage. From Nalanda, Xuanzang embarked on an extensive tour throughout the Indian subcontinent. He traveled as far south as the kingdom of Pallava in present-day Tamil Nadu, journeyed to the east coast, and explored the western regions as well. Everywhere he went, he observed local customs, visited sacred sites, collected manuscripts, and engaged with scholars of various Buddhist traditions. In the Deccan Plateau of central India, Xuanzang traveled through landscapes quite different from those he had encountered before. Rolling hills covered with deciduous forests stretched toward the horizon, giving way in places to fertile valleys where rice paddies reflected the sky in countless small mirrors. The rhythmic swaying of tall grasses in the gentle breeze, the distant calls of peacocks echoing across valleys, the play of light and shadow as clouds drifted overhead, all these created a tapestry of sensory impressions that would remain with him long after his return to China. As he journeyed from kingdom to kingdom, Xuanzang was often received as an honored guest by local rulers. His reputation as a scholar had spread widely, and kings and princes sought his blessing and wisdom. In some courts, he was asked to perform ceremonies for the welfare of the kingdom. In others, to expound on complex philosophical concepts before assemblies of nobles and scholars. Always, he conducted himself with humility and dignity, seeing these invitations not as occasions for personal glory, but as opportunities to spread understanding of Buddhist teachings. At sacred sites associated with the Buddha's life, Xuanzang performed devotional practices and meticulously recorded the local traditions and legends. At Rajgir, where the Buddha had delivered many important sermons, he climbed the rocky hill of Vulture Peak and sat in meditation where the Perfect One had once taught. Imagine him there, perfectly still in the golden light of late afternoon, his breathing slow and even, his mind centered on the profound teachings that had been transmitted at this very spot centuries before. At Kushinagar, where the Buddha had passed into final nirvana, Xuanzang offered incense and flowers at the great stupa marking the site. As dusk fell and pilgrims lit butter lamps that twinkled like earthbound stars around the sacred monument, the monk sat quietly, contemplating the Buddha's final teaching on the impermanence of all things. The soft murmur of prayers, the sweet fragrance of incense carried on the evening breeze, the gentle flicker of countless small flame sol contributed to a sense of timelessness, of connection across centuries with all who had come before to honor the Enlightened One. Throughout his travels in India, Xuanzang continued to collect Buddhist text sutras, commentaries, philosophical treatises, carefully wrapping each precious manuscript in silk and storing it in specially constructed cases to protect against moisture and insects. By the time he began to contemplate his return journey to China, his collection had grown to include hundreds of volumes, representing the full diversity of Buddhist thought as it had developed in its homeland. After more than a decade in India, having traveled thousands of miles and visited almost all the significant Buddhist sites in the subcontinent, Xuanzang finally decided it was time to return to China. The knowledge he had gained, the texts he had collected, these were treasures that needed to be shared with his countrymen. Moreover, Emperor Taizong, who had once forbidden foreign travel, had learned of Xuanzang's journey and sent messages inviting the monk to return, promising imperial support for his translation work rather than punishment for his disobedience. The return journey would be as challenging as the outward one had been. Xuanzang decided to take a northern route, following the Silk Road through the kingdoms of Central Asia. But first, he had to cross the towering Pamir Mountains, often called the roof of the world for their extreme elevation. Picture the monk and his small party of attendants winding their way through narrow mountain passes where the air was so thin that breathing required conscious effort, where bitter, cold numbed fingers and toes despite layers of warm clothing. At night, they sheltered in rough stone huts or caves, building small fires against the pervasive chill of these high altitudes. As Xuanzang sat beside such a fire, perhaps he reflected on how far he had come since leaving Chang'an 16 years before, not just in physical distance, but in understanding, in wisdom, in fulfillment of his purpose. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on rock walls, their gentle crackling a counterpoint to the profound silence of the mountains, a silence that invited contemplation, that seemed to echo the stillness at the center of meditation. Imagine yourself there with him, feeling the warmth of the fire on your face, the solid rock at your back, the immense peace of high places where the concerns of the everyday world seem distant and small. Feel your breathing becoming deeper, more regular, as you share in that moment of quiet reflection, that pause between the great journey outward and the long return home. From the Pamirs, Xuanzang's route took him into the kingdom of Kashgar, then eastward along the northern edge of the Taklamakan Desert, that same place of no return he had crossed on his outward journey. This time, he traveled with greater resources and protection, his party including both attendants who had joined him in India and local guides familiar with the desert's dangers. Even so, the crossing was perilous. Sandstorms could arise without warning, blotting out the sun and filling the air with stinging particles that made breathing difficult and navigation nearly impossible. Water was scarce, carried in goatskin bags that had to be carefully rationed. The heat of day gave way to bitter cold at night, the temperature dropping precipitously as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. Yet there was beauty here too, vast sweep of dunes sculpted by wind into forms of artistic perfection, the crystal clarity of stars in the desert night, the profound silence that seemed to absorb all sound into its vastness. In such an environment, stripped of distractions, the mind naturally turns inward, finding a center of calm that remains unshaken by external conditions. Xuanzang, trained in meditation from his youth, would have moved through this harsh landscape with an inner serenity that transformed the journey from mere endurance to spiritual practice. As you continue to rest, allow your mind to drift with these images of vast deserts under star-filled skies, of the small caravan making its way steadily eastward, of the monk sitting in perfect stillness during brief periods of rest, his face reflecting an inner peace that transcended physical hardship. Feel your own breathing becoming as steady and rhythmic as the pace of journey, each breath bringing you closer to the deep relaxation that precedes sleep. After months of travel across deserts and mountains, Xuanzang at last reached the borders of China in the year 645 CE. Word of his approach spread rapidly, and Emperor Taizong sent officials to escort him with honor to the capital. Imagine the moment when Xuanzang saw again the familiar landscapes of his homeland, the terraced fields climbing hillsides, the distinctive architecture of Chinese temples and palaces, the faces and dress of his own people. After 17 years abroad, he had returned, bringing with him not only precious texts, but also first-hand knowledge of lands and cultures few of his countrymen would ever see. His arrival in Chang'an was celebrated with imperial ceremony. The emperor himself came out to welcome the travel-worn monk, showing respect not just for Xuanzang's religious status, but for his courage, scholarship, and the cultural treasures he had brought back to China. The hundreds of Sanskrit texts, the detailed accounts of Buddhist sites and practices, the knowledge of languages and philosophical systems, all these represented an invaluable contribution to Chinese understanding of Buddhism and of the wider world. In the years that followed his return, Xuanzang devoted himself to translating the texts he had brought from India. The emperor provided him with a temple where he established a translation bureau, gathering around him a team of skilled linguists and scribes who would help with the monumental task. Working with methodical precision, they rendered Sanskrit texts into Chinese, preserving not just the words but the deeper meanings of Buddhist teachings. Xuanzang's translation project continued for the rest of his life. Even as he aged, his energy and dedication never flagged. He rose before dawn each day to meditate, then worked on translations until late into the night, taking only brief breaks for meals and to instruct disciples. His commitment to accuracy and clarity set new standards for translation work, and the texts he produced would become foundational to Chinese Buddhism, influencing religious thought and practice for centuries to come. Beyond the translations themselves, Xuanzang compiled a detailed account of his travels titled Great Tang Records on the Western Regions, a work that provides invaluable historical information about the lands, cultures, and political systems of Central and South Asia in the 7th century. This text not only expanded Chinese knowledge of the world beyond their borders, but has served as a crucial historical source for modern scholars seeking to understand this period. As the years passed and Xuanzang grew older, his fame continued to spread. Pilgrims and scholars came from across China and even from Korea and Japan to learn from him, to hear first-hand accounts of the sacred sites of Buddhism, to study the texts he had translated with such care. Through these disciples, his influence extended far beyond his lifetime, shaping the development of East Asian Buddhism for generations to come. In 664 CE, at the age of 62, Xuanzang realized that his life's journey was drawing to a close. With the same serenity that had characterized his approach to life's challenges, he prepared for death, giving final instructions to his disciples about completing the translation work he had begun. On a quiet February day, it is said that he seated himself in the meditation posture, closed his eyes, and peacefully departed this life, his mission fulfilled, his gifts to posterity secure. As you continue to rest deeply now, allow the story of Xuanzang to settle gently into your mind. His extraordinary journey across mountains and deserts, his years of dedicated study, his careful preservation and transmission of wisdom, all these speak to the power of determination, the value of knowledge sought and shared, the possibility of bridging different cultures through understanding and respect. Feel your breathing becoming even slower now, each breath deeper and more relaxing than the last. Like a traveler who has completed a long journey and finally rests, allow your body to release any remaining tension, to settle more heavily into comfort. The quieting of physical movement allows the mind to grow still as well, thoughts becoming less insistent, less demanding of attention. Imagine the star-filled sky above the desert, vast and peaceful, that Xuanzang would have gazed upon during his journey. Each star a point of tranquil light in the darkness, steady and unchanging. As your eyes grow heavier, picture yourself lying beneath such a sky, feeling small, yet somehow connected to its immensity, part of the great pattern of existence that includes both stars in their courses and the rhythm of your own breathing. The night wraps around you like a soft blanket, protective and soothing. With each breath, you sink deeper into relaxation, muscles loosening, mind quieting. There is nothing that requires your attention now, nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow. Like a pilgrim who has found shelter for the night, you can release the concerns of the journey, knowing they will be there when you choose to take them up again. In this moment between wakefulness and sleep, you might recall the image of Xuanzang sitting in meditation beneath the Bodhi tree, perfectly still, perfectly present. That same quality of peaceful presence is available to you now as you rest on the threshold of sleep. No effort is required, no striving for a particular state, only a gentle acceptance of the natural flow toward rest and renewal. As sleep begins to approach, like a gentle tide coming in from the vast ocean of consciousness, allow yourself to be carried on its current. The story of Xuanzang's journey across continents and centuries fades into the background, leaving only a sense of completion, of return to a place of belonging and peace. Each breath now carries you closer to the deep, restorative sleep that awaits, a sleep filled with the same tranquility that the monk found at the end of his remarkable travels. Rest now, breathing slowly and deeply, allowing sleep to come in its own time, in its own way. Like the stars that guided travelers of old, dreams will illuminate the landscape of your sleeping mind, bringing their own wisdom, their own beauty. And when morning comes, you will awaken refreshed, carrying within you perhaps some echo of Xuanzang's determination, his curiosity, his profound respect for knowledge that transcends boundaries of geography and time. For now, though, there is only this moment of perfect quietude, this gradual transition into the realm of sleep. The gentle rhythm of your breathing, the comfortable weight of your body at rest, the gradual letting go of thoughts and concerns, all creating the perfect conditions for deep, peaceful slumber. Sleep approaches now, a welcome guest after the day's journey, bringing with it the promise of restoration and renewal. Rest well, sleep deeply, dream peacefully. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let me take you on a journey back through time to a place where knowledge was treasured above all else, where scholars gathered beneath domed ceilings to uncover the mysteries of our world. We travel to Baghdad, the jewel of the medieval world, where one of history's greatest centers of learning once stood, the Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom. In the early 8th century, as Europe was deep in what many call the Dark Ages, a brilliant light of learning and discovery was kindling in the East. The Abbasid Caliphate had risen to power, and in 762 CE, the Caliph al-Mansur founded a new capital city on the banks of the Tigris River. This city, Baghdad, would soon become the intellectual center of the world, a cosmopolitan hub where ideas flowed as freely as the waters of the great river beside it. Baghdad was designed as a perfect circle, the round city, with gleaming walls that stretched nearly 5 miles in circumference. At its heart stood the Caliphal Palace, golden-domed and magnificent. The streets radiated outward like the spokes of a wheel, lined with bustling markets where merchants sold silks from China, spices from India, glass from Egypt, and countless books and manuscripts, treasures more precious than gold to the knowledge-seeking society that was blooming there. It was Caliph Harun al-Rashid, ruling from 786 to 809 CE, who truly began what would become the House of Wisdom. A lover of arts and learning, Harun gathered scholars, poets, and musicians at his court. The Caliph's magnificent palace hosted regular gatherings where great minds debated philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. Stories of Harun's court were so wondrous that they later inspired many tales in the famous collection known as The 1001 Nights. But it was Harun's son, Al-Mamun, who would transform his father's scholarly circle into the true marvel that was the House of Wisdom. Becoming caliph in 813 CE after a brief civil war with his brother, Al-Mamun was perhaps the greatest intellectual to ever rule the Islamic world. It is said that he was inspired by a dream in which the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle appeared to him, encouraging his pursuit of knowledge. The House of Wisdom began as a library, but it quickly grew into much more a true academy where scholars not only preserved knowledge but created it. Under al-Mamun's patronage, the greatest minds of the age were drawn to Baghdad from across the known world. Arabs, Persians, Christians, Jews, Hindus, all united in their love of learning. Imagine the scene as you relax and breathe deeply. Scholars in flowing robes, moving through halls lined with thousands of manuscripts, the gentle sound of pens scratching on parchment, soft voices engaged in thoughtful debate, sunlight streaming through intricately carved windows to illuminate pages filled with diagrams of the stars, anatomical drawings, mathematical equations, and poetry of transcendent beauty. One of al-Mamun's most significant contributions was his emphasis on translation. He sent emissaries throughout the Byzantine Empire and beyond, seeking out ancient manuscripts in Greek, Sanskrit, Persian, and Syriac. The Caliph is said to have paid translators in gold equal to the weight of the books they translated. Consider the value placed on knowledge, texts literally worth their weight in gold. The translation movement preserved countless works that might otherwise have been lost forever. While many ancient Greek texts disappeared from Europe during the turbulent centuries after Rome's fall, they were carefully preserved and studied in Baghdad. Works by Aristotle, Plato, Hippocrates, Galen, Euclid, and Archimedes found new life in Arabic translations, often accompanied by commentaries that expanded upon the original ideas. Among the brilliant minds drawn to the House of Wisdom was Al-Khwarizmi, a Persian mathematician whose name would eventually give us the word algorithm. In the peaceful halls of the library, Al-Khwarizmi wrote works that would revolutionize mathematics. His book, Al-Jabr, introduced algebraic concepts so fundamental that we still use them today. And indeed, the word algebra itself comes from the title of his groundbreaking text. Another luminary was Hunayn ibn Ishaq, a Nestorian Christian who became the chief translator of Greek medical texts. His precise translations of Galen and Hippocrates formed the foundation of Islamic medicine, which would remain the most advanced in the world for centuries. Hunayn also wrote original works on ophthalmology, accurately describing the anatomy of the eye at a time when such knowledge was scarce. The astronomer Al-Farghani studied celestial bodies from an observatory connected to the House of Wisdom, calculating the diameter of the Earth with remarkable accuracy. The polymath Al-Kindi wrote on subjects ranging from optics to cryptography, developing early theories about light rays and creating methods for breaking ciphers through frequency analysis. As evening approaches and you feel your body growing heavier, imagine the scholars of the House of Wisdom observing the same stars that now appear in your night sky. The astronomers of Baghdad carefully tracked the movements of planets, created astrolabes to measure their positions, and calculated the length of the solar year to a precision that improved upon previous measurements. The House of Wisdom was not merely a place of theoretical knowledge. Its scholars applied their learning to practical problems, developing technologies that improve daily life. They refined techniques for papermaking learned from the Chinese, helping to spread this revolutionary material that was lighter and less expensive than parchment or papyrus. This innovation alone would transform the spread of knowledge, making books more accessible than ever before. Doctors associated with the House of Wisdom pioneered new surgical techniques, discovered treatments for diseases, and established hospitals that cared for all, regardless of faith or wealth. Engineers designed water wheels and irrigation systems that increased agricultural productivity. Chemists, or alchemists as they were known then, discovered processes for distillation, sublimation, and the creation of new substances. As you breathe deeply and feel the quiet of the night embracing you, envision the peace of the library's reading rooms, where scholars sat on cushions, manuscripts open before them, absorbing wisdom from ages past and adding their own insights to the growing body of human knowledge. The rustle of pages turning, the distant call of the muezzin marking the time for prayer, the scent of ink and parchment mingling with the perfume of flowering gardens just beyond the walls. The wonders that emerged from this environment of intellectual freedom and rigorous inquiry are almost too numerous to count. Many everyday objects and concepts we take for granted have their origins in the work done at the House of Wisdom and the broader scientific revolution it fostered across the Islamic world. As we continue our peaceful journey through the golden age of Baghdad, feel your body becoming more relaxed, settling deeper into comfort as the story of knowledge unfolds like a gentle river flowing through time. The House of Wisdom reached its zenith during the 9th and 10th centuries, a period when Baghdad was likely the largest and most prosperous city in the world. With perhaps 1 million inhabitants, its streets and markets buzzed with activity, while inside the walls of the Beit al-Hikmah, a quieter, more contemplative energy prevailed. The focused attention of minds engaged in discovery and understanding. One of the most remarkable aspects of the House of Wisdom was its inclusivity. In an age often characterized by religious division, scholars of different faiths worked side by side, united by their shared pursuit of knowledge. Christians translated Greek philosophical texts. Jews contributed to medical research. Zoroastrians shared astronomical observations from Persia, and Hindus brought mathematical concepts from India. This intellectual openness created a unique environment where ideas could flow freely across cultural boundaries. The mathematical innovations that emerged from this collaboration were particularly significant. Hindu-Arabic numerals, including the concept of zero, were adopted and refined, eventually replacing the cumbersome Roman numeral system. These numerals, which we still use today, made complex calculations possible in ways that previous systems could not accommodate. As you breathe slowly and deeply, consider how something as simple as the way we write numbers connects us to these scholars from 1,000 years ago. Within the peaceful halls of the House of Wisdom, mathematicians expanded on the concept of algebra. The word itself comes from al-Jabr, part of the title of Al-Khwarizmi's influential treatise. These scholars solved quadratic and cubic equations, developed trigonometry, and explored number theory. The elegant patterns they discovered in mathematics reflected the harmony they perceived in the universe, a soothing order underlying the apparent chaos of everyday life. Astronomy flourished as well, with the creation of detailed star charts and planetary tables that improved navigation and timekeeping. Observatories were built throughout the Islamic world, from Baghdad to Cordoba to Samarkand, where astronomers used astrolabes and other precision instruments to map the heavens. They calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy and debated the nature of celestial bodies. The gentle rotation of the stars above us, which you might imagine as you drift towards sleep, was carefully documented by these patient observers of the night sky. In the field of optics, Ibn al-Haytham conducted groundbreaking experiments with light and vision. Working primarily in Cairo but connected to the intellectual tradition of the House of Wisdom, he proved that light travels in straight lines and enters the eye rather than emanating from it, as earlier Greek philosophers had believed. His book of optics, written while under house arrest for a failed engineering project, described the first camera obscura and laid the foundations for the development of lenses and, eventually, photography. Imagine the patience of these early scientists, observing the subtle behaviors of light as it passes through small openings or reflects from polished surfaces. Medical knowledge advanced significantly during this period. Physicians like Al-Razi, known in Latin as Rhazes, and Ibn Sina, Avicenna, wrote comprehensive medical encyclopedias that would remain standard texts in Europe for centuries. Al-Razi was the first to distinguish between smallpox and measles, while Ibn Sina's Canon of Medicine described contagious diseases, addressed anatomy and pharmacology, and emphasized the importance of diet and lifestyle in maintaining health. The hospitals established in Baghdad and other Islamic cities were the most sophisticated medical institutions of their age. Unlike in Europe, where medical care was often provided in monasteries with little formal training, Islamic hospitals had specialized wards, libraries, pharmacies, and teaching facilities. They cared for patients regardless of religion or wealth, embodying the compassionate ideals expressed in Islamic medical ethics. Doctors kept detailed records of treatments and outcomes, building a body of empirical knowledge that improved care for future patients. The atmosphere within these institutions was designed to promote healing. Another parallel to your own present moment of seeking peaceful rest. Hospital courtyards featured fountains and gardens, as the sound of flowing water and the scent of flowers were believed to aid recovery. Some facilities employed musicians to play soothing melodies for patients suffering from mental distress, an early recognition of music's therapeutic potential. Chemistry advanced beyond the alchemical quest for gold to become a practical science with real applications. Chemists in the Islamic world developed techniques for distillation, crystallization, and the creation of new compounds. They produced alcohol for medical purposes, developed new pigments for artists, and created perfumes and soaps that enhanced daily life with subtle fragrances and improved hygiene. Engineering flourished as well, with innovations in water management being particularly important. Complex systems of canals, dams, and water-raising machines irrigated fields and supplied cities with fresh water. The engineers of Baghdad designed fountains that operated through carefully calibrated water pressure, automatic gates that regulated canal flow, and devices that told time through the controlled dripping of water. All of these inventions required a deep understanding of physics and mathematics, translated into practical solutions that improved everyday life. Geographical knowledge expanded dramatically during this period. Scholars at the House of Wisdom collected travel accounts from merchants and diplomats, combining this information with translations of Greek geographical texts to create increasingly accurate world maps. The Caliph Al-Ma'mun commissioned a project to measure a degree of latitude, which improved calculations of the Earth's circumference. Travelers like Al-Masudi and Ibn Battuta journeyed extensively throughout Africa and Asia, recording detailed observations of the lands and peoples they encountered. These works expanded humanity's understanding of our shared planet, revealing the diversity and interconnectedness of human societies. As you feel your body growing heavier, settling more deeply into relaxation, picture the serene study spaces within the House of Wisdom. Imagine scholars seated on cushions before low tables, surrounded by scrolls and codices, the afternoon sunlight casting a golden glow through latticed windows. The only sounds are the quiet turning of pages, the soft scratch of reed pens on paper, and perhaps the distant murmur of scholarly discussion. Time moves differently in such spaces, flowing like honey, sweet, amber, and unhurried. The library itself was organized with remarkable care. Books were categorized by subject, with catalogs listing thousands of volumes. Professional copyists reproduced important works, their practiced hands creating text of extraordinary beauty and clarity. Bookbinders created protective covers of tooled leather, preserving knowledge for future generations. The respect shown for books reflected a civilization that valued learning above all material treasures. Even the creation of books demonstrated the interconnectedness of cultures in the Islamic Golden Age. Paper-making techniques learned from Chinese prisoners of war were refined and expanded. Calligraphy elevated writing to an art form, with different styles developed for different purposes. The Arabic script flowed across pages like visual music, the curves and dots of each letter precisely placed according to aesthetic principles that were simultaneously mathematical and spiritual. As our story of the House of Wisdom continues, allow your mind to drift gently with the flow of history, like leaves carried on the tranquil waters of the Tigris. Feel your breathing becoming slower, deeper, more rhythmic, much like the measured pace of scholarly life in medieval Baghdad, where time moved with a peaceful certainty, marked by the 5 daily calls to prayer echoing across the city. The translation movement initiated at the House of Wisdom created waves that would eventually reach distant shores, carrying knowledge across time and space. As you relax more deeply now, envision knowledge as gentle ripples on water, spreading outward in perfect circles, touching everything they encounter with quiet transformation. The scholars of Baghdad did more than merely preserve ancient wisdom. They questioned, expanded, and refined it. Ibn al-Haytham's empirical approach to science, insisting on observation and experiment rather than pure reason, anticipated the scientific method by centuries. The seeker after truth, he wrote, is not one who studies the writings of the ancients and, following his natural disposition, puts his trust in them, but rather the one who suspects his faith in them and questions what he gathers from them. In this peaceful questioning, there was not conflict, but rather a deepening understanding, much as your own mind now gently explores the boundaries between wakefulness and sleep. The arts flourished alongside the sciences in this golden age. Poetry was especially revered, with poets exploring themes of love, nature, philosophy, and spirituality. Their carefully chosen words created rhythms as soothing as gentle rain, images as vivid as dreams. Even scientific and mathematical works were sometimes written in verse, the elegant patterns of poetry reflecting the mathematical harmonies being discovered. Music theory developed as a mathematical science, with scholars like Al-Farabi analyzing the relationship between notes, the construction of musical scales, and the emotional effects of different modes. They understood, as we do now, that certain sounds can calm the mind and prepare the body for rest, just as others might energize or inspire. The music that might have been heard in the courtyards of Baghdad, the delicate notes of the oud, the rhythmic patterns of frame drums, the haunting melodies of reed flutes would have created an atmosphere of tranquil beauty. As your body grows heavier with each breath, imagine walking through the gardens that surrounded the House of Wisdom. Gardens in the Islamic world were designed as earthly reflections of paradise, with flowing water, fragrant flowers, and fruit-bearing trees creating spaces of sensory delight and spiritual contemplation. Scholars might stroll these paths in conversation or sit in shaded pavilions to read and reflect. The sound of water flowing in channels and fountains provided a constant, gentle backdrop, soothing to the mind and conducive to deep thought, just as it now helps guide you toward deeper relaxation. The peaceful coexistence of different faiths and cultures in Baghdad created a unique intellectual environment where ideas could mingle and cross-pollinate. Christian scholars translated Greek philosophical texts, Jewish physicians contributed to medical knowledge, Persian astronomers shared observations from their own tradition, and Indian mathematicians introduced new concepts. This collaborative spirit produced innovations that no single culture could have created in isolation. As you rest now, feel yourself connected to this legacy of human cooperation, part of the long, continuous story of shared knowledge that unites us across time and space. The fragility of knowledge was understood by the scholars of Baghdad. They knew that books were vulnerable to fire, flood, decay, and deliberate destruction. Their careful preservation and copying of texts was an act of faith in the Futura, belief that the wisdom they safeguarded would benefit generations yet unborn. Each translation, each commentary, Each new discovery was a thread in a vast tapestry of understanding, stretching backward to antiquity and forward into what was, for them, an unknowable future that would someday include you, listening to their story as you drift towards sleep. Breathe deeply now, feeling the weight of your body sinking comfortably downward. The steady rhythm of your breath mirrors the patient pace of scholarly work, the careful translation of a Greek medical text, the precise calculation of a star's position, the meticulous copying of a mathematical treatise. There is no hurry here, no urgency, only the gentle accumulation of understanding, one breath, one word, one insight at a time. The House of Wisdom thrived for nearly 5 centuries, but like all things in the flowing river of time, it eventually came to an end. In 1258, Mongol forces under Hulagu Khan besieged Baghdad. When the city fell, the House of Wisdom was destroyed, its precious books thrown into the Tigris River. It is said that the waters ran black with ink, then red with the blood of scholars. This moment of violence ended the golden age of Baghdad, but it could not erase the knowledge that had already spread throughout the Islamic world and beyond. Yet, even in this ending, there is peace to be found. The ideas nurtured in Baghdad had already taken root elsewhere in Damascus, Cairo, Cordoba, and other centers of learning. Manuscripts had been copied and carried to distant libraries. Scholars had traveled, teaching students who would continue their work. Knowledge, once created, cannot be truly destroyed. It may be forgotten for a time, but it remains, waiting to be rediscovered, like seeds dormant in soil, until conditions favor their growth once more. As your mind gently drifts now, imagine those books floating on the waters of the Tigris, their pages opening like the wings of birds, releasing the knowledge they contained into the air, into the light, into the vast, eternal library of human consciousness where no flame can ever reach. The stars that guided the astronomers of Baghdad still shine above us. The numbers they refined still structure our understanding of the world. The medical knowledge they advance still informs our healing practices. Their story continues through us, through every act of learning, discovery, and creative thought. The gentle current of history carries us all, connected by invisible threads of knowledge passed from hand to hand, mind to mind, across the centuries. Feel these connections now, a comforting web of human understanding that cradles you as you relax more deeply. The scholars of the House of Wisdom sought harmony in mathematics, in music, in the movement of celestial bodies, and in the balance of elements within the human body. Allow your own body to find its perfect harmony now, each muscle releasing tension, each breath becoming slower and deeper. The night sky above you is the same sky the astronomers of Baghdad studied with such care and wonder. The stars wheel slowly overhead in their ancient patterns, measuring the hours as you descend towards sleep. Perhaps Al-Sufi looked upon the misty light of the Andromeda galaxy, which he described as a little cloud in the sky, never knowing he was observing another island of stars far beyond our own. The mystery and beauty of the cosmos that inspired the scholars of Baghdad can enfold you now, a vast, peaceful darkness scattered with points of light, inviting your consciousness to expand and then gently dissolve into restful sleep. The legacy of the House of Wisdom reminds us that knowledge is a shared treasure belonging to all of humanity. The scholars who gathered in Baghdad came from many lands and faiths, but they were united by curiosity, by wonder, by the desire to understand the world and our place within it. As sleep approaches, feel yourself part of this enduring tradition of wonder, connected to all those who have looked up at the stars and asked questions, who have observed the natural world with attention and care, who have sought to ease suffering through understanding, who have found beauty in patterns and meaning in numbers. Your breath has found its own peaceful rhythm now, steady and deep like the flow of a river returning to the sea. The journey of the mind towards sleep mirrors the journey of knowledge through time moving forward, yet also returning, gathering new tributaries of understanding, occasionally diverted or temporarily dammed, but always ultimately continuing its essential flow toward completion. Let your thoughts now become like the flowing waters of the Tigris, carrying you gently forward into the quiet depths of sleep. Like the scholars of Baghdad who surrendered to the night only to return refreshed to their studies in the morning light, you too will emerge renewed from this journey into rest. The wisdom and wonder they cultivated continues in the quiet beating of your heart, in the steady rhythm of your breath, in the infinite capacity of your mind to learn, to understand, to imagine, and to dream. As sleep draws nearer, the boundaries between history and dream begin to blur. Perhaps tonight you will walk in the gardens of the House of Wisdom, hear the scratching of reed pens on paper, smell the ink in parchment, see sunlight streaming through latticed windows onto pages filled with elegant Arabic script. Perhaps you will join Al-Khwarizmi as he works through an algebraic equation, or stand beside Ibn al-Haytham as he conducts his experiments with light, or listen to the musical harmonies described by Al-Farabi. In the realm of dreams, the distances of time and space dissolve, and all knowledge exists in an eternal present. The story of the House of Wisdom is a reminder that even the greatest achievements are part of an ongoing collaborative human projecta conversation across centuries, an accumulation of small discoveries, a gradual refinement of understanding. No single scholar, no matter how brilliant, could have created the flowering of knowledge that occurred in Baghdad. It was the coming together of many minds, many traditions, many perspectives that created something greater than any individual could achieve alone. As you drift now at the edge of sleep, feel yourself held in this same web of human connection and shared understanding. The quiet wisdom of countless generations surrounds you like a blanket, comforting and warm. The questions asked by the scholars of Baghdad led to insights that, through the long, winding path of history, have shaped the world you know. And the questions you have asked in your own life, the understanding you have sought and found, become part of this same unending story. Sleep now approaches like a gentle friend, ready to lead you into its peaceful realm where mind and body can rest and renew. The House of Wisdom, though long vanished from the banks of the Tigris, lives on in every library, every school, every moment of discovery and understanding. Its legacy is written not just in books, but in the very way we think about the world, in our numbers, our science, our medicine, our art, our continuing quest to understand ourselves and the universe we inhabit. Let sleep embrace you now, as knowledge embraced the scholars of Baghdad. Rest in the certainty that the story continues, that understanding deepens, that wonder remains. Sleep, dream, and when you wake, carry with you the peaceful wisdom of the House of Wisdom, the knowledge that we are all connected across time and space by our shared humanity, our shared curiosity, our shared capacity for understanding and growth. Sleep well, dream deeply, and awaken renewed, ready to add your own unique thread to the vast, beautiful tapestry of human knowledge. On the rolling green plains of Salisbury in southern England stands a monument of such ancient mystery and enduring wonder that it has captivated the human imagination for millennia. Stonehenge, a name that evokes images of massive stone pillars arranged in a circular pattern silhouetted against the changing skies of the English countryside. Tonight, as you settle in and make yourself comfortable, we'll explore the fascinating history and enigmatic purpose of this prehistoric marvel. Stonehenge began its story approximately 5,000 years ago during the Neolithic period, when our ancestors were first learning to farm the land and establish permanent settlements. The earliest version of Stonehenge was simply a circular earthwork enclosure, a ditch and bank with a diameter of about 110 meters. Inside this circle were 56 pits known today as the Aubrey Holes, named after John Aubrey, the 17th century antiquarian who first documented them. These holes may have once held wooden posts or stones, creating an early timber circle that would later evolve into the stone monument we recognize today. The construction of Stonehenge occurred in several distinct phases spanning over 1,500 years. Around 2500 BCE, during what archaeologists call Phase 3 of construction, the most dramatic transformation took place. This is when the iconic sarsen stones, the massive upright stones weighing up to 25 tons, each were carefully positioned to form the familiar outer circle. Atop these standing stones were placed horizontal lintels, creating a continuous stone ring that would have required extraordinary engineering knowledge and physical effort to complete. Inside this outer sarsen circle once stood an arrangement of smaller bluestones, transported all the way from the Preseli Hills in Wales, some 240 kilometers away. Imagine that journey-moving stones weighing several tons across varied terrain, over hills, through forests, and possibly even across water. This remarkable feat of transportation speaks to the determination and ingenuity of Stonehenge's builders. The question of how these ancient people moved such enormous stones without modern technology has puzzled historians and engineers for centuries. Various theories suggest they may have used wooden sledges on rollers, dragged the stones over greased tracks made of timber, or even floated them on rafts along the coast and up rivers. Recent experiments have shown that with organized teams of people pulling together and clever use of sledges, moving these massive stones would have been possible, though still incredibly labor-intensive. As the gentle breeze rustles through the grasses of Salisbury Plain, we can almost hear the echoes of the stoneworkers chiseling these megaliths, shaping them with careful precision. Each sarsen stone was meticulously worked using stone hammers to create smooth, rectangular blocks. The horizontal lintels were secured to the upright stones using a system of mortise and tenon joints, a woodworking technique remarkably applied to stone. This kind of joinery reveals the sophisticated understanding of construction principles possessed by these ancient builders. The placement of the stones was not random. The monument is carefully aligned with the movements of the sun. The main axis of Stonehenge points toward the midsummer sunrise and the midwinter sunset, suggesting that seasonal observations were central to its purpose. When the sun rises on the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, its first rays shine directly into the heart of the monument, creating a spectacular alignment that still draws thousands of visitors each year to witness this celestial connection. As twilight deepens and stars begin to appear in the evening sky, we can imagine the ancient astronomers who might have used Stonehenge to track the movements of heavenly bodies. The 56 Aubrey Holes may have served as a prehistoric calendar, allowing people to predict eclipses and mark the passing season's knowledge that would have been vital for agricultural societies dependent on understanding seasonal changes. Recent archaeological discoveries continue to reshape our understanding of Stonehenge. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed previously unknown monuments buried beneath the soil around Stonehenge, including additional stone circles, burial mounds, and mysterious pits arranged in careful patterns. These findings suggest that Stonehenge was the centerpiece of a much larger ceremonial complex, a place where people gathered from across Britain for special occasions. The people who built Stonehenge left no written records. So much of what we know comes from archaeological evidence. Analysis of human remains found near the site tells us that some individuals traveled great distances to reach Stonehenge, coming from as far away as the Swiss Alps. This indicates that Stonehenge's fame and importance extended far beyond the local region, making it perhaps one of the world's earliest pilgrimage sites. As the moon rises over the ancient stones, casting long shadows across the landscape, we can feel a connection to those distant ancestors who looked upon these same stones with wonder and reverence. The quiet dignity of Stonehenge has endured through thousands of years of human history, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations, weathering storms and seasons, and standing as a testament to humanity's enduring desire to understand our place in the cosmos. The circular nature of Stonehenge, with no beginning and no end, reminds us of the eternal cycles of nature, the turning of the seasons, the movement of celestial bodies, the rhythm of life itself. As your breathing becomes deeper and more regular, imagine walking slowly around the ancient circle, your footsteps joining those of countless others who have made this journey over millennia. The solidity of the standing stones offers a sense of permanence and stability, anchoring us to the earth even as our thoughts drift like clouds across the night sky. The weight of these ancient monoliths seems to press gently down, creating a feeling of groundedness and security that invites your body to sink deeper into relaxation. As night deepens across the Salisbury Plain, the ancient stones of Stonehenge stand as silent sentinels under the vast canopy of stars. The same stars that guided the monument's builders thousands of years ago now shine down upon you as you rest, creating a timeless connection between past and present. The gentle rhythm of your breathing mirrors the eternal cycles that Stonehenge was built to mark the turning of seasons, the dance of celestial bodies, the continuous flow of time itself. Archaeological evidence suggests that Stonehenge may have been a place of healing, drawing people from distant lands who sought relief from ailments and injuries. Analysis of human remains found nearby revealed individuals who had suffered from serious health conditions, suggesting they may have journeyed to Stonehenge in search of restoration. Like these ancient travelers, you too can find a sense of peace and renewal as you rest in the gentle embrace of history's embrace. The acoustic properties of Stonehenge have fascinated researchers in recent years. Studies have shown that the arrangement of the stones creates unusual sound patterns, with echoes bouncing between the hard surfaces in ways that would have enhanced chanting or drumming during ancient ceremonies. Some believe these sonic qualities were intentional, designed to create an immersive, otherworldly experience for participants in rituals. As you breathe deeply now, imagine the soft resonance of ancient voices carried on the night breeze, a soothing murmur that invites deeper relaxation. Breathe in slowly, drawing in the cool night air of the plain. Breathe out completely, releasing any tension you might be holding. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more connected to the tranquil landscape where Stonehenge has stood for 5 millennia, witnessing countless sunrises and sunsets, innumerable phases of the moon, generations of human lives passing like shadows across the land. The enduring mystery of Stonehenge's purpose reminds us that some questions may never have definitive answers, and there is a certain peace in accepting the unknown. Perhaps the monument served multiple functions: astronomical observatory, healing sanctuary, ceremonial center, and gathering place for communities spread across the ancient landscape. Its meanings likely shifted and evolved over the centuries of its use, just as our understanding of it continues to develop with new discoveries. The blue stones of Stonehenge, transported with such tremendous effort from the Preseli Hills in Wales, were believed by some ancient peoples to possess healing properties. The cool blue stone touched by morning dew was thought to cure a variety of ailments. Even today, the quiet presence of these ancient rocks seems to radiate a sense of calm stability, a grounding energy that invites deep relaxation and renewal. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts begin to drift like clouds across the night sky, imagine standing in the center of the stone's circle. Above you, stars wheel in their ancient patterns, the same patterns observed by the builders of Stonehenge. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens, a river of stars flowing through the darkness. The moon casts soft silver light across the weathered surfaces of the standing stones, creating a gentle play of light and shadow that has repeated night after night for thousands of years. Notice how your breathing has become deeper, more regular, matching the steady rhythm of the universe itself. Each breath connects you to the endless cycle of renewal that Stonehenge represents, the continuous turning of day into night, summer into winter, and back again. There is comfort in this continuity, in being part of something so much larger and more enduring than our momentary concerns. The ancient builders of Stonehenge understood this connection to the cosmos. They aligned their monument with precision to mark important moments in the year: the longest day, the shortest day, the equinoxes, when day and night achieve perfect balance. This awareness of celestial rhythms helped them navigate the turning year, planting and harvesting at the optimal times, celebrating seasonal transitions with communal gatherings. Feel your body growing heavier now, settling more deeply into restful comfort. The weight of the ancient sarsen stones seems to press gently upon the earth, just as your body presses into your resting place. There is a profound peace in surrendering to this natural heaviness, allowing yourself to be supported completely as your muscles relax one by one. The circle of Stonehenge reminds us that all things return to their beginnings. The sun sets only to rise again. The moon wanes but always returns to fullness. The barren winter landscape inevitably yields to the renewal of spring. This eternal return brings a deep sense of reassurance, a knowing that rest and renewal are essential parts of every natural cycle. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine twilight settling over Stonehenge. Long shadows stretch from the standing stones across the grass, merging gradually with the deepening darkness. Stars appear one by one in the darkening sky, each a distant sun with its own rhythm and story. The boundaries between earth and sky, between the ancient past and the present moment, between wakefulness and dreams, all begin to soften and blur. The stones of Stonehenge have witnessed countless human lives, their joys and sorrows, their questions and discoveries, their moments of connection with something larger than themselves. Now they stand watch over your journey toward peaceful sleep, their solid presence a reminder of the stability that underlies all change. Breathe deeply now, feeling the cool night air filling your lungs before flowing out again in a gentle wave. With each breath, feel yourself drifting further into tranquility. The questions and theories about Stonehenge begin to fade into the background, replaced by a simple appreciation of its enduring mystery and beauty. The ancient peoples who gathered at Stonehenge may have come seeking connection to the cosmos, to their ancestors, to one another. In quiet moments of reflection, they perhaps found what we all seek: a sense of belonging within the vast pattern of existence, a feeling of harmony with the natural world, a peaceful acceptance of life's inevitable cycles. As sleep approaches now, let the image of Stonehenge dissolve into a landscape of gentle dreams. The standing stones become shadows on the edge of consciousness, guardians of the threshold between waking and sleeping. The circular arrangement of the monument creates a protected space for your resting mind, a sacred enclosure where renewal can occur. The soft murmur of ancient voices blends with the whisper of the night breeze through summer grasses. The weight of history rests lightly upon you now, a comfortable blanket rather than a burden. The questions that Stonehenge raises about human ingenuity, cosmic connections, and spiritual seeking need no immediate answers as you drift towards sleep. Your breathing continues its steady rhythm, matching the eternal patterns marked by Stonehenge's careful alignments. With each exhalation, you release a little more of the day's tensions. With each inhalation, you draw in the peaceful essence of this ancient sacred place. The stars continue their stately procession across the night sky, following paths established at the dawn of time. The moon casts its gentle light upon the landscape, painting the standing stones with silver highlights and deep shadows. These eternal cycles continue whether we are awake to witness them or lost in dreams, providing a backdrop of constancy against which our lives unfold. As you hover on the edge of sleep now, know that Stonehenge has stood through countless nights like this one, bearing witness to the turning of the seasons and the passage of the years. Its enduring presence reminds us that rest is not an end, but a necessary phase of renewal, just as winter is not the death of nature, but its essential period of regeneration. Allow yourself to surrender completely to this moment of transition. Like the ancient peoples who may have come to Stonehenge seeking transformation, you too are passing from one state of being to another, from the active engagement of wakefulness to the restorative embrace of sleep. The mysteries of Stonehenge's construction, its purpose, its meanings remain for another day's contemplation. For now, let its image be the last to accompany you as you cross the threshold into sleep, a final reminder of humanity's enduring quest to understand our place among the stars and our connection to the rhythms of the natural world. Rest now, beneath the same stars that shone upon Stonehenge's builders, part of the same ancient story of wonder and discovery that has unfolded across countless generations. Sleep peacefully, held in the timeless embrace of history and mystery, of questions that need no immediate answers, of connections that transcend time itself. In the golden light of ancient Egypt, nearly 3,500 years ago, there arose a ruler unlike any who had come before. Along the life-giving banks of the Nile River, where civilization flourished amid the desert sands, a woman named Hatshepsut claimed the highest throne in the land. As you settle in and prepare for rest, allow your mind to journey back to this distant time, when pyramids still gleamed with their original limestone casings and the Valley of the Kings was still being carved into the sacred cliffs. Hatshepsut was born around 1507 BCE during Egypt's 18th dynasty, a time historians now call the New Kingdom. She was the daughter of Pharaoh Thutmose I, a successful military leader who had expanded Egypt's borders and brought prosperity to the land. As a royal daughter, young Hatshepsut would have spent her childhood in the cool, columned halls of the palace, learning the customs and history of her people, watching the rhythmic patterns of court life unfold around her. Picture the gentle rustle of linen robes against polished stone floors, the sweet scent of incense floating through high-ceilinged chambers, and the distant sound of harps playing softly in garden courtyards. The Egypt of Hatshepsut's youth was a land of striking contrasts. The lush green ribbon of fertile land flanking the Nile, set against the golden ochre of the desert beyond. This was a civilization that had already existed for over 1,000 years, with traditions as enduring as the monuments they built. Imagine the young princess watching the annual flooding of the Nile, that miraculous cycle that brought new soil and sustained all life in Egypt. Perhaps she stood on a palace balcony, observing farmers in their fields, traders arriving by boat, and priests conducting ceremonies to honor the gods who made such abundance possible. As was common practice for royal families, Hatshepsut was married to her half-brother, Thutmose II, when she was still quite young. With this marriage, she fulfilled her expected role as great royal wife, supporting her husband as he assumed the throne after her father's death. Thutmose II's reign was relatively brief, about 13 years, but during this time, Hatshepsut learned the intricate workings of Egyptian governance. She observed how officials were appointed, how temples were maintained, how trade agreements were negotiated, and how royal decrees were implemented throughout the land. When Thutmose II died around 1479 BCE, his son by a secondary wife, who would become Thutmose III, was still just a child, too young to rule effectively. This created the unique circumstances that would allow Hatshepsut's unprecedented rise to power. Initially, she assumed the traditional role of regent, governing Egypt while her young stepson matured. But within a few years, something extraordinary happened. Hatshepsut declared herself pharaoh, adopting not just the power but all the titles and regalia of kingship. This was a remarkable departure from tradition in ancient Egypt. While Egypt had seen powerful queens before, and women could own property and had certain legal rights unusual for the ancient world, no woman had ever fully declared herself king. Yet Hatshepsut did exactly this, presenting herself as having been chosen by the god Amun-Ra himself to rule Egypt. To understand how truly revolutionary this was, imagine the careful balance of religion, tradition, and practical politics that structured ancient Egyptian society. The pharaoh wasn't merely a political leader, but a living god, a divine intermediary between the Egyptian people and the deities who controlled the universe. For a woman to claim this role required extraordinary conviction, intelligence, and political skill. Hatshepsut crafted her image carefully. In official statuary and relief carvings, she was often depicted with the traditional false beard, kilt, and crown of the pharaoh, male attributes that symbolize the office rather than the individual. Yet in other representations, she appears in feminine form, creating a complex visual language that emphasized her legitimacy while acknowledging her unique position. On temple walls and obelisks, her inscriptions referred to herself with male pronouns when speaking as king, yet her name itself, Hatshepsut, meaning foremost of noble women, proudly proclaimed her femininity. Rather than seize power through violence or eliminate her stepson, Hatshepsut maintained Thutmose III as co-ruler, though she clearly took precedence. The young king was given a military education and would eventually become a great warrior pharaoh in his own right, but for nearly 2 decades, it was Hatshepsut who truly ruled Egypt. The Egypt she inherited was already prosperous and secure. But Hatshepsut was not content merely to maintain what had come before. She had a vision for Egypt's greatness that would be expressed not through military conquest, but through magnificent buildings, expanded trade networks, and diplomatic relationships with neighboring lands. Under her direction, Egypt would flourish as a center of wealth, culture, and architectural innovation. One of the earliest and most pressing concerns for any pharaoh was establishing their divine right to rule. Hatshepsut addressed this by commissioning elaborate reliefs and inscriptions that detailed her divine birth. According to these carvings, still visible today at her mortuary temple, the god Amun-Ra himself had taken the form of her father Thutmose I and visited her mother, Queen Ahmose. This divine conception legitimized Hatshepsut's claim to the throne in a way that would resonate deeply with Egyptian religious beliefs. With her authority established, Hatshepsut turned her attention to the projects that would define her reign. Unlike many of her predecessors and successors, she focused not on military campaigns but on strengthening Egypt from within. She revitalized trade, commissioned magnificent building projects, and fostered a renaissance in art and architecture that would leave an indelible mark on Egypt's landscape. Imagine the Egypt of Hatshepsut's time. Temples rising along the Nile, their massive columns reaching toward the sky, adorned with vibrant paintings and intricate hieroglyphs that glistened in the desert sun. Picture the activity at the ports of the Nile Delta, where ships from across the Mediterranean and Red Sea arrived laden with cedar wood from Lebanon, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, silver from Anatolia, and countless other treasures from distant lands. During the early years of her reign, Hatshepsut restored monuments that had fallen into disrepair and completed projects begun by her father and husband. She demonstrated particular devotion to Amun-Ra, the patron deity of Thebes, modern Luxor, and increasingly the supreme god of the Egyptian pantheon. At the great temple complex of Karnak, she ordered the erection of 2 soaring obelisks, each carved from a single piece of granite standing nearly 100 feet tall. These monumental stones were quarried in Aswan, far to the south, and transported over 130 miles downriver to Thebes, an extraordinary feat of engineering that highlights the organizational capabilities of her administration. But perhaps the most significant and enduring monument of Hatshepsut's reign was her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari. Nestled against the sheer limestone cliffs on the west bank of the Nile, opposite the great city of Thebes, this stepped temple was named Djeser-Djeseru, meaning Holy of Holies. Unlike the massive pyramids of earlier dynasties, Hatshepsut's temple embraced the natural landscape, its terraces rising harmoniously against the towering cliff face behind it. Designed by her chief steward and architect, Senenmut, who some historians believe may have been her close companion or even lover, the temple featured elegant colonnaded halls, ramps connecting multiple levels, and gardens that once bloomed with fragrant trees brought back from foreign lands. The temple walls were adorned with reliefs depicting the major achievements of Hatshepsut's reign, including her divine birth, her coronation, and most famously, her expedition to the land of Punt. As the golden light of the Egyptian sun begins to soften into the gentle hues of evening, we pause in our narrative of this remarkable woman. The stars that now appear in the darkening sky are the same stars that looked down upon Hatshepsut as she walked through the courtyards of her palaces, contemplating the legacy she would leave behind. As you rest comfortably, imagine the steady flow of the ancient Nile, the timeless rhythm of life along its banks, and the quiet determination of a woman who dared to redefine what was possible. In our next chapter, we will journey with Hatshepsut to the mysterious land of Punt, a diplomatic and trading expedition that would become one of the crowning achievements of her reign. But for now, let the image of her temples bathed in moonlight and the whisper of palm fronds in the evening breeze guide you toward tranquil thoughts as we prepare to continue our journey through ancient Egypt's golden age. As the soft glow of dawn breaks over the ancient Nile, we return to the remarkable story of Hatshepsut, the woman who ruled as pharaoh in a time when such power was reserved for men. Having established her legitimacy and begun her ambitious building project, Hatshepsut now turned her gaze beyond Egypt's borders, not for conquest or war, but for something far more visionary: the expansion of trade and the acquisition of treasures from distant lands. In approximately the 9th year of her reign, around 1470 BCE, Hatshepsut commissioned one of the most ambitious and well-documented expeditions in ancient Egyptian history, a trading mission to the mysterious land of Punt. As you settle more deeply into comfort, picture the bustling preparations along the banks of the Red Sea, where specially designed ships were being constructed under the watchful eyes of royal shipwrights. The land of Punt had existed in Egyptian consciousness for centuries before Hatshepsut's time, mentioned in texts dating back to the Old Kingdom, nearly 1,000 years earlier. It was spoken of as a distant, semi-mythical place of extraordinary abundance, a land where the gods dwelled, where precious incense trees grew, and where exotic treasures could be acquired. Yet no Egyptian expedition to Punt had been recorded for several generations before Hatshepsut decided to renew this ancient connection. The exact location of Punt has been debated by historians and archaeologists for years. Most evidence points to a region encompassing parts of what we now know as Eastern Sudan, Eritrea, or perhaps Somalia along the Horn of Africa. It was a journey that required sailing down the Nile, then traveling overland to the Red Sea coast, where the main expedition would begin. Imagine the scene as the expedition prepared to depart. 5 sturdy ships with billowing sails, their hulls filled with items to trade, jewelry of gold and silver, polished copper tools, and carefully selected Egyptian crafts. Each vessel was approximately 70 feet long, built to withstand the challenging waters of the Red Sea, with a single large square sail and 20 oarsmen who would power the ship when winds were not favorable. These ships had no decks. They were essentially large, open boats with raised sides, their cargo carefully stored in the center. The expedition was led by Hatshepsut's trusted official Nehazi, likely accompanied by a carefully selected team of navigators, sailors, soldiers, priests, and scribes. Each participant had a specific role to play in ensuring the success of this ambitious venture. The scribes in particular would be responsible for documenting everything they encountered: new plants, animals, the people of Punt, and of course the treasures they would bring back to Egypt. As the small fleet set sail from the Egyptian coast, they would have followed the shoreline southward, navigating by landmarks during the day and stars at night. The journey was arduous and dangerous, with unpredictable winds, hidden reefs, and the ever-present risk of storms. Yet, these Egyptian sailors pressed on, driven by royal command and the promise of discovering wonders few of their countrymen had ever seen. After many weeks at sea, the expedition finally arrived at the shores of Punt. The relief carvings at Hatshepsut's temple depict their arrival in vivid detail. Egyptian sailors rowing toward land, ships anchored offshore, and the moment of first contact with the people of this distant land. The Puntites, as depicted in these reliefs, lived in beehive-shaped houses raised on stilts above the ground, accessed by ladders. They are shown with dark skin, wearing simple clothing and distinctive hairstyles. Their ruler, named Parehu, is depicted alongside his wife Ati, who is shown with a physical form that suggests some kind of medical condition, possibly related to obesity or elephantiasis. These unusually realistic depictions suggest that the Egyptian artists were working from first-hand accounts or perhaps even sketches made during the expedition. The meeting between the Egyptians and the Puntites appears to have been peaceful and ceremonial. Nehazi presented gifts from Hatshepsut to the rulers of Punt, and formal trade negotiations began. The Egyptians had brought with them bread, beer, meat, and various manufactured goods to exchange for the precious commodities they sought. What treasures did the land of Punt offer that made such a difficult journey worthwhile? The most prized was frankincense, the aromatic resin harvested from boswellia trees, which grew abundantly in Punt, but not in Egypt. This precious substance was essential for religious ceremonies, used to create the sacred incense that would please the gods and purify temples. The Egyptians also sought myrrh, another fragrant resin used in perfumes, medicines, and the embalming process. Beyond these precious resins, the Puntites offered gold, ebony, blackwood, ivory, exotic animal skins, live baboons and monkeys, and even the trees themselves. In a particularly ambitious move, Hatshepsut's expedition uprooted 31 live frankincense trees, carefully packing their roots in baskets for the journey back to Egypt. This was an unprecedented achievement, not just to harvest the resin, but to transplant the living trees themselves with the intention of growing them in Egypt. The success of the trade mission is gloriously depicted on the walls of Hatshepsut's mortuary temple. The reliefs show Egyptian ships, heavily laden with treasure, making their return journey to Egypt. Workers carry precious cargo, stacks of ebony, elephant tusks, leopard skins, gold rings, and the coveted incense trees in their baskets. Live baboons perch on the ship's rails or are carried on poles, destined for the royal menagerie or as gifts to Egyptian temples. When the expedition returned to Egypt, it was greeted with great celebration. A grand procession carried the exotic treasures from the Red Sea port, up the Nile, and finally to Thebes, where Hatshepsut herself would receive them. Imagine the scene as these precious items were formally presented to the pharaoh, the sweet, unfamiliar scent of frankincense filling the air, the curious baboons chattering in their cages, the gleam of gold and ivory in the Egyptian sunshine. For Hatshepsut, the successful expedition to Punt represented more than just the acquisition of valuable trade goods. It was a powerful statement about her reign and her vision for Egypt. By renewing this ancient trading relationship, she connected herself to the great pharaohs of the past who had sent similar expeditions. By obtaining frankincense trees to be planted in temple gardens, she demonstrated her special relationship with the gods, particularly Amun-Ra, in whose honor many of these trees would be dedicated. Most importantly, the Punt expedition showcased Hatshepsut's unique approach to strengthening Egypt's position in the ancient world. Rather than focusing on military campaigns, as many pharaohs before and after her would do, she emphasized trade, diplomacy, and the soft power of cultural exchange. This was not to say that Egypt under her rule was weak. She maintained a strong military and secure borders, but rather that she chose to direct Egypt's considerable resources toward different kinds of achievements. The detailed documentation of the Punt expedition on the walls of Hatshepsut's mortuary temple served multiple purposes. It celebrated a significant achievement of her reign, certainly, but it also justified her rule in a more subtle way. By demonstrating her ability to organize such a complex undertaking successfully, by showing the wealth she brought to Egypt, and by emphasizing her devotion to Amun-Ra through the acquisition of frankincense, Hatshepsut reinforced her legitimacy as pharaoh. The frankincense trees brought back from Punt were planted in the temple gardens at Deir el-Bahari, where they would have released their sweet fragrance into the air, creating a sensory reminder of the expedition's success. The temple reliefs specifically note that this was done according to the command of Amun-Ra himself, further strengthening the divine approval of Hatshepsut's rule. As evening approaches once more in our narrative journey, imagine these frankincense trees swaying gently in the breeze that sweeps across the Nile Valley, their aromatic resin scenting the air around Hatshepsut's magnificent temple. Picture the pharaoh herself walking among them, perhaps reaching out to touch their leaves, a tangible connection to distant Punt and a living symbol of her successful reign. The stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, the same stars that guided Egyptian sailors back from Punt with their precious cargo. The Nile flows on, constant and life-giving, as it has for thousands of years before Hatshepsut's time and thousands of years since. The gentle rhythm of the river's movement invites deeper relaxation, a flowing with the current of history as we continue to explore the remarkable achievements of this extraordinary woman. In our next chapter, we will discover more about Hatshepsut's building projects and the artistic flowering that occurred during her peaceful and prosperous reign. But for now, let the images of trading ships with billowing sails, exotic treasures from distant lands, and fragrant trees growing in temple gardens drift through your mind, carrying you toward even deeper tranquility. As the silver light of the moon bathes the ancient landscape of Egypt, we return once more to the story of Hatshepsut, the woman who ruled as pharaoh. Her successful expedition to Punt brought prestige and exotic treasures to Egypt, but it was only one aspect of her remarkable reign. Tonight, as you settle deeper into comfort, we will explore the magnificent monuments she created, the artistic renaissance she fostered, and the enduring legacy she left behind. Throughout her nearly 20-year rule, Hatshepsut initiated building projects across Egypt with an ambition that rivaled any pharaoh before her. The Egypt of her time was exceptionally prosperous. The royal treasuries were full, the harvests were abundant, and the borders were secure. This wealth allowed her to employ the finest architects, artists, and craftspeople to create monuments of unprecedented beauty and refinement. At the great temple complex of Karnak, dedicated to Amun-Ra, Hatshepsut made some of her most significant additions. Beyond the two towering obelisks mentioned earlier, she commissioned the Red Chapel, or Chapelle Rouge, a stunning sanctuary constructed of red quartzite and black granite. The chapel was designed to house the sacred bark of Amun-Ra during festival processions. Each block was expertly carved with reliefs depicting Hatshepsut making offerings to the gods or participating in religious ceremonies, legitimizing her rule through these sacred associations. Hatshepsut also reconstructed the temple at Speos Artemidos, dedicated to the lion-headed goddess Pakhet, and built or renovated shrines at Beni Hassan, Hermopolis, Memphis, and in Nubia, demonstrating her commitment to honoring the gods throughout her realm. Each of these projects employed hundreds of workers, stonemasons, sculptors, painters, and laborers, creating economic opportunities and allowing artistic innovations to flourish. But it was her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, nestled against the limestone cliffs across the Nile from Thebes, that stands as Hatshepsut's most extraordinary architectural achievement. As you breathe deeply and allow your body to relax more completely, picture this magnificent structure as it would have appeared in her time, its white limestone gleaming in the desert sun, its terraces adorned with exotic plants, including the frankincense trees brought back from Punt. The temple, named Djeser Djezero, or Holy of Holies, was revolutionary in its design. Unlike the massive pyramids of earlier dynasties or the enclosed temples of her contemporaries, Hatshepsut's mortuary temple embraced the natural landscape with open, colonnaded halls and a series of rising terraces that seemed to flow organically from the desert floor toward the soaring cliffs behind. The temple's architect, Senenmut, created a structure of perfect proportion and harmony that would influence Egyptian design for generations to come. Approaching the temple, visitors would first pass between two sacred pools, their still waters reflecting the temple's elegant facade. Then came an avenue of Sphinx statues, leading to a series of ramps that connected the three main terraces. On the lower terrace stood two colonnaded porticos, their pillars taking the form of the goddess Hathor on one side and the pharaoh herself on the other. The middle terrace featured relief scenes of Hatshepsut's divine birth and her expedition to Punt, while the upper terrace contained the main sanctuary carved directly into the living rock of the cliff. The entire complex was surrounded by gardens filled with trees and flowers, some native to Egypt and others, like the frankincense trees, brought from distant lands. Picture the fragrance of these gardens mingling with the incense burned in temple rituals, creating a multi-sensory experience of sacred space. Imagine the soft sound of fountain waters and the gentle rustling of papyrus plants swaying in the breeze, creating a peaceful atmosphere as priests conducted their daily ceremonies. The artistic style that flourished under Hatshepsut's patronage was characterized by exceptional refinement and elegance. The relief carvings at her temple show remarkable attention to detail and a delicacy of line not seen in earlier periods. Human figures are depicted with slender proportions, graceful poses, and serene expressions. These artistic innovations would influence Egyptian art for generations to come, creating what some historians have called a classical period in Egyptian artistic development. Hatshepsut understood the power of visual imagery in communicating her legitimacy as pharaoh. Throughout her monuments, she is depicted in various ways, sometimes in traditionally feminine attire, but often in the regalia of kingship, including the false beard, kilt, and crown that symbolized pharaonic authority. These images were accompanied by hieroglyphic inscriptions that used male pronouns when referring to her role as king, while still acknowledging her female identity. The prosperity of Egypt under Hatshepsut's rule extended beyond monumental architecture. Trade flourished not only with distant Punt, but also with neighbors in Nubia, the Levant, and across the Mediterranean. Egyptian craftspeople produced exquisite jewelry, furniture, textiles, and art objects that were prized throughout the ancient world. Agricultural projects, including irrigation systems and land reclamation, ensured bountiful harvests, to support the growing population. For nearly 2 decades, Hatshepsut ruled Egypt with wisdom and vision, bringing stability and cultural flowering to her kingdom. Her stepson, Thutmose III, meanwhile, was growing into a capable military leader, commanding Egypt's armies while Hatshepsut focused on internal affairs and diplomatic relationships. This arrangement appears to have functioned effectively during her lifetime, with no evidence of open conflict between the co-rulers. As you breathe deeply and allow your body to sink more heavily into restful comfort, we come to the later years of Hatshepsut's remarkable life. Around 1458 BCE, after approximately 22 years of rule, Hatshepsut disappeared from the historical record. The exact circumstances of her death remain unclear, whether from natural causes, illness, or perhaps even political intrigue. Archaeological examination of a female mummy believed to be Hatshepsut suggests she may have suffered from bone cancer and diabetes, possibly using skin ointments containing carcinogenic substances to treat a chronic skin condition. After her death, Thutmose III finally became Egypt's sole ruler. He would go on to become one of Egypt's greatest warrior pharaohs, leading 17 military campaigns and expanding the Egyptian empire to its greatest extent. Yet for many years, historians believed he had harbored resentment toward his stepmother, based on evidence that, approximately 20 years after her death, her name and image began to be systematically removed from monuments throughout Egypt. This apparent attempt to erase Hatshepsut from history, what Egyptologists call a damnatio memoriae, was once interpreted as an act of revenge. However, more recent scholarship suggests a different motivation. Rather than personal animosity, Thutmose III may have been attempting to correct what he saw as an irregularity in the royal succession, ensuring that the official record showed a direct male lineage from his grandfather Thutmose I to his father Thutmose II, and then to himself, without the unusual female interregnum. Despite these efforts, Hatshepsut's legacy could not truly be erased. Her monuments were too substantial, her achievements too significant, to be completely forgotten. Many of her statues and reliefs survived, either overlooked by those tasked with removing her name, deliberately preserved by loyal officials, or simply protected by the sands of time until modern archaeologists rediscovered them. As the night deepens around us, and as you drift toward more profound relaxation, let us reflect on the enduring significance of this extraordinary woman who lived over 3 millennia ago. Hatshepsut's reign reminds us that even in ancient times, there were individuals who challenged conventions and redefined what was possible. Her story speaks to the power of vision, determination, and skillful leadership. The gentle rhythm of your breathing now mirrors the eternal rhythm of the Nile, flowing as it has for countless millennia, nurturing civilizations along its banks. Like the river, time flows ever onward, carrying the stories of remarkable lives like Hatshepsut's to new generations. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into restful comfort, just as Hatshepsut's monuments have settled into the Egyptian landscape, becoming one with the eternal desert. Imagine now the peaceful stillness of her mortuary temple under a canopy of stars. The limestone columns stand in silent rows, their shadows stretching across the empty courtyards, where once priests conducted sacred rituals and royal processions displayed the wealth of Egypt. The frankincense trees brought from distant Punt release their sweet fragrance into the night air, carried on a gentle breeze that whispers through the colonnades. The same stars that look down upon you now once guided Egyptian sailors returning from Punt, laden with treasures for their queen. These eternal stars have witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, yet still they maintain their silent vigil, offering the comfort of continuity in an ever-changing world. As you gaze at them through half-closed eyes, feel your thoughts becoming quieter, your mind drifting toward the peaceful realm of sleep. In the cool darkness of the desert night, jackals call to one another across the valley, the same sounds that would have echoed around Hatshepsut's temple in ancient times. The river flows silently below, reflecting the moon's silver light, carrying the memories of 3,500 years upon its surface. With each breath you take, you connect to this timeless landscape, this eternal cycle of day and night, of kingdoms rising and falling, of extraordinary lives leaving their mark upon the world. As your breathing becomes deeper and more regular, imagine walking slowly through Hatshepsut's temple, your footsteps silent on the ancient stones. The moonlight creates patterns of light and shadow between the columns, and in the distance, you can just make out the silhouette of the cliffs that embrace the temple in their protective embrace. There is profound peace here, a tranquility that transcends time. The story of Hatshepsut reminds us that even in the most tradition-bound societies, change is possible. Her reign was a time of peace and prosperity, of artistic flowering and architectural innovation. She expanded Egypt's horizons through trade rather than warfare, creating connections with distant lands that enriched her kingdom in multiple ways. Though attempts were made to erase her from history, her legacy endured, speaking to us across the millennia about the potential for visionary leadership. Now, as you drift closer to the borders of sleep, let the weight of history settle gently around you like a comfortable blanket. Feel the connection between your peaceful breathing and the quiet breathing of the desert, expanding and contracting with the cycles of day and night, of seasons, of centuries. The ancient Egyptians believed that each sunset was a time of transition, when the sun god Ra traveled through the underworld before being reborn with the dawn. Like Ra, you too are journeying toward renewal through the peaceful realm of sleep. The monuments Hatshepsut built were not merely expressions of royal ego, but affirmations of order, beauty, and cosmic harmony, what the Egyptians called Ma'at. This concept of Ma'at encompassed truth, balance, and right living, the fundamental principles that kept chaos at bay and allowed civilization to flourish. As your body relaxes more deeply with each breath, you too are finding your own perfect balance, your own harmony between consciousness and dreams. The ancient Egyptians believed that speaking or writing a person's name kept them alive in memory. Tonight, we have spoken Hatshepsut's name, ensuring that something of her remarkable spirit continues in our collective consciousness. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you the image of her temple bathed in moonlight, of frankincense trees swaying in the gentle night breeze, of hieroglyphs telling stories on sun-warmed stone. These peaceful images will accompany you into dreams, where perhaps you too will sail to distant Punt or walk among the columns of Karnak Temple. With each slow, deep breath, you are traveling further from the waking world and closer to the realm of restorative sleep. The story of Hatshepsut fades now into gentle background, a soft murmur like the distant sound of the Nile flowing toward the sea. Your body grows heavier, your thoughts more diffuse, as you surrender to the natural rhythm of rest that has refreshed humanity since time immemorial. Sleep now approaches like the gentle evening breeze that once cooled Hatshepsut's temple, bringing with it the promise of renewal and dreams as vast as the starlit Egyptian sky. The ancient queen's story merges with countless others in the great river of human history, flowing ever onward as you drift deeper into tranquility. Rest peacefully now, cradled in the timeless embrace of stories from ages past, connecting you to the eternal cycle of human experience across the millennia. In the heart of what was once the great Aztec Empire, beneath the sky painted with the soft hues of twilight, there exists a place where land and water dance together in perfect harmony. This place is Xochimilco, home to one of humanity's most ingenious agricultural achievements, the floating gardens, or chinampas, as they were known to the Aztec people who created them. As you settle in and allow your mind to drift back through the centuries, imagine the Valley of Mexico as it once was, a vast, shimmering lake system surrounded by majestic mountains. The Aztec civilization, one of the most sophisticated of the ancient world, thrived in this challenging environment, not by conquering nature, but by working in concert with it. Long before European contact, around the 10th to 12th centuries, the people of this valley faced a pressing challenge. The growing population needed more agricultural land, but the 5 interconnected lakes that dominated the landscape left little room for traditional farming. From this necessity, a remarkable innovation was born: artificially created islands that appeared to float upon the lake's surface. The word chinampa comes from the Nahuatl language, meaning square made of canes. These were not truly floating gardens, though they appeared that way to early Spanish observers. Rather, they were meticulously constructed artificial islands created through generations of careful engineering and ecological wisdom. To create a chinampa, Aztec farmers would first stake out a rectangular area in the shallow lakebed, typically measuring about 30 meters long by 2.5 meters wide. They would then weave fences of reeds and stakes around this perimeter. Within this enclosed area, they would layer alternating materials: lake mud, decaying vegetation, and more mud. This layering would continue until the surface rose above the water level, creating fertile agricultural plots. Willow trees were often planted at the corners of these plots. Their strong, fast-growing root systems would eventually anchor the chinampa to the lakebed, providing stability while also preventing erosion. These trees created natural boundaries between plots and offered shade for certain crops that needed protection from the intense midday sun. What made the chinampas truly remarkable was their incredible fertility. The lake sediment used to create them was rich in organic matter and nutrients. Farmers would continually refresh this fertility by dredging nutrient-rich muck from the canals between the chinampas and adding it to the soil. This created an agricultural system that was not only sustainable but also incredibly productive. In the time before the Spanish conquest, these floating gardens transformed the southern portion of Lake Xochimilco into a verdant, productive landscape. From above, it must have appeared as a carefully geometrical patchwork of green rectangles separated by sparkling canals of blue water. Tens of thousands of chinampas stretched across the lake, creating an agricultural zone that would help feed the massive population of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. The chinampas supported a wide variety of crops. Maize, the cornerstone of Mesoamerican diet, grew tall and strong in the fertile soil. Beans and squash were often planted alongside the maize, creating the nutritionally complete trio known as the Three Sisters. Chili peppers added spice to the Aztec diet, while tomatoes, avocados, and a variety of greens provided essential nutrients. Flowers, too, were cultivated in abundance, both for their beauty and for their use in religious ceremonies. The farmers of Xochimilco developed sophisticated methods to nurture their crops. They created seed beds where young plants could grow protected until they were strong enough to transplant into the main chinampa plots. They understood companion planting, using certain plant combinations to deter pests and enhance growth. They managed water levels with remarkable precision, ensuring that the crops received exactly what they needed. Movement between chinampas was accomplished primarily by canoe, with the waterways serving as both transportation routes and sources of additional food through fishing. The system was so effective that it's estimated that a single hectare of chinampa agriculture could feed up to 20 people year-round, a remarkable achievement for pre-industrial farming. When the Spanish arrived in the early 16th century, they were astonished by what they found. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, one of the conquistadors who accompanied Hernán Cortés, wrote of the chinampas with undisguised wonder. He described gardens that were a remarkable thing to see, with many fruit trees and sweet-scented flowers. The floating gardens, he noted, could be moved if desired, though this was likely a misunderstanding of the Chinampa construction process. The Spanish conquest brought dramatic changes to the Valley of Mexico. The new colonial authorities began draining the lakes to expand the city and control flooding. Over centuries, what had once been a vast lake system was reduced to fragments of its former self. Yet remarkably, portions of the Chinampa system in Xochimilco survived. In the southern reaches of what is now Mexico City, the legacy of the Aztec floating gardens lives on. Some families have maintained their chinampas through generations using techniques passed down from their ancestors. The canals still wind between the artificial islands, though many are narrower now than they once were, and the water quality has suffered from urban pollution. As you imagine these remarkable floating gardens, picture the early morning mist rising from the canals as farmers pull their flat-bottomed boats between the chinampas. The air is fresh and cool, filled with the earthy scent of fertile soil and the delicate perfume of flowers. Birds call to one another as they flit between the willow trees, and somewhere in the distance, traditional music drifts across the water. The story of the Chinampas reminds us of human ingenuity and our capacity to work in harmony with nature rather than against it. The Aztec farmers did not see the lakes as obstacles to be conquered, but as partners in creating abundance. They understood that by respecting the natural systems around them and working within them, they could create something of remarkable productivity and beauty. As twilight deepens and your body begins to relax, let us continue our journey through the remarkable story of Xochimilco's floating gardens. The Chinampa system represented not merely an agricultural technique, but an entire way of life, harmonious relationship between the people of the Valley of Mexico and their watery domain. The daily rhythm of life on the Chinampas followed the gentle pace of the seasons. In spring, as the rainy season approached, farmers would prepare their seedbeds with particular care. They created small, square nurseries called almacegas, where they would sow seeds in specially prepared soil. These seedbeds were often covered with protective mats during cold nights, a testament to the farmers' attentive care for their future harvest. The most fascinating aspect of these seedbeds was that they were often created as floating rafts made of reeds, mud, and vegetation. Once the seedlings had grown strong enough, the entire raft could be towed to its designated chinampa, and the plants transferred directly into the fertile soil with minimal disruption to their delicate root systems. This ingenious method allowed for continuous planting and harvesting throughout the year. The Chinampa farmers were keenly attuned to the natural cycles around them. They observed the migration patterns of birds, the behavior of local wildlife, and the subtle changes in plant growth to guide their agricultural decisions. This deep ecological knowledge was passed down through generations, creating a rich tapestry of traditional wisdom that informed every aspect of cultivation. Water management was central to the success of the Chinampas. The farmers developed complex systems of canals, dikes, and sluices to control water levels with remarkable precision. During the rainy season, excess water could be channeled away from sensitive crops, while during drier periods, the surrounding lake water naturally irrigated the chinampas through capillary action, drawing moisture up into the soil. This careful balance created a uniquely stable microclimate. The surrounding water helped moderate temperature extremes, protecting plants from unexpected frosts and excessive heat. The constant moisture in the air created ideal conditions for many crops, allowing for yields that far surpassed what was possible with traditional dryland farming methods. The productive capacity of the Chinampas supported not just subsistence farming, but a thriving market economy. The famous market at Tlatelolco, one of the largest in pre-Columbian America, received abundant produce from the Chinampas of Xochimilco and the other lake regions. Contemporary Spanish accounts describe the marketplace as filled with a stunning variety of fruits, vegetables, flowers, and herbs, many of which came directly from the floating gardens. The canals between the Chinampas served as efficient transportation networks. Farmers loaded their harvests onto flat-bottom boats called trajineras and poled their way through the waterways to bring their goods to market. These colorful boats, adorned with flowers and painted in vibrant hues, remain an iconic symbol of Xochimilco today, though they now primarily carry tourists rather than agricultural products. Beyond their practical function, the chinampas held deep cultural and spiritual significance for the Aztec people. The goddess Xochiquetzal, whose name means precious flower or flower quetzal feather, was associated with fertility, beauty, and agricultural abundance. Festivals honoring her and other agricultural deities were celebrated with flowers and crops grown in the chinampas, creating a sacred connection between the divine, the natural world, and human cultivation. The floating gardens also featured prominently in Aztec poetry and song. The beauty of flowers grown in the chinampas inspired countless verses that celebrated both natural beauty and the skilled hands that nurtured it. One ancient poem speaks of flowers that sparkle like popcorn with dew. They open their blossoms and suddenly tear themselves apart. Such vivid imagery reflects the deep aesthetic appreciation the Aztec culture held for the botanical wonders produced in their floating gardens. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived in 1519, led by Hernán Cortés, the chinampa system was at its peak of productivity and sophistication. The Europeans were astonished by what they encountered in the Valley of Mexico. Beyond the impressive stone temples and bustling markets, it was perhaps the agricultural system that most defied their expectations. Nothing in their European experience had prepared them for the sight of what appeared to be gardens floating on water, producing abundant harvests in what should have been an inhospitable lake environment. The fall of Tenochtitlan in 1521 marked the beginning of profound changes for the region. The Spanish colonial authorities, while impressed by the productivity of the chinampas, did not fully understand or appreciate the delicate hydrological balance that made the system work. They viewed the lakes primarily as obstacles to urban expansion and sources of undesirable flooding. Beginning in the 1540s, the Spanish initiated drainage projects aimed at controlling the lakes of the Valley of Mexico. These early efforts were modest compared to what would come later, but they marked the beginning of a centuries-long process that would dramatically alter the landscape. The gradual draining of the lakes would eventually reduce the once vast water system to a small fraction of its original size, with profound implications for the chinampa agriculture that depended on it. Despite these challenges, the chinampa farmers of Xochimilco demonstrated remarkable resilience. They adapted their techniques to the changing conditions, adjusting planting schedules and crop selections to accommodate the gradually lowering water table. Many families maintained their traditional farming practices through generations, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. During the colonial period, the chinampas continued to be an important source of fresh produce for the growing city of Mexico. Spanish crops like wheat, barley, and various European vegetables were incorporated into the chinampa system alongside traditional Mesoamerican plants, creating a unique agricultural fusion that reflected the broader cultural blending taking place. The chinampas also became important sites for the cultivation of ornamental flowers, a tradition that continues to this day. Spanish friars, recognizing the exceptional fertility of the chinampa soil and the skill of the indigenous farmers, encouraged the cultivation of flowers for church decoration. This helped preserve chinampa agriculture during a time when many indigenous practices were being suppressed or replaced. As night deepens around us, imagine yourself floating gently on a trajinera through the peaceful canals of Xochimilco. The water laps softly against the sides of the boat, creating a soothing rhythm. On either side, the silhouettes of trees stand sentinel over the ancient gardens, their forms reflecting in the dark water. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the subtle fragrances of earth, water, and growing things. The stars above mirror the occasional lights from distant homes, creating a sense of being suspended between two star-filled skies. Here, in this tranquil moment, you can feel the presence of the countless generations who have tended these remarkable gardens, their patient hands shaping both the land and its abundant harvests. Their legacy surrounds you in the gentle darkness, a testament to human creativity and our capacity to live in balance with the natural world. As your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to drift like boats on the gentle canals of Xochimilco, we continue our journey through time. The story of these remarkable floating gardens flows like water itself, connecting past and present in a continuous stream. The 19th century brought new changes to Xochimilco and its chinampas. Mexico gained independence from Spain in 1821, ushering in an era of national identity building that sometimes looked to the pre-Columbian past for inspiration. The chinampas, as living connections to the engineering brilliance of the Aztec civilization, took on new significance as symbols of indigenous knowledge and innovation. During this period, the ongoing drainage of the Valley of Mexico accelerated. The Porfirio Diaz regime 1911 implemented massive engineering projects aimed at preventing flooding and expanding the buildable area of Mexico City. The Gran Canal del Desagüe, completed in 1900, dramatically altered the hydrology of the region, further reducing water levels in the remaining lake areas, including Xochimilco. For the Chinampa farmers, these changes presented significant challenges. The lowering water table meant that many chinampas that had once been surrounded by water now found themselves increasingly connected to dry land. The capillary irrigation that had been central to the system's success became less reliable, forcing adaptations in farming techniques. Yet even as the physical environment changed, the cultural importance of Xochimilco and its floating gardens remained strong. The colorful trajineras became popular for recreational outings, with families from Mexico City visiting on weekends to enjoy the tranquil waterways and purchase plants, flowers, and local foods directly from Chinampa farmers. This early form of tourism helped sustain the traditional agricultural practices even as urban development pressed ever closer. In 1987, UNESCO recognized the profound historical and cultural significance of this unique agricultural landscape by designating Xochimilco as a World Heritage Site. The citation noted that the area represented the only reminder of traditional ground occupation in the lagoons of the Mexico City Basin before the Spanish conquest. This international recognition helped raise awareness about the importance of preserving what remained of the Chinampa system. Today, although greatly reduced from their historical extent, portions of the Chinampas continue to be cultivated using methods that would be recognizable to their Aztec creators. Some families have maintained their plots for generations, passing down specialized knowledge about soil preparation, water management, and planting techniques. These farmers grow a mix of traditional crops, ornamental flowers, and specialty produce for Mexico City's restaurants and markets. As you relax more deeply now, imagine the gentle touch of evening settling over the canals and gardens of Xochimilco. The last rays of sunlight filter through willow branches, casting long, golden fingers across the water. The day's activity begins to slow, and a peaceful quiet descends, broken only by the occasional call of a water bird or the distant rhythm of traditional music. The waters of the canals grow still and reflective, mirroring the deepening blue of the sky. In these tranquil waters, we can see reflections of the past, the countless hands that have shaped this landscape over centuries, working in harmony with the natural cycles of the earth and water. Breathe deeply now, drawing in the cool, clean air that flows across the gardens. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more connected to this ancient place, this testament to human creativity and resilience. Just as the Chinampas bring together earth and water in perfect balance, feel the different elements of your own being coming into harmony. The wisdom of the Chinampa builders reminds us that true sustainability comes from working with nature rather than against it. Their agricultural system succeeded because it respected and enhanced the natural processes already at work in the ecosystem. This deep ecological understanding offers us valuable lessons for our own relationship with the natural world. The floating gardens teach us about patience too. The creation of a Chinampa was not the work of a single season or even a single lifetime. It represented a multi-generational commitment to building fertility and abundance, gradually accumulating layers of soil and organic matter to create something that would nourish communities for centuries. As night falls completely over Xochimilco, the stars emerge one by one, their light dancing on the dark surface of the canals. The silhouettes of trees stand as peaceful sentinels, their leaves rustling gently in the night breeze. Allow your mind to drift with these soft sounds, carried along like a leaf on the water. The boundaries between past and present begin to dissolve in the darkness. You might almost glimpse the shadow of an Aztec farmer poling his canoe between the Chinampas, carrying seedlings to be planted under the same stars that shine down tonight. The continuity of human experience connects you to those ancient cultivators, their dreams and efforts echoing across time. Your breathing has found its own gentle rhythm now, like the slow current of the canals. With each exhalation, you release a little more tension, allowing your body to settle more deeply into restful comfort. The weight of your limbs becomes pleasantly heavy, supported fully as you continue to relax. In the distance, perhaps you can hear the soft music of a marimba, its wooden notes rippling like the water itself. The melody carries no urgency, only a lulling reminder of life's gentle persistence. Traditional songs that have been played in Xochimilco for generations blend with the night sounds of the gardens, creating a soothing audio tapestry. The floating gardens remind us that boundaries are often more fluid than we imagine. What appears to be solid ground might actually be a carefully constructed harmony of elements. What seems to be separate land and water, past and present, waking and dreaming often flows together in ways we don't immediately perceive. As your thoughts become more diffuse and dreamlike, picture the moonlight silvering the surface of the canals, transforming ordinary water into a luminous pathway. The Chinampas become islands in a sea of stars, both the ones above and their reflections below. This meeting of earth, water, and sky creates a perfect balance, a sacred geometry that has sustained life for centuries. The seasonal rhythms that guide the Chinampa farmers work within you as well. There is a time for activity and growth, and a time for rest and renewal. This moment, as sleep approaches, is your time for restoration, for the quiet work of integration that happens beneath the surface of consciousness. Just as the fertile soil of the Chinampas continues its unseen work through the night, transforming nutrients into new growth, your mind and body can now engage in their own regenerative processes. Each slow breath brings oxygen to nourish every cell, while your conscious thoughts gradually give way to the deeper wisdom of rest. The people who first created the floating gardens understood something profound about patience and persistence. They knew that remarkable achievements often come not from dramatic, sudden efforts, but from consistent, mindful tending. Each small addition of soil, each seedling carefully planted, each channel thoughtfully maintained, these accumulated into a marvel of agricultural engineering. This same gentle persistence applies to the art of falling asleep. It isn't something that can be forced through effort, but rather something that arrives naturally when the conditions are right. You're creating those conditions now, allowing yourself to drift along the peaceful canals of Xochimilco, carried by the current of your own slowing thoughts. The willow trees that anchor the corners of the Chinampas have their own lesson to teach us. Their flexibility allows them to bend with strong winds rather than breaking. Their deep roots provide stability, while their branches dance with every breeze. There is wisdom in this balance between rootedness and adaptability, between strength and yielding. As sleep draws closer, you might notice how your awareness fluctuates, sometimes sharp and sometimes diffuse, like the alternating patches of moonlight and shadow on the water. This natural rhythm is part of the transition from wakefulness to sleep, each state flowing into the next like the interconnected canals of Xochimilco. The legacy of the floating gardens continues in each person who learns their story, who carries forward an appreciation for this remarkable achievement of human ingenuity and ecological wisdom. Even as you rest, this knowledge becomes integrated into your understanding of our shared human heritage. The stars wheel slowly overhead, following their ancient paths across the night sky. The same stars watched over the first Chinampa builders, offering guidance about seasons and weather patterns. Now they keep their patient vigil as you drift toward sleep, their constant presence a reminder of the vast, peaceful continuity of time. With each passing moment, your breathing becomes more regular, your thoughts more dispersed. Like a boat gently coming to rest against the fertile soil of a chinampa, you are arriving at the shores of sleep. The journey across the waters of consciousness has been peaceful, guided by the ancient wisdom of the floating gardens. As you settle into this restful state, know that the story of Xochimilco continues in the farmers who still tend their plots, in the visitors who marvel at this living heritage, and now in you, carrying the knowledge of this remarkable place into your dreams. The floating gardens have sustained life for centuries, and their legacy flows on like the eternal waters of the canals, nurturing both body and imagination with their timeless example of harmony between humanity and nature. Sleep now, cradled by the gentle waters of history, supported by the fertile soil of shared human achievement. The floating gardens have offered their gifts of peace, wisdom, and continuity. As consciousness gives way to dreams, carry these gifts with you into the restorative depths of rest, floating freely on the calm waters of sleep. As you settle in and prepare for sleep, let me take you back to a time when the world was still shrouded in mystery and wonder, when maps had blank spaces marked with dragons and sea monsters, and when brave souls set sail into the unknown. Tonight, we'll journey together through one of humanity's greatest adventures, the first circumnavigation of our Earth. In the warm, golden autumn of 1519, 5 weathered ships swayed gently in the harbor of Sanlúcar de Barrameda on the southern coast of Spain. The morning air carried the scent of salt and possibility as sailors loaded provisions. Barrels of wine, sacks of flour, dried meats, and the precious spices that were worth their weight in gold. Standing on the deck of the flagship, Trinidad was a man of medium height with dark, determined eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. This was Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese navigator in the service of the Spanish crown, about to embark on a journey that would forever change our understanding of our world. Magellan had not always been destined for such greatness. Born around 1480 to a family of minor Portuguese nobility, he spent his youth as a page in the royal court, where he developed a fascination with tales of exploration and distant lands. The young Ferdinand listened with rapt attention to stories of explorers like Vasco da Gama, who had found a route to India by sailing around Africa, and Christopher Columbus, who had sailed west in search of Asia but found a new continent instead. As a young man, Magellan sailed to India and the Spice Islands, learning the art of navigation and developing a deep knowledge of the seas. But his relationship with King Manuel I of Portugal soured, and after being denied advancement and support for his plans, Magellan made the difficult decision to offer his services to Portugal's rival, King Charles I of Spain. Magellan's vision was both simple and audacious. While others sought eastern passages to the rich spice trade of the East Indies, he proposed sailing west, believing he could find a passage through the Americas that would lead to Asia. If successful, Spain would have a route to the valuable Spice Islands that didn't infringe on Portuguese claims. It was a gamble that could bring untold wealth and power to Spain and immortal glory to Magellan. Imagine now the weight of responsibility on Magellan's shoulders as he stood on the deck of his ship that September morning. Around him bustled 270 men, sailors, soldiers, carpenters, priests, and interpreters, many of whom would never see their homeland again. Some were hardened seafarers, their skin tanned and weathered by years under the sun and spray. Others were young adventurers, their eyes bright with dreams of fortune and fame. Few understood the true scope of the journey that lay ahead. The fleet itself was a modest one. The Trinidad, Magellan's flagship, was accompanied by 4 other vessels: the San Antonio, the Concepcion, the Victoria, and the Santiago. These were not particularly large or impressive ships, averaging about 100 tons each, with 3 masts and square-rigged sails. They were sturdy enough for the known routes of the Atlantic, but no one could say how they would fare in the unknown waters Magellan sought to navigate. On the 20th of September, 1519, with the blessing of the Church and the authority of the King, the fleet finally set sail from San Lucar, the shoreline slowly diminishing as they moved out into the vast Atlantic. The sailors watched as the familiar coastline of Spain faded into the distance, perhaps wondering if they would ever see it again. For many, this would be their last glimpse of home. The first leg of their journey was familiar enough, sailing south along the coast of Africa to the Cape Verde Islands. Here they replenished their supplies and prepared for the Atlantic crossing. The known world was giving way to the unknown, but Magellan's confident leadership reassured his men. He had made ocean crossings before and understood the patterns of wind and current that would carry them to the New World. As the ships pushed west across the Atlantic, the days settled into a rhythm of watches and work. Sailors mended sails, carpenters repaired constant wear and damage, and the officers took celestial readings to determine their position. At night, under the vast canopy of stars, the men might gather to share stories or listen to music played on simple instruments. The steady creak of timbers and the gentle splash of waves against the hull became the soundtrack of their lives. After 69 days at sea, land was finally sighted, the coast of what is now Brazil. The fleet anchored at Rio de Janeiro in December 1519, giving the weary crew time to rest and replenish supplies. The local inhabitants viewed the strange visitors with curiosity, and barter was established: metal goods and trinkets in exchange for fresh food and water. But even as his men enjoyed this respite, Magellan's mind was focused on the challenge ahead, finding a passage through the continent to the ocean beyond. Earlier explorations had revealed no such passage in the Caribbean or northern coasts, so Magellan's plan was to sail south, charting the coastline until he found the strait he believed must exist. And so, after resting and restocking their supplies, the fleet continued southward, the coastline growing more rugged and the weather more challenging as they ventured into higher latitudes. The warm tropical air gave way to colder winds, and storms became more frequent. It was in one such storm that the Santiago, sent ahead to scout the coast, was wrecked, though thankfully most of her crew survived. By March 1520, the southern autumn was approaching, and Magellan made the difficult decision to find a harbor and wait out the coming winter. They anchored in a bay they named Port St. Julian, on the coast of what is now Argentina. It was here, in this desolate and forbidding place, that the expedition faced its first major crisis. The long journey, harsh conditions, and uncertain future bred discontent among some of the Spanish captains, who questioned Magellan's leadership and the wisdom of continuing south. On Easter night, 3 of the 5 ships mutinied against Magellan. It was a perilous moment, outnumbered and far from allies. Magellan's dream seemed about to collapse. But Magellan was not a man to surrender easily. Through a combination of cunning strategy, personal courage, and loyal supporters, he managed to regain control. He sent a small boat to the rebellious San Antonio under the pretense of delivering a message, but the men were secretly armed. Once aboard, they attacked and captured the leaders of the mutiny. The rebellion quickly crumbled, and Magellan reasserted his authority, though at a cost. Several mutineers were executed, and others were marooned when the fleet eventually departed. As winter settled over Port St. Julian, the days grew shorter and the nights colder. The men constructed temporary shelters on shore and hunted for game to supplement their dwindling provisions. It was during this time that they encountered the indigenous people of the region, whom they called Patagonians because of their large size. These meetings were generally peaceful, and Magellan's interpreters attempted to learn something of their language and customs. For 5 long months, the fleet remained in this remote harbor, waiting for winter to loosen its grip. Imagine the isolation they felt, cut off from all they knew, facing an uncertain future on the edge of the world. Yet among many of the crew, faith in Magellan remained strong. He maintained discipline and purpose, ensuring that the ships were repaired and made ready for the challenges ahead. As July turned to August, the first signs of spring appeared. The days began to lengthen. The worst of the storms abated, and Magellan prepared his fleet to continue their journey. On the 24th of August, 1520, nearly a year after they had departed from Spain, the 4 remaining ships, Trinidad, San Antonio, Concepcion, and Victoria, sailed from Port St. Julian, still searching for the elusive passage to the Western Ocean. The coastline continued southward, growing more rugged and inhospitable. Cold winds swept across the decks, and frequent storms tested both ships and men. In October, they discovered the entrance to what appeared to be yet another bay or river mouth. But as they explored further, Magellan realized that they had found what they were seeking, a strait leading westward. The passage that would later bear Magellan's name was no easy waterway. It twisted and turned for 373 miles through mountainous terrain, with powerful currents and unpredictable weather. Magellan sent ships ahead to explore, and when they returned with news that they had seen an open ocean beyond, he knew that his gamble had paid off. The passage to the east had been found. Not everyone shared his determination to continue, however. Under cover of darkness, the San Antonio, the largest ship after the Trinidad, turned back and deserted the expedition, returning to Spain with precious supplies. Despite this setback, Magellan pressed on with his 3 remaining vessels. On the 28th of November, 1520, after a month of navigating the treacherous strait, Magellan's fleet emerged into a vast, seemingly peaceful ocean. In his relief at finding such calm waters after the storms of the Atlantic and the challenges of the strait, Magellan named this new sea the Pacific, from the Latin word pacificus, meaning peaceful. As the ships sailed into this new ocean, the men might have gazed back at the mountainous coast receding behind them, knowing they had accomplished something extraordinary. They had found a passage that connected the known waters of the Atlantic with this new, unexplored ocean, proving that the Americas were not part of Asia, but a separate continent. But even as they celebrated this achievement, they could not have known the challenges that still lay ahead in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. As you settle in and prepare for sleep, let me take you back to a time when the world was still shrouded in mystery and wonder, when maps had blank spaces marked with dragons and sea monsters, and when brave souls set sail into the unknown. Tonight, we'll journey together through one of humanity's greatest adventures, the first circumnavigation of our Earth. In the warm golden autumn of 1520, 519, 5 weathered ships swayed gently in the harbor of Sanlúcar de Barrameda on the southern coast of Spain. The morning air carried the scent of salt and possibility as sailors loaded provisions, barrels of wine, sacks of flour, dried meats, and the precious spices that were worth their weight in gold. Standing on the deck of the flagship, Trinidad was a man of medium height with dark, determined eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. This was Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese navigator in the service of the Spanish crown, about to embark on a journey that would forever change our understanding of our world. Magellan had not always been destined for such greatness. Born around 1480 to a family of minor Portuguese nobility, he spent his youth as a page in the royal court, where he developed a fascination with tales of exploration and distant lands. The young Ferdinand listened with rapt attention to stories of explorers like Vasco da Gama, who had found a route to India by sailing around Africa, and Christopher Columbus, who had sailed west in search of Asia, but found a new continent instead. As a young man, Magellan sailed to India and the Spice Islands, learning the art of navigation and developing a deep knowledge of the seas. But his relationship with King Manuel I of Portugal soured, and after being denied advancement and support for his plans, Magellan made the difficult decision to offer his services to Portugal's rival, King Charles I of Spain. Magellan's vision was both simple and audacious. While others sought eastern passages to the rich spice trade of the East Indies, he proposed sailing west, believing he could find a passage through the Americas that would lead to Asia. If successful, Spain would have a route to the valuable Spice Islands that didn't infringe on Portuguese claims. It was a gamble that could bring untold wealth and power to Spain and immortal glory to Magellan. Imagine now the weight of responsibility on Magellan's shoulders as he stood on the deck of his ship that September morning. Around him bustled 270 men, sailors, soldiers, carpenters, priests, and interpreters, many of whom would never see their homeland again. Some were hardened seafarers, their skin tanned and weathered by years under the sun and spray. Others were young adventurers, their eyes bright with dreams of fortune and fame. Few understood the true scope of the journey that lay ahead. The fleet itself was a modest one. The Trinidad, Magellan's flagship, was accompanied by 4 other vessels: the San Antonio, the Concepcion, the Victoria, and the Santiago. These were not particularly large or impressive ships, averaging about 100 tons each, with 3 masts and square-rigged sails. They were sturdy enough for the known routes of the Atlantic, but no one could say how they would fare in the unknown waters Magellan sought to navigate. On the 20th of September, 1519, with the blessing of the Church and the authority of the King, the fleet finally set sail from Sanlúcar, the shoreline slowly diminishing as they moved out into the vast Atlantic. The sailors watched as the familiar coastline of Spain faded into the distance, perhaps wondering if they would ever see it again. For many, this would be their last glimpse of home. The first leg of their journey was familiar enough, sailing south along the coast of Africa to the Cape Verde Islands. Here they replenished their supplies and prepared for the Atlantic crossing. The known world was giving way to the unknown, but Magellan's confident leadership reassured his men. He had made ocean crossings before and understood the patterns of wind and current that would carry them to the new world. As the ships pushed west across the Atlantic, the days settled into a rhythm of watches and work. Sailors mended sails, carpenters repaired constant wear and damage, and the officers took celestial readings to determine their position. At night, under the vast canopy of stars, the men might gather to share stories or listen to music played on simple instruments. The steady creak of timbers and the gentle splash of waves against the hull became the soundtrack of their lives. After 69 days at sea, land was finally sighted, the coast of what is now Brazil. The fleet anchored at Rio de Janeiro in December 1519, giving the weary crew time to rest and replenish supplies. The local inhabitants viewed the strange visitors with curiosity, and barter was established, metal goods and trinkets in exchange for fresh food and water. But even as his men enjoyed this respite, Magellan's mind was focused on the challenge ahead, finding a passage through the continent to the ocean beyond. Earlier explorations had revealed no such passage in the Caribbean or northern coasts, so Magellan's plan was to sail south, charting the coastline until he found the strait he believed must exist. And so, after resting and restocking their supplies, the fleet continued southward, the coastline growing more rugged and the weather more challenging as they ventured into higher latitudes. The warm tropical air gave way to colder winds, and storms became more frequent. It was in one such storm that the Santiago, sent ahead to scout the coast, was wrecked, though thankfully most of her crew survived. By March 1520, the southern autumn was approaching, and Magellan made the difficult decision to find a harbor and wait out the coming winter. They anchored in a bay they named Port St. Julian, on the coast of what is now Argentina. It was here, in this desolate and forbidding place, that the expedition faced its first major crisis. The long journey, harsh conditions, and uncertain future bred discontent among some of the Spanish captains, who questioned Magellan's leadership and the wisdom of continuing south. On Easter night, 3 of the 5 ships mutinied against Magellan. It was a perilous moment. Outnumbered and far from allies, Magellan's dream seemed about to collapse. But Magellan was not a man to surrender easily. Through a combination of cunning strategy, personal courage, and loyal supporters, he managed to regain control. He sent a small boat to the rebellious San Antonio under the pretense of delivering a message, but the men were secretly armed. Once aboard, they attacked and captured the leaders of the mutiny. The rebellion quickly crumbled, and Magellan reasserted his authority, though at a cost. Several mutineers were executed, and others were marooned when the fleet eventually departed. As winter settled over Port St. Julian, the days grew shorter and the nights colder. The men constructed temporary shelters on shore and hunted for game to supplement their dwindling provisions. It was during this time that they encountered the indigenous people of the region, whom they called Patagonians because of their large size. These meetings were generally peaceful, and Magellan's interpreters attempted to learn something of their language and customs. For 5 long months, the fleet remained in this remote harbor, waiting for winter to loosen its grip. Imagine the isolation they felt, cut off from all they knew, facing an uncertain future on the edge of the world. Yet among many of the crew, faith in Magellan remained strong. He maintained discipline and purpose, ensuring that the ships were repaired and made ready for the challenges ahead. As July turned to August, the first signs of spring appeared. The days began to lengthen, the worst of the storms abated, and Magellan prepared his fleet to continue their journey. On the 24th of August, 1520, nearly a year after they had departed from Spain, the 4 remaining ships, Trinidad, San Antonio, Concepcion, and Victoria, sailed from Port St. Julian, still searching for the elusive passage to the Western Ocean. The coastline continued southward, growing more rugged and inhospitable. Cold winds swept across the decks, and frequent storms tested both ships and men. In October, they discovered the entrance to what appeared to be yet another bay or river mouth. But as they explored further, Magellan realized that they had found what they were seeking, a strait leading westward. The passage that would later bear Magellan's name was no easy waterway. It twisted and turned for 373 miles through mountainous terrain, with powerful currents and unpredictable weather. Magellan sent ships ahead to explore, and when they returned with news that they had seen an open ocean beyond, he knew that his gamble had paid off. The passage to the east had been found. Not everyone shared his determination to continue, however. Under cover of darkness, The San Antonio, the largest ship after the Trinidad, turned back and deserted the expedition, returning to Spain with precious supplies. Despite this setback, Magellan pressed on with his 3 remaining vessels. On the 28th of November, 1520, after a month of navigating the treacherous strait, Magellan's fleet emerged into a vast, seemingly peaceful ocean. In his relief at finding such calm waters after the storms of the Atlantic and the challenges of the strait, Magellan named this new sea the Pacific, from the Latin word pacificus, meaning peaceful. As the ship sailed into this new ocean, the men might have gazed back at the mountainous coast receding behind them, knowing they had accomplished something extraordinary. They had found a passage that connected the known waters of the Atlantic with this new, unexplored ocean, proving that the Americas were not part of Asia but a separate continent. But even as they celebrated this achievement, they could not have known the challenges that still lay ahead in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. As you drift deeper into relaxation, your breathing becoming slower and more rhythmic, let us continue our journey with the Victoria, the last remaining ship of Magellan's once proud fleet. Like you now, finding peace in the gentle embrace of rest, the Victoria found her path across the vast Indian Ocean, her wooden hull rising and falling with the steady rhythm of the waves. The Victoria, commanded by Juan Sebastian Elcano, sailed westward from the Spice Islands in December 1521, her hold fragrant with the precious cargo of cloves and other spices. The crew of 47 men, less than a fifth of those who had departed from Spain more than 2 years earlier, faced the daunting task of crossing the Indian Ocean, rounding the southern tip of Africa, and navigating up the Atlantic to return home. Elcano chose a route that would take them far south of the established Portuguese shipping lanes, hoping to avoid detection by their rivals who controlled these waters. This decision led them through unfamiliar and often dangerous seas where unpredictable winds and currents tested their seamanship. Yet through skill and fortune, they pressed onward, day by day, league by league, across the vast blue expanse. The journey became a meditation in patience and endurance. Each sunrise brought the same horizon of endless water. Each sunset painted the sky in soothing hues of amber and violet as darkness enveloped the lonely vessel. The stars emerged each night, constant companions guiding them homeward, their eternal light a reminder of the smallness of human endeavors against the vastness of creation. In February 1522, as they approached the coast of Africa, the Victoria encountered stormy seas near the Cape of Good Hope. Massive waves crashed against the ship, and howling winds threatened to tear the sails from their masts. For days, the crew fought to keep the vessel afloat, many working at the pumps with little rest, their arms moving in a steady, hypnotic rhythm as they removed the water that continuously flooded the hold. Imagine the sound of rain pattering against the deck, the creaking of timbers as the ship rolled and pitched, and beneath it all, the deep, steady breathing of men working in unison, their shared purpose creating a harmony of effort that carried them through the storm. Eventually, the skies cleared, the seas calmed, and the Victoria successfully rounded the Capean achievement that might have brought a smile to the lips of their fallen Captain General Magellan, who had rounded this same cape years earlier on his eastward journeys. As March gave way to April, and April to May, the Victoria sailed northward along the west coast of Africa. The weather grew warmer, the trade winds more favorable. The night sky transformed, with familiar northern constellations gradually returning, like old friends welcoming them home. The North Star, invisible for so long, now appeared above the horizon, a beacon guiding them towards Spain. By now, supplies were once again running dangerously low. Hunger became a constant companion, and disease continued to claim lives. Fresh water, that most precious of resources, was carefully rationed, each man receiving just a small cup per day. Some, driven by desperate thirst, attempted to drink seawater, which only worsened their condition. The Victoria stopped briefly at Cape Verde for water and provisions, claiming to be returning from the Americas to avoid revealing their true journey to the Portuguese authorities. When their deception was discovered, they were forced to depart hurriedly, leaving several crew members behind. Through these hardships, the rhythm of life aboard ship continued, creating a soothing routine that helped the men endure. The gentle splash of waves against the hull, the soft creaking of the rigging, the whisper of the wind through the sails, these sounds formed a lullaby that accompanied them day and night as they sailed ever homeward. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long golden rays across the water, the watch would change. Men would climb down from the rigging, their movements slow and deliberate after hours of vigilance. Others would take their place, ascending to their posts with practiced ease, their bodies understanding the rhythm of the ship even as their minds grew weary. Below decks, those off-duty would find what comfort they could in their hammocks, swaying gently with the motion of the ship, the rocking movement gradually lulling them to sleep. As summer arrived in the northern hemisphere, the Victoria entered familiar waters. The coastline of southern Europe appeared on the horizon, a sight that many aboard had feared they might never see again. On the 6th of September, 1522, nearly 3 years after their departure, the Victoria sailed into the harbor of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, the same port from which they had embarked on their extraordinary journey. 2 days later, the ship reached Seville. Of the 5 ships and 270 men that had set out under Magellan's command, only the Victoria and 18 European survivors remained. Accompanying them were a few men from the East Indies, witnesses to this unprecedented accomplishment. As they disembarked on Spanish soil, many fell to their knees and gave thanks for their safe return. Their bodies were thin and weathered, their skin darkened by years of sun and salt air, their eyes holding stories that few could comprehend. Elcano and the surviving crew brought with them not only their cargo of spices valuable enough to cover the cost of the entire expedition, but also something far more precious: knowledge. They had proven beyond doubt that the world was indeed a sphere, that the oceans were connected, and that it was possible to circumnavigate the globe. The maps of the world would never be the same. As you continue to relax, feeling the weight of your body surrendering to comfort, consider how this journey changed our understanding of our world. The first circumnavigation opened pathways of knowledge and connection that continue to influence our lives today. It revealed the true vastness of our planet and the courage of those willing to venture into the unknown. The breath of discovery, like your own breath, now's low, deep, and even continues to flow through human history, connecting us across time to those who dared to dream of distant horizons. With each gentle inhalation, imagine drawing in the curiosity and courage that propelled these explorers. With each exhalation, feel yourself releasing any tension, drifting further into tranquility, just as the Victoria finally released her anchor in the safe harbor of home. In the years that followed, Juan Sebastián Elcano was honored by Emperor Charles V with a coat of arms bearing the motto, "You were the first to circumnavigate me," and a globe of the world. Yet, despite completing the journey, Elcano's name would not achieve the fame of Magellan's, whose vision and determination had made the voyage possible, even though he did not live to complete it. The survivors' accounts of their journey were recorded by Antonio Pigafetta, one of the few who kept a detailed journal throughout the expedition. His writings preserve the story of their unprecedented achievement, including descriptions of the peoples, plants, and animals they encountered. Without his careful observations, much of what we know about this remarkable journey would have been lost to time. like whispers carried away on the evening breeze. As night deepens around you now, your mind drifting like a ship on calm seas, consider the legacy of Magellan's expedition beyond its geographical achievements. The journey revealed the vastness of the Pacific, demonstrated the global nature of our planet, and initiated a new era of oceanic exploration. It connected distant cultures, for better and worse, beginning processes of global exchange that continue to shape our world. The Victoria's hold contained not only spices but seeds of change in new foods, ideas, and awareness of distant peoples that would gradually transform European understanding of the world. Magellan's expedition marked the beginning of a truly global human consciousness, the recognition that we all share one interconnected planet. For the indigenous peoples of the lands visited by the expedition, the arrival of European ships foreshadowed centuries of complex interactions and often devastating changes. The patterns of colonial expansion that would follow in subsequent centuries began with these first tentative contacts, setting in motion relationships between cultures that continue to evolve today. The deep waters that challenged Magellan's fleet still flow around our globe, a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of our world. Like the rhythmic tide, ebbing and flowing with timeless patience, human understanding continues to deepen and recede, always seeking new horizons of knowledge. Your breathing now mirrors this gentle rhythm, the air flowing in and out with the same constancy as waves upon a distant shore. Each breath connects you to the atmosphere that surrounds our planet, the same air that filled the sails of the Victoria as she completed her historic journey. With each inhalation and exhalation, you become part of this continuing story of exploration and discovery. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, imagine the night sky above the Victoria as she sailed homeward. Stars scattered across the darkness like countless points of light, their glow reflected in the gentle waters below. The same stars shine above you now, eternal witnesses to the continuous unfolding of human endeavor and rest. The Southern Cross that guided Magellan's fleet across unknown waters still maintains its vigilance in the southern sky. The North Star that welcomed the Victoria home continues its faithful watch. These celestial guides have witnessed countless voyages and innumerable nights of human slumber, their constancy a comfort to travelers and dreamers alike. Let your mind now drift like a ship on a calm sea, carried by gentle currents toward the peaceful harbor of sleep. The journey of consciousness, like the journey of Magellan's expedition, eventually comes full circle, returning to the restful waters of deep repose. Your thoughts may slow, like sailors relaxing their vigilance as they enter familiar waters, knowing they are safe to surrender to rest. The weight of your body seems to melt into the supporting surface beneath you, just as the Victoria finally settled into the embrace of her home port. The tension of your muscles releases, like the unfurling of sails no longer needed for the journey. Your breathing deepens and slows, finding its natural rhythm like waves gently lapping against a peaceful shore. As you hover on the threshold of sleep, know that in dreams, you too may navigate uncharted territories, discover new worlds of imagination, and return safely home with the morning light. The journey of Magellan and his men, with all its challenges and wonders, becomes a metaphor for your own passage through consciousness to the restorative realm of sleep. The legacy of the first circumnavigation reminds us that even the most ambitious journeys eventually come full circle. The Victoria returned to her starting point forever changed, carrying new knowledge and experiences just as we return to wakefulness each morning, enriched by the mysterious voyages of our dreaming minds. As you drift deeper now, the words of this narrative may fade like distant shores disappearing over the horizon. The story of Magellan's expedition merges with your own internal landscape, becoming part of the tapestry of thoughts and images that accompany you into slumber. Rest now, fellow traveler, in the knowledge that like those pioneering sailors, you too will complete your circular journey, returning to consciousness renewed. The night cradles you in its gentle darkness, a vast ocean of peace where you may float without effort, carried by invisible currents toward the distant shores of tomorrow. Sleep beckons like a safe harbor after a long voyage, offering respite from the day's endeavors. Allow yourself to surrender completely to its embrace, knowing that like all great explorers, you have earned this period of rest before the next day's discoveries begin. Good night, and may your dreams be as vast and wondrous as the world Magellan helped us to understand. Along the shimmering coast of ancient Egypt, where the azure waters of the Mediterranean gently kissed the golden shores, there once stood a magnificent structure that guided sailors home through darkness and storm. This is the story of the Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, a beacon that illuminated the night for over 1,000 years. Our journey begins in the wake of Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE. After his untimely death, his empire was divided among his generals, and Egypt fell to Ptolemy I Soter, who established the Ptolemaic dynasty. Ptolemy understood the importance of Alexandria, the city Alexander had founded, and envisioned it as a center of commerce, knowledge, and culture that would rival any in the ancient world. Alexandria was blessed with a natural harbor, yet the approach was treacherous. The coastline was dotted with dangerous reefs and shallow waters that threatened ships, especially during the night or in poor weather. Ptolemy recognized the need for a navigational aid that would safely guide vessels into the harbor of this burgeoning metropolis. Around 290 BCE, construction began on what would become the most famous lighthouse in history. The project was entrusted to an architect named Sostratus of Cnidus, a Greek from Asia Minor renowned for his innovative designs. The location chosen was the small island of Pharos, connected to the mainland by a causeway called the Heptastadion, which created 2 harbors on either side. The building of the lighthouse was a monumental undertaking. Massive blocks of limestone were quarried and transported to the site. Thousands of workers, skilled stonemasons, engineers, and laborers toiled under the hot Egyptian sun. The construction continued under Ptolemy's son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who saw the project to completion around 280 BCE. When finished, the Lighthouse of Alexandria stood as the tallest man-made structure of its time, soaring to a height of approximately 100 to 120 meters, 330 to 390 feet. It would remain the second tallest structure in the world after the Great Pyramid of Giza for many centuries. The lighthouse consisted of 3 tiers, each with a different geometric shape. The lower section was square, rising from a base approximately 30 meters, 100 feet, on each side. This section contained rooms for workers and soldiers, storage areas, and a sophisticated system of ramps that allowed fuel to be transported to the top. Above this rose the middle section, octagonal in shape and somewhat narrower. This section contained a spiral ramp or staircase that wound around a central shaft, allowing access to the upper levels. The walls of this section were adorned with statues of Triton, the messenger of the sea, positioned at each of the 8 corners. The uppermost section was cylindrical and housed the beacon itself. Here, a large metal mirror reflected and amplified the light from a continuously burning fire. Some accounts suggest this mirror was made of polished bronze, while others claim it was silver. Regardless of its composition, the effect was dramatic. A brilliant beam of light that could be seen from incredible distances across the dark sea. Crowning the structure was a statue, believed by some to represent either Poseidon, god of the sea, or Zeus, king of the gods. Others suggest it may have depicted Ptolemy Soter himself. This statue added both height and majesty to the already impressive lighthouse. The lighthouse was not merely a functional structure, it was a testament to human ingenuity and artistic achievement. The exterior was adorned with decorative elements and inscriptions. Most famously, Sostratus is said to have inscribed his name as the architect, hiding it beneath a layer of plaster that bore Ptolemy's name. As the plaster weathered away over time, Sostratus's name was revealed, a clever way to ensure his legacy endured. By day, the lighthouse served as a landmark visible for miles, its pale limestone gleaming in the sunlight. By night, the fire at its summit created a beacon that guided countless ships safely to harbor. In foggy conditions, a sound system, possibly a trumpet or horn, provided auditory guidance to mariners. The Lighthouse of Alexandria quickly became renowned throughout the Mediterranean world. Sailors shared tales of its magnificence in every port. Merchants spoke of how it guided them safely to the prosperous city of Alexandria. Poets and writers celebrated it in their works. It became not just a practical aid to navigation, but a symbol of human achievement, of light conquering darkness, of safety amid the perilous sea. The lighthouse stood as a testament to the wealth and power of the Ptolemaic dynasty. It proclaimed to all who approached by sea that they were entering one of the greatest cities in the world, a center of learning and commerce where the great library housed countless scrolls of knowledge, where philosophers and scholars debated in colonnaded walkways, and where traders from across the known world met to exchange goods and ideas. As night fell over Alexandria, the lighthouse's beam swept across the dark waters, a constant, reassuring presence. Ships approaching the harbor would adjust their course according to this guiding light, navigating around the treacherous reefs that had claimed so many vessels in earlier times. Sailors, weary from long journeys across the Mediterranean, would catch sight of the distant glow and know that rest and safety were within reach. Inside the lighthouse, keepers maintained a constant vigil, ensuring that the fire never died and that the complex mechanism of mirrors remained aligned. They lived and worked within the massive structure, climbing the internal ramp or staircase when necessary to tend to the beacon. Their dedication ensured that the lighthouse fulfilled its critical purpose night after night, year after year, through changing seasons and dynasties. Alexandria flourished under Ptolemaic rule, and the lighthouse stood as its most visible symbol. Ships from Greece, Rome, Carthage, and more distant lands brought goods, people, and ideas to this cosmopolitan city. The lighthouse welcomed them all, its steady light, a promise of the riches, both material and intellectual, that awaited within the city's walls. As we pause to consider this magnificent structure, imagine the countless sailors who gazed upon it with relief and wonder, the thousands of ships that found safe harbor thanks to its guidance, and the generations of lighthouse keepers who maintained its flame. The Lighthouse of Alexandria represented the height of ancient engineering and architecture, a structure that combined practical utility with breathtaking beauty. In our next part, we will explore how the lighthouse weathered changing political tides as Egypt passed from Ptolemaic to Roman rule, how it influenced lighthouse design throughout the Mediterranean, and how it earned its place among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. For now, let us simply appreciate the vision that created this remarkable structure and the skill that brought it to life, standing tall against the backdrop of sea and sky. A beacon of civilization in an often tumultuous world. As twilight settles over the ancient harbor of Alexandria, we return to our contemplation of one of history's most magnificent structures. The Lighthouse of Alexandria stood for centuries, weathering the passage of time and the changing tides of civilization. Let us now conclude our journey through its remarkable history, allowing the gentle rhythm of the story to carry us toward peaceful slumber. After surviving for nearly 1,000 years, the lighthouse began to show signs of its age. The constant exposure to salt spray, wind, and occasional earthquakes gradually weakened its structure. In the 10th century CE, an earthquake damaged the upper portion of the lighthouse, requiring repairs and a modification of its appearance. The distinctive three-tiered design remained, but with some alterations that slightly diminished its height. By the 14th century, the lighthouse had endured multiple earthquakes that progressively damaged it further. The most significant occurred in 1303 and 1323 CE, when powerful tremors shook the Egyptian coastline. After the latter earthquake, visitors to Alexandria reported that they could no longer access the upper portions of the structure. The once proud beacon that had guided countless ships to safety was slowly surrendering to the forces of nature. The final blow came in 1480 CE, when the Egyptian Sultan Qaitbay decided to fortify Alexandria's harbor. By this time, the lighthouse was in such a state of disrepair that it could no longer fulfill its purpose. Recognizing the quality of the materials used in the ancient structure, the Sultan ordered that its remaining stones be used to construct a defensive fortress on the same site. Thus, the citadel of Qaitbay arose from the ruins of the lighthouse, standing to this day as a silent testament to what once was. Though the physical structure has long since vanished, the legacy of the Lighthouse of Alexandria lives on. It inspired lighthouse design throughout the Mediterranean and beyond for centuries. Its image appeared on coins, in mosaics, and in written descriptions that allowed its memory to persist long after its light was extinguished. The Arabic word for lighthouse, al-manara, derives from the Pharos of Alexandria, and this term eventually gave us the English word minaret, the tower of a mosque from which the call to prayer is issued. Just as the lighthouse once guided ships to safe harbor, these towers would later guide the faithful to prayer. In this way, the influence of the lighthouse extended beyond navigation and into the spiritual realm. Archaeological expeditions in the waters off Alexandria have discovered numerous artifacts believed to have come from the lighthouse, including massive stone blocks, statuary fragments, and sections of columns. These remnants, now resting on the seabed, offer tantalizing glimpses of the lighthouse's grandeur. Underwater archaeologists continue to map and study these remains, piecing together a more complete understanding of this ancient wonder. As you rest comfortably now, imagine the warm Mediterranean breeze gently caressing your face. The rhythmic sound of waves against the shore creates a soothing backdrop, like the steady breathing of the earth itself. The air carries the faint scent of salt and distant spices from the marketplaces of old Alexandria. Picture the lighthouse in its prime, its pale limestone gleaming in the golden light of sunset. The three elegant tiers rise majestically against the darkening sky, a testament to human creativity and perseverance. At its summit, the first flames of the evening beacon are kindled, growing stronger as darkness falls. From your vantage point on a nearby hillside, you watch as ships on the horizon adjust their course, guided by this faithful sentinel of the sea. Their sails catch the last light of day, glowing like amber as they make their way safely into the harbor. The lighthouse stands between sea and sky, between the known and unknown worlds, offering reassurance and direction to all who pass within sight of its beam. As night deepens, the rhythm of the waves becomes even more pronounced, like a lullaby sung by the ancient sea. With each gentle surge and retreat, feel your body becoming heavier, more relaxed. The tensions of the day begin to dissolve, washing away like footprints on the shore. The light from the beacon sweeps across the water in a steady, hypnotic pattern. Its glow is warm and comforting, a reminder that even in darkness, there is always a guiding light to be found. The beam stretches across the water, creating a golden pathway that seems to lead to the very stars themselves. Breathe deeply now. inhaling the peaceful atmosphere of this ancient scene. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more and more at ease. The concerns of modern life seem distant and unimportant compared to the timeless cycle of light and dark, sea and shore that has continued uninterrupted for millennia. The lighthouse keepers move with quiet purpose inside the massive structure, tending the fire that must never die. Their footsteps on the stone ramps create a gentle, rhythmic sound that blends with the lapping of waves below. For centuries, generations of these dedicated guardians maintained the light, passing their knowledge and responsibility from father to son, ensuring that the beacon remained a constant presence in a changing world. As your breathing slows and deepens, consider how the lighthouse represents something fundamental in human nature: our desire to create order from chaos, to build structures that transcend our individual lifespans, to leave behind something of lasting value. Though the physical lighthouse has fallen to time and nature, its essence, the concept of guidance, of illumination, of safe passage, continues to resonate in our collective consciousness. The stars above ancient Alexandria shine with particular brightness, unpolluted by modern lights. They form their own pattern of guidance, as they have for navigators throughout history. The lighthouse below and the constellations above create a harmony of illumination, one crafted by human hands, the other by the cosmos itself. With each slow, deep breath, allow yourself to drift further into tranquility. The gentle rhythm of the waves becomes the rhythm of your own breathing, steady, soothing, constant. The warmth of the lighthouse beam becomes the warmth spreading through your relaxed muscles. Though the Lighthouse of Alexandria no longer stands in physical form, its light continues to shine through history, through stories, through our collective memory of human achievement. It reminds us that even the most magnificent structures may eventually return to the elements from which they came, yet their influence can endure far beyond their physical existence. As sleep begins to envelop you like a soft, warm blanket, imagine once more the silhouette of the lighthouse against the night sky. Its beam sweeps across the dark waters, guiding ships, guiding dreams, guiding thoughts toward peaceful shores. The stones may have been repurposed, the light extinguished centuries ago, but in the quiet spaces of imagination and history, the Lighthouse of Alexandria still stands, still shines, still watches over those who journey through darkness seeking safe harbor. Let the steady rhythm of the waves carry you gently towards sleep now. Like ships guided by the ancient beacon, allow your thoughts to drift safely toward dreams. The lighthouse has stood its watch for centuries. Now it is time for you to rest, cradled by history and wrapped in the peaceful embrace of night. The light grows softer, more diffuse as your consciousness begins to fade into sleep. The sound of waves becomes more distant, like a whisper at the edge of awareness. The ancient wonder, having shared its story, now grants you permission to surrender, to slumber, to journey to your own inner harbors of peace and restoration. Sleep now, guided by the distant memory of the most famous beacon the world has ever known, the Lighthouse of Alexandria, standing eternal in the realm of dreams and history. Its light never truly extinguished, but transformed into the gentle glow that illuminates the passage into deep and restful sleep. In the soft glow of ancient history, as we journey back nearly 4,000 years, we find ourselves in the cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia. Between the flowing waters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where the first cities rose from the fertile soil, a remarkable ruler named Hammurabi came to power in the city of Babylon. His reign, which began around 1792 BCE, would transform the ancient world in ways that continue to echo through the corridors of time, reaching even to our modern understanding of justice and law. As you settle comfortably and allow your thoughts to drift back through the millennia, imagine the bustling city of Babylon, with its magnificent ziggurat temples reaching toward the heavens. Their sun-baked clay bricks glowing golden in the warm Mesopotamian sunlight. Picture the narrow streets filled with merchants selling their wares, scribes with clay tablets recording the day's transactions, and people from distant lands bringing exotic goods to trade. In this vibrant crossroads of humanity, Hammurabi began his 43-year reign as the sixth king of the first Babylonian dynasty. Hammurabi was a ruler of exceptional vision and ambition. When he ascended to the throne, Babylon was but one of many competing city-states in the region. Through careful diplomacy and strategic military campaigns, he gradually united these disparate territories into a cohesive kingdom. But what truly set Hammurabi apart from other conquerors was his profound understanding that a lasting empire required more than military might. It needed order, structure, and a system of justice that would bind its diverse peoples together. In the 18th year of his reign, as his kingdom expanded and flourished, Hammurabi commissioned what would become his most enduring legacy, a comprehensive set of laws carved into a massive black stone stele standing over 7 feet tall. This monumental legal code, consisting of 282 laws, was revolutionary in its scope and ambition. Unlike the arbitrary rule of kings that had dominated human governance, the Code of Hammurabi established clear rules and consistent punishments that applied to all citizens, creating a foundation for societal order. The stele itself was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship. At its top, an intricate relief depicted Hammurabi standing before Shamash, the Mesopotamian god of justice. The sun god extends to the king a rod and ring, symbols of authority and righteousness, suggesting that the laws below were divinely inspired but humanly implemented. Below this scene, row upon row of cuneiform writing, those wedge-shaped impressions pressed into clay that constituted the world's first written language, spelled out the code that would help define civilization itself. As the warm evening air settles around you and your breathing deepens, envision the artisans carefully chiseling each symbol into the hard diorite stone, their hands guided by the knowledge that they were creating something that would outlast their own brief lives. The creation of the stele took months of painstaking work, as scribes translated the king's decrees into the formal language of law, and stonecutters transformed those words into permanent form. The prologue to the code reveals Hammurabi's lofty ambitions. In eloquent phrases, he declares that the gods called upon him to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak. These words, among the oldest written expressions of the concept of justice that has survived to our time, reveal a fundamental understanding that still resonates today, that law exists, in part, to protect the vulnerable from exploitation by the powerful. As we explore the actual laws that Hammurabi established, we find ourselves immersed in a society both recognizably human and distinctly ancient. The code addressed nearly every aspect of daily life in Babylonian society, from property rights and family law to professional standards for builders and physicians. It outlined procedures for commercial contracts and established punishments for theft, assault, and other crimes. For the first time in recorded history, an entire society's legal framework was systematically codified and publicly displayed. One of the code's most famous principles, often simplified as an eye for an eye, established the concept of proportionate justice. While this might seem harsh to modern sensibilities, it actually represented a significant advancement. By requiring that punishment be proportional to the offense, it limited the cycles of escalating vengeance that had characterized earlier forms of justice. If a builder constructed a house that collapsed and killed the owner, the builder would be put to death, a severe consequence that nevertheless created accountability in ancient professions. As your mind gently wanders through this ancient world, consider how revolutionary it was that Hammurabi's laws applied differently based on social class while still providing basic protections for all. The code recognized three distinct social classes: the Awilum, the nobility and landowners; the Mushkinum, commoners and freed people; and the Wardum, slaves. While punishments and compensations varied according to social status, even the lowest classes had legal rights, a concept that would not become universal for thousands more years. Women, too, had specific protections under the Code of Hammurabi that were remarkably progressive for the time. A wife could own property separate from her husband. If a man wished to divorce his wife, he was required to provide for her financial security. A woman could seek divorce in cases of neglect. These provisions didn't establish gender equality by any means, but they did recognize women as legal persons with specific rights, an idea that would be lost and rediscovered many times throughout human history. The gentle hum of daily life in ancient Babylon continues in your imagination as merchants weigh silver using standardized weights. Farmers tend the fields with knowledge of exactly how their harvests will be taxed, and judges settle disputes with reference to the king's code. The predictability that came with written law created a stability that allowed Babylonian culture to flourish, with advances in mathematics, astronomy, literature, and architecture. As the sun sets over the ancient city in your mind's eye, painting the mud brick buildings in hues of gold and amber, imagine the sense of security that comes with knowing what is expected and what consequences might follow one's actions. The Code of Hammurabi brought this clarity to the ancient world, replacing arbitrary decisions with systematic justice. Though the punishments were often harsh, the predictability of the law created a foundation upon which civilization could build. The influence of Hammurabi's code extended far beyond the boundaries of his kingdom. As traders and travelers moved throughout the ancient Near East, they carried with them knowledge of Babylon's laws. Other rulers, impressed by the stability and prosperity of Hammurabi's realm, adopted similar legal principles. The concept of written law, accessible to all who could read or hear it read, began to take root across the ancient world. As your thoughts continue to drift peacefully through the mists of time, we can begin to see how the fundamental principles established by Hammurabi would echo through subsequent legal traditions. The Mosaic law of ancient Israel, the legal codes of Greece and Rome, and eventually the common and civil law traditions that govern much of our modern world, all bear the imprint of this first great attempt to bring order and justice to human society through written law. As we continue our gentle journey through ancient Babylon, feel the weight of history softening around you. The sky above the Mesopotamian plain is deepening to indigo, stars beginning to appear like distant beacons guiding us through time. The great stone stele bearing Hammurabi's code stands silent in the gathering dusk, its carved symbols holding wisdom that would influence countless generations to come. Hammurabi's reign was marked not only by his famous legal code but by remarkable achievements in many areas. Under his guidance, Babylon grew into a center of culture and learning. The city's walls extended to protect flourishing neighborhoods where artisans practiced their crafts. Irrigation canals brought life-giving water to fields of barley and wheat, creating abundance in what might otherwise have been arid land. Temples and palaces rose as testaments to Babylonian architectural skill, their walls adorned with glazed bricks in vibrant blues and golds. As your breathing becomes slower and more rhythmic, imagine walking through the processional way in ancient Babylon, a broad avenue lined with blue glazed tiles featuring lions, bulls, and dragons in relief. This magnificent street led to the Ishtar Gate, one of the original 7 wonders of the ancient world. The gate's blue-glazed brick and gold trim would have shimmered in the Mesopotamian sun, a symbol of the city's prosperity under Hammurabi's thoughtful governance. The code itself reveals much about daily life in this ancient society. Let your mind drift to the marketplace, where merchants and customers haggled over prices. Hammurabi's laws established standard weights and measures, ensuring fair trade practices. Silver rings and grain served as currency, with values carefully regulated. The code specified penalties for merchants who cheated their customers, creating trust in commercial transactions that allowed trade to flourish. Agriculture, the foundation of Mesopotamian life, received particular attention in the code. Farmers who neglected to maintain their irrigation ditches were held responsible for any flood damage to neighboring fields. Those who borrowed oxen for plowing were required to return them in good condition or face penalties. The careful balance between personal responsibility and community welfare wove through these agricultural provisions, creating stability in a society dependent on the yearly harvest. As you sink deeper into comfort, envision families in their mud brick homes, living under laws that governed marriage, inheritance, and family relationships. The code recognized the importance of family bonds while establishing clear rights and responsibilities. A father could not disinherit his son without just cause. Adopted children had legal standing equal to biological offspring. These provisions helped maintain family stability even through difficult circumstances, providing security for individuals within the larger social framework. The gentle warmth of human connection has always been essential to society, and Hammurabi's laws reflected this understanding. Even in matters of crime and punishment, the code sought to maintain community bonds when possible. Minor offenses might be settled through compensation rather than corporal punishment. The emphasis was not merely on retribution, but on restoring harmony to the community. Among the most intriguing aspects of the code were provisions related to professional responsibility. If a physician performed surgery that resulted in a patient's death or injury, the doctor could face severe penalties. Similarly, if a builder constructed a house that collapsed and killed someone, the builder would be held accountable. These early concepts of professional liability demonstrate Hammurabi's understanding that experts must be held to higher standards due to the trust placed in their specialized knowledge. As the stars multiply in our imagined Mesopotamian sky, their gentle light illuminating the peaceful landscape below, consider how revolutionary it was to have a legal code displayed publicly. Anyone who could read, or who had access to someone who could read for them, could know exactly what the law required. This transparency stood in stark contrast to legal systems where justice was dispensed according to the whims of powerful individuals or based on unwritten customs known only to a select few. The stele itself was placed in a temple, indicating the sacred nature of law in Babylonian society. Justice was seen not merely as a human convention, but as a divine principle embodied in earthly rules. Shamash, the sun god depicted at the top of the stele, was believed to see all things, just as the law was meant to apply to all situations. This connection between religious belief and legal code gave additional weight to Hammurabi's laws, embedding them deeply in the cultural and spiritual life of the people. As your muscles relax even more deeply and your thoughts grow increasingly peaceful, imagine the scribes of ancient Babylon seated cross-legged on reed mats, carefully pressing wedge-shaped styluses into soft clay tablets. These skilled professionals were essential to the functioning of Hammurabi's legal system. They recorded contracts, wills, court proceedings, and other legal documents, creating a written record that could be consulted if disputes arose later. Their patient, meticulous work created a thread of accountability that ran through Babylonian society. The code's approach to evidence and proof in legal proceedings shows sophisticated understanding of justice. In some cases, witnesses were required to establish facts. In others, when evidence was lacking, defendants might be required to undergo ordeals or swear oaths before the gods. While some of these methods may seem primitive to modern sensibilities, they represented earnest attempts to discern truth in difficult situations, an essential function of any legal system. Water plays a central role in Mesopotamian life and in Hammurabi's code. The rivers that gave the region its name, Mesopotamia, means land between the rivers in Greek, provided transportation routes, irrigation for crops, and sustenance for people and animals. The code included provisions for the maintenance of canals and waterways, recognizing their vital importance to the kingdom's prosperity. As you continue to relax, imagine the gentle sound of water flowing through these ancient channels, bringing life to the land and connecting communities through trade and travel. As night deepens in our historical journey, the bustle of daytime Babylon gives way to quieter scenes. Oil lamps cast soft golden light from windows. Guards patrol the city walls, their footsteps steady and reassuring. In homes throughout the city, families share their evening meals, their daily lives shaped by the stability that Hammurabi's governance provided. The code that bears his name created a framework within which ordinary people could live with a reasonable expectation of justice. This sense of predictability was perhaps one of Hammurabi's greatest gifts to his people. Rather than facing the uncertainty of arbitrary rule, citizens knew what was expected of them and what consequences would follow various actions. This knowledge allowed people to plan for the future, invest in businesses, establish families, and engage in all the activities that make up a thriving civilization. Hammurabi himself understood the historical significance of his work. In the epilogue to the code, he declares, "Let any oppressed man who has a cause come before my image as king of righteousness. Let him read the inscription on my monument. Let him give heed to my weighty words, and may my monument enlighten him as to his cause, and may he understand his case." These words, reaching across nearly 4 millennia, reveal Hammurabi's hope that his laws would bring justice not just to his contemporaries, but to future generations as well. As we pause in our exploration of this ancient legal code, feel the gentle weight of history settling around you like a comfortable blanket. The wisdom of the past continues to inform our present, just as the stars that shone over ancient Babylon continue to shine above us tonight. Allow your thoughts to drift peacefully, carried on the currents of time like leaves floating on the Euphrates, moving ever forward yet connected to all that has come before. As our journey through ancient Babylon continues, you might notice your thoughts becoming softer, more fluid, like the gentle current of the Euphrates River flowing through the heart of Hammurabi's kingdom. The night has fully embraced the ancient city in our imagination, with a blanket of stars above mirroring the countless oil lamps below, each one representing a home, a family, living under the protection of one of humanity's earliest systems of justice. The legacy of Hammurabi's code extends far beyond its original time and place. When the Babylonian Empire eventually fell, as all empires must, the principles of justice it established continued to resonate through subsequent civilizations. The concept of written law, accessible to all, became a foundation upon which future legal systems would build. As you breathe deeply and regularly, feel yourself becoming one link in this long chain of human understanding that stretches across millennia. The physical stele bearing Hammurabi's code has its own fascinating journey through time. After being created in Babylon, it was later taken as plunder by the Elamite king Shutruk-Nahunte in the 12th century BCE and transported to what is now Iran. There it remained, buried and forgotten for nearly 3,000 years, until French archaeologists discovered it in 1901 in the ruins of Susa. Today, this remarkable artifact resides in the Louvre Museum in Paris, where visitors from around the world can stand before it, just as Babylonian citizens once did, and contemplate the earliest surviving complete legal code known to humanity. The code's influence can be traced through many subsequent legal traditions. The Mosaic Law of the ancient Hebrews shares certain similarities with Hammurabi's principles, though with important theological differences. Greek and Roman legal concepts, which form the foundation of Western legal tradition, echo the Babylonian understanding that law should be systematic and public. Even Islamic law, developing millennia later, reflects some of the same concerns with fairness and proportionality that animated Hammurabi's code. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more tranquil, imagine how the fundamental concepts of justice transcend time and culture. The basic human desire for fairness, for protection from harm, for stability and predictability in social relations, these are universal yearnings that Hammurabi recognized and addressed through his laws. As you sink deeper into relaxation, feel yourself connected to this timeless human quest for justice and order. The night deepens over our imagined Babylon. The sounds of the city have quieted to occasional murmurs, the rustle of palm fronds in the gentle breeze, perhaps the distant call of nightbirds along the river. In this peaceful setting, consider how Hammurabi's code addressed not just dramatic crimes, but the everyday concerns of ordinary people: fair wages, honest commerce, family security, protection of property. The true measure of a legal system lies not in how it handles exceptional cases, but in how it provides structure and protection for daily life. Your breathing continues to deepen, becoming slower and more rhythmic, like the measured pace of ancient river barges making their way along the Tigris, carrying goods from city to city, contributing to the prosperity that flourished under stable rule. With each breath, you may feel yourself floating more freely through time, observing how the principles established by Hammurabi continue to evolve and adapt to new circumstances while maintaining their essential wisdom. Modern scholars studying the Code of Hammurabi have noted both its remarkable achievements and its limitations. The concept of proportionate justice, that punishment should fit the crime, remains fundamental to contemporary legal thinking. The recognition that law should be public and accessible continues to inform democratic legal systems worldwide. Even the understanding that different situations might call for different applications of law shows a sophistication that resonates with modern jurisprudence. At the same time, the harsh physical punishments prescribed by the code and its differing treatment of people based on social class remind us of how far human understanding of justice has evolved. This, too, is worth contemplating as you rest. How human wisdom grows over generations, building upon the insights of the past while transcending its limitations. Each civilization adds its own understanding to this accumulating wisdom, just as each peaceful breath you take now builds upon the one before. The stars wheel slowly overhead in our ancient Babylonian night. Their movement is imperceptible moment to moment, yet over hours and seasons they trace predictable patterns across the sky. Much like these celestial bodies, the influence of Hammurabi's code moved through history, sometimes visible, sometimes obscured, but always present in the development of human governance. As you continue to relax more deeply, imagine this slow, steady movement of ideas across time, connecting ancient Babylon to our present day in one unbroken thread. In the quiet darkness of Mesopotamian night, picture the sleeping city, its inhabitants resting securely under the protection of clear, established laws. Dreams come easily to people who know what to expect from their society, who understand their rights and responsibilities. This gift of certainty was perhaps Hammurabi's greatest legacy. The knowledge that tomorrow would follow rules similar to today, that agreements would be honored, that justice, however imperfect, would be available to all. As your own thoughts grow more dreamlike and diffuse, consider how the story of Hammurabi and his code is, in many ways, the story of civilization itself, the ongoing human effort to create structure and meaning from chaos, to establish harmony in place of conflict, to build systems that allow people to live together in peace and mutual respect. This quest continues in our time, informed by ancient wisdom yet seeking new understanding appropriate to our own circumstances. Your body feels heavier now, pleasantly weighted against whatever supports you. With each slow, deep breath, you might notice the boundaries between your awareness and the historical narrative becoming less distinct. Time itself seems to expand and contract like the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the millennia between Hammurabi's reign and our present moment compressed into the space between one breath and the next. The ancient Babylonians understood the cyclical nature of existence, the daily journey of the sun, the monthly phases of the moon, the yearly seasons of planting and harvest. They recorded these cycles meticulously, developing sophisticated astronomy and mathematics to track celestial movements. Their calendar, with 12 lunar months, forms the basis for many modern timekeeping systems. As you drift towards sleep, feel yourself participating in these same eternal rhythms that governed life in Hammurabi's time, breathing in, breathing out, each cycle bringing deeper peace. Imagine the cool night air of the Mesopotamian plain, carrying the faint scent of date palms and the distant murmur of the rivers. Stars reflect in the still waters of irrigation canals that bring life to the fields. In homes throughout the city, people sleep peacefully, their days ordered by laws that have brought prosperity and stability to their land. The great stone stele bearing Hammurabi's code stands silent in a temple courtyard, its carved symbols illuminated by moonlight, a testament to human capacity for wisdom and foresight. The legacy of Hammurabi's achievement continues to influence our world in countless ways. Whenever judges apply written laws to specific cases, whenever legislators craft new statutes to address changing circumstances, whenever citizens consult legal codes to understand their rights and responsibilities, in all these instances, we are walking paths first opened by an enlightened ruler nearly 4,000 years ago in ancient Babylon. As you prepare to surrender completely to sleep, let these ancient concepts of justice and order cradle your mind. Feel the accumulated wisdom of countless generations supporting you, just as Hammurabi's laws supported the people of his kingdom. There is profound comfort in knowing that throughout human history, wise individuals have sought to create systems that bring harmony and predictability to an often chaotic world. Your breathing has become even slower now, deeper and more regular. With each exhalation, you might release any remaining tension, any thoughts that still occupy your mind. Let them float away, like autumn leaves on the Euphrates, carried gently downstream. The weight of your body seems to melt into its support, heavy and comfortable, perfectly at rest. The stars continue their eternal dance above ancient Babylon, above the sleeping form of King Hammurabi himself, above the countless generations that have lived and dreamed and sought justice since his time, and above you now, as you drift toward the borderlands of sleep. Feel this connection across time, this participation in the grand human story that includes Hammurabi's wisdom and extends to our searching for understanding today. As consciousness begins to loosen its hold, imagine once more the stone stele with its carefully carved laws. The symbols may be foreign to our modern eyes, but the intentions behind them, to create order, to protect the vulnerable, to ensure fairness, these are intentions we recognize and honor still. Let this ancient wisdom accompany you as you cross the threshold into sleep, a reminder that across time and space, humanity shares fundamental values and aspirations. Your journey through ancient Babylon comes to a close as sleep approaches. The city fades into peaceful darkness, its mud brick buildings silvered by moonlight, its people resting securely under the protection of their king's wisdom. The Code of Hammurabi, one of humanity's earliest and most significant legal achievements, continues its quiet influence through time, reaching even to our modern concepts of justice and governance. With each slow, deep breath, you sink further into tranquility. The weight of 4,000 years of human striving for justice and order wraps around you like a comfortable blanket, reassuring in its permanence. As your consciousness drifts, know that you are part of this ongoing story. The human quest to create meaning and harmony, to establish rules that allow us to live together in peace and mutual respect. Sleep now comes easily, naturally, a gentle transition as effortless as the flowing of the ancient rivers. The wisdom of Hammurabi accompanies you into dreams, a reminder that across the vast expanse of human history, we have always sought the same fundamental goods: justice, security, predictability, and peace. Rest now in the knowledge that this quest continues in our time, building upon foundations laid in ancient Babylon under starry skies very much like those that canopy your own dreams tonight. Deep in the golden sands of West Africa, nestled at the edge of the vast Sahara Desert, lies a city whose name has become synonymous with remoteness and mystery. Timbuktu, a place that seems to shimmer between reality and legend, has captured the imagination of travelers, scholars, and dreamers for centuries. Tonight, as you settle in and allow your body to find comfort, let us journey together to this ancient desert city, where the whispers of history still echo across the dunes. Timbuktu rose from the sands of Mali sometime in the 12th century, founded by the Tuareg nomads who recognized the value of this location near the northern bend of the Niger River. What began as a seasonal settlement soon transformed into something extraordinary, a crossroads where the camel caravans of North Africa met the boats of the Niger, where salt traders from the desert exchanged their precious cargo for gold from the south, and where cultures, ideas, and knowledge converged in a remarkable synthesis. Picture, if you will, the scene as it might have appeared in the 14th century during the height of the Mali Empire. The golden sun rises over the desert, casting long shadows across the sand-colored buildings. The air is still cool from the night, a brief respite before the day's heat descends. The muezzin's call to prayer floats across the awakening city, echoing from the minarets of mosques whose architecture blends the styles of North Africa with local traditions. In the markets, merchants are already setting up their stalls. Tuareg traders in their distinctive indigo veils arrange blocks of salt brought across hundreds of miles of desert. Artisans display intricately worked gold jewelry, leather goods dyed in vibrant colors, and textiles woven with patterns that tell stories of their own. The air fills with the mingled scents of spices, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper brought from distant lands, mixing with the aromas of cooking fires and the distinct smell of the desert itself, a combination of heat and minerals that is like no other scent on earth. But Timbuktu was far more than just a trading post. Under the patronage of the wealthy Mali Empire and later the Songhai Empire, it transformed into one of the world's great centers of Islamic learning. By the 15th and 16th centuries, the city boasted three major mosques: Jingareber, Sankore, and Sidi Yahia, each serving as both a place of worship and an institution of higher learning. The Sankore Mosque became the heart of what we might today call a university. Scholars traveled from as far away as Cairo, Baghdad, and Andalusia to study and teach here. Unlike European universities of the time, there was no formal campus. Instead, education took place in a more organic fashion, with scholars teaching circles of students in the courtyards of mosques or in their own homes. The curriculum was comprehensive: theology, law, mathematics, medicine, astronomy, grammar, rhetoric, and logic all found their place in Timbuktu's intellectual life. Most remarkable, perhaps, was the city's devotion to books and manuscripts. In an age when a single book represented an enormous investment of time and resources, Timbuktu's scholars, merchants, and aristocratic families built substantial private libraries. Manuscripts were not only repositories of knowledge but also works of art, with calligraphers and illustrators creating pages of extraordinary beauty. Some families possessed thousands of volumes, a treasure as valuable as gold. These manuscripts covered an astonishing range of subjects. Religious texts and commentaries formed the core of many collections, but there were also works on medicine that described sophisticated surgical techniques and pharmacological remedies. Astronomical treatises mapped the movements of stars and planets with remarkable precision. Mathematical texts explored algebra, geometry, and even what we would now recognize as early trigonometry. Historical chronicles documented the rise and fall of empires, the lineages of rulers, and the everyday life of the region. As the sun would set over Timbuktu, casting the city in a warm amber glow, scholars would continue their work by lamplight. Imagine the scene within one of these houses of learning. The soft flicker of oil lamps illuminating pages of carefully penned Arabic script, the low murmur of students reciting passages they were committing to memory, the occasional scratch of reed pens as new comments were added to the margins of treasured texts. In the background, perhaps, the distant sounds of the city settling for the night, the last calls of merchants closing their stalls, the rhythm of drums from a celebration, the gentle conversations of families gathering for evening meals. This was Timbuktu at its zenith, a place where commerce and culture, spirituality and scholarship flourished together in a remarkable harmony. Travelers who reached the city after crossing the formidable Sahara wrote of their astonishment at finding such sophistication in what European maps often marked simply as the edge of the known world. The wealth of Timbuktu during this golden age was legendary. Mansa Musa, the emperor of Mali, brought the city to the attention of the wider world during his famous pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324. His caravan was said to include 60,000 people and so much gold that when he passed through Cairo, his generosity devalued the precious metal in the city for years to come. While such numbers may have been exaggerated in the retelling, there is no doubt that Mansa Musa's journey created a sensation and placed Mali, and by extension, Timbuktu, firmly in the consciousness of the Mediterranean world. Leo Africanus, a Moorish diplomat who visited Timbuktu in the early 16th century, later wrote of a place where books were traded with such enthusiasm that they brought more profit than any other merchandise. He described a society where respect for learning was paramount, where judges, doctors, and clerics formed the elite, and where the king valued scholars so highly that he would send them gifts of money and provisions to ensure their comfort and continued work. As you rest and listen to the story of this remarkable place, imagine yourself there in the quiet evening hours. Perhaps you are sitting in a courtyard, walls of golden mud brick rising around you, the air finally cooling after the heat of the day. Above, the desert sky reveals itself in all its splendor. A vast tapestry of stars undimmed by any artificial light, seeming close enough to touch. In the distance, the dunes of the Sahara form darkened silhouettes against the night sky, timeless guardians of this city of gold and learning. The rhythm of life in Timbuktu followed the seasons and the requirements of faith. The Islamic calendar guided the major festivals and observances, while the cycle of flooding along the Niger River determined much of the agricultural activity that supported the city. During the dry season from November to January, the desert caravans would arrive in greater numbers, bringing new goods, new people, and new ideas to enrich the already vibrant cultural life of the city. Yet for all its glory, Timbuktu was not immune to the tides of history. The city that had flourished under the patronage of the Mali and Songhai empires would face challenges as political power shifted and new forces emerged on the horizon. But that is a story for another moment in our journey together through the golden sands of history. As you continue to settle more deeply into comfort, let us return to the golden city rising from the sands, where the story of Timbuktu unfolds like pages of the precious manuscripts that made it famous. The gentle rhythm of history flows like the Niger River, bringing us to the intellectual flowering that made this desert outpost a beacon of knowledge in the medieval world. Timbuktu's scholars developed their own distinctive intellectual tradition, one that combined rigorous Islamic learning with practical knowledge and local wisdom. The city became known for its specialized approach to jurisprudence within the Maliki school of Islamic law, producing legal scholars whose opinions were respected across North Africa and beyond. Their interpretations addressed the complex realities of a diverse trading society, where people of different backgrounds needed to find common ground. Within the walls of the city's libraries, a unique form of scholarship took shape. Unlike some contemporary centers of learning that focused primarily on memorization and preservation, Timbuktu's intellectual culture encouraged critique, commentary, and original thought. Scholars would gather in circles to debate points of law or theology, their discussions sometimes continuing from sunrise to sunset, breaking only for prayer and refreshment. Imagine the scene at the Sankore Mosque during these scholarly debates. The courtyard filled with students sitting cross-legged on reed mats, their eyes fixed on the master scholars as voices rise and fall in the cadence of logical argument. The air is alive with ideas, with questions posed and answered, with ancient texts examined through fresh perspectives. In the cool interior spaces of the mosque, advanced students copy manuscripts, their fingers stained with ink, their concentration absolute as they ensure each character is perfectly formed. The manuscript tradition of Timbuktu represents one of humanity's great achievements in the preservation and advancement of knowledge. Families who specialized in the creation of these books passed their skills from generation to generation. The careful preparation of inks from local plants and minerals, the crafting of bindings from leather that would withstand the harsh desert climate, the development of calligraphic styles that combined beauty with clarity. Each manuscript was a collaborative creation involving not just the author but scribes, artisans, and often generations of commentators who would add their insights in the margins over the years. Many manuscripts bear the marks of multiple hands, showing how knowledge was understood not as static, but as an ongoing conversation across time. Some volumes traveled along trade routes, collecting annotations from scholars in different cities before returning to Timbuktu, enriched by these diverse perspectives. The subjects covered in these manuscripts reveal the breadth of intellectual curiosity that flourished in Timbuktu. Beyond the expected religious texts, there were practical guides to agriculture that detailed methods for cultivating crops in the challenging Sahel environment, architectural treatises explaining techniques for building with mud brick that would keep interiors cool despite the scorching heat, and medical compilations that gathered healing knowledge from across the Islamic world and combined it with local herbal traditions. Music, too, found its place in Timbuktu's cultural life. Though not often documented in the manuscripts, musical traditions were passed down orally with griots, West African bards and historians, preserving the region's history through song and recitation. In the evenings, after the day's scholarly work and commercial activities had concluded, the sounds of lutes, drums, and human voices might fill a courtyard, telling stories of ancient kings, great journeys, and the founding of cities. As trade flowed through Timbuktu, so too did people, bringing their diverse perspectives and traditions. The city became home to scholars and merchants from across the African continent and beyond. Berbers from North Africa, Arabs from the Eastern Mediterranean, Fulani from the grasslands to the south, and many others contributed to the city's cosmopolitan character. This diversity enriched Timbuktu's intellectual life, as ideas and methods from different traditions were exchanged, compared, and synthesized into new understandings. The city's location at the edge of the desert gave its inhabitants a particular appreciation for water. The Niger River, flowing just south of Timbuktu, provided a lifeline of fresh water, transportation, and fertile soil for cultivation. During the annual flooding season, the desert landscape around the city would transform, with water channels filling and temporary lakes forming, creating micro-environments where agriculture could flourish for part of the year. This cyclical renewal shaped not only the economic life of Timbuktu, but also its intellectual understanding of time and nature's rhythms. Breathe deeply as you imagine the sensation of the cool evening air after a hot desert day, how it must have felt to the inhabitants of Timbuktu as they gathered on rooftops to enjoy the breeze. The temperature in the Sahara can drop dramatically at night, a reminder of nature's balance, giving respite after the intense heat of daylight hours. This daily cycle of heating and cooling, like the rhythm of breathing itself, marked the pace of life in the desert city. By the late 16th century, Timbuktu had become a place of legend in European imagination, sometimes described as a city paved with gold, a mirage-like destination that few Europeans had actually visited. This remoteness protected Timbuktu for a time, allowing its traditions to develop with relative independence from external pressures. Yet changes were coming that would alter the fortunes of the desert city. In 1591, a Moroccan expedition crossed the Sahara and defeated the forces of the Songhai Empire, bringing Timbuktu under new rule. The city's scholars faced challenges during this transition, with some manuscripts confiscated and some intellectuals exiled to Morocco. Yet, despite these difficulties, many families managed to protect their libraries, hiding precious volumes or taking them to smaller settlements away from the attention of the new rulers. Throughout these political changes, the essential character of Timbuktu as a place of learning persisted. Even as trade routes shifted and imperial powers rose and fell, the city's commitment to knowledge remained. Scholars continued to teach, manuscripts continued to be copied and studied, and the intellectual heritage was passed down to new generations who would face their own challenges and opportunities. As the sands of time continued to flow, Timbuktu would experience periods of renewal and decline, moments of crisis and recovery. Yet through it all, there remained something remarkable about this city that had grown from a seasonal nomadic camp to become one of the world's great centers of learning. The enduring legacy of Timbuktu reminds us of humanity's persistent quest for understanding, even in environments that might seem hostile to such pursuits. The manuscripts of Timbuktu recorded not just abstract knowledge, but also the everyday concerns and observations of people living at this crossroads of cultures. There were journals documenting the changing prices of goods in the markets, letters between scholars discussing both profound philosophical questions and mundane matters of health and family, and personal collections of poetry expressing the full range of human emotion: joy, longing, devotion, and contemplation. As the evening progresses in our imagined visit to historical Timbuktu, the activities of the city would gradually quiet. The last prayers of the day called from the minarets, the final transactions concluded in the markets, families gathering in courtyards to share meals and stories as the stars emerge overhead. This transition from day to night invites us to reflect on the rhythms that govern all human experience, the natural cycles that continue regardless of empire or era. Feel yourself settling more deeply now, as our journey through Timbuktu continues to unfold like a carefully penned manuscript, each moment flowing gently into the next, each breath carrying you further into relaxation as you absorb this remarkable story from the sands of history. As you drift deeper into comfort, the golden sands of time continue to shift in our story of Timbuktu, that remarkable city where knowledge bloomed in the desert. Let your breath become slower and more regular as we explore the later chapters of this desert gem, its challenges, its endurance, and the peaceful wisdom it offers to those who seek understanding. The 17th and 18th centuries brought significant changes to Timbuktu. The trans-Saharan trade routes that had been the city's lifeblood began to diminish in importance as European maritime powers established coastal trading posts along West Africa. Ships could transport goods more efficiently than camel caravans, and gradually, the economic foundations of Timbuktu's prosperity began to erode. Like the gentle recession of the Niger's waters after the flood season, the city's commercial prominence slowly ebbed. Despite these economic challenges, Timbuktu's scholarly tradition showed remarkable resilience. Families of scholars continued to maintain their private libraries, to teach new generations, and to copy aging manuscripts to preserve their contents. The intellectual flame that had been kindled centuries earlier continued to burn, even if it no longer cast its light quite so far across the Islamic world. There is something profoundly reassuring about this persistence, this quiet dedication to knowledge that continued regardless of political or economic circumstances. Imagine the peaceful scene within a scholar's home during this period. The room is cool and dim, a sanctuary from the heat and brightness outside. On woven mats, students still gather around their teachers, voices softly rising and falling in the ancient pattern of recitation and response. Shelves along the walls hold leather-bound manuscripts, their pages the color of desert sand, covered in the flowing script that carries centuries of wisdom. A gentle breeze occasionally enters through a high window, bringing the scent of dust and sun-warmed earth, turning the pages of an open book like an invisible reader. In the early 19th century, a new chapter began in Timbuktu's history as the region became caught up in the movement of Islamic reform and state-building led by Usman Dan Fodio and his successors. The city changed hands multiple times, experiencing periods of both renaissance and hardship. Through these transitions, many scholarly families chose to protect their precious manuscript collections by concealing them in underground storage, wrapping volumes in leather and cloth before placing them in sealed containers buried beneath the floors of homes or hidden in caves outside the city. These hidden libraries would become one of the most remarkable aspects of Timbuktu's legacia, testament to the value placed on knowledge and the lengths to which people would go to preserve it. Like seeds dormant in the desert soil, waiting for the right conditions to flourish again, these manuscripts endured in their hiding places, some for generations. As your body relaxes more deeply with each breath, picture the vast desert surrounding Timbuktu, its seemingly endless expanse of sand dunes stretching toward the horizon. There is a profound peace in such landscapes, a timeless quality that puts human concerns into perspective. The desert's vastness reminds us how small our individual worries are, how our breathing continues regardless of our thoughts, how each grain of sand has its place in the greater pattern. In the mid-19th century, European explorers finally reached the fabled city that had captured Western imagination for so long. Men like René Caillet and Heinrich Barth arrived expecting to find streets paved with gold, as described in some of the more fanciful European accounts. Instead, they discovered a modest city of earthen buildings, its glory residing not in material splendor but in its intellectual heritage. Their writings helped to correct some misconceptions about Timbuktu while also bringing renewed attention to its scholarly tradition. The colonial era that followed brought further changes to Timbuktu as the region came under French control by the end of the 19th century. The colonial authorities had limited interest in or appreciation for the manuscript tradition, viewing it primarily through the lens of administrative concerns rather than recognizing its profound cultural significance. During this period, many manuscript collections remained hidden, protected by families who understood their value even when outside powers did not. Feel your breathing becoming ever more gentle and regular now, like the steady rhythm of time itself moving across the desert. With each breath, imagine the warm desert air filling you with tranquility, and as you exhale, releasing any tension or distraction. The story of Timbuktu flows like the Niger River, sometimes visible and prominent, other times seeming to disappear into the landscape only to re-emerge further along its journey. When Mali gained independence in 1960, there came a gradual reawakening of interest in the country's pre-colonial heritage. Scholars and cultural leaders began to recognize anew the significance of Timbuktu's manuscript tradition, not just as historical artifacts, but as living connections to a rich intellectual past. The manuscripts represented a powerful counter-narrative to colonial depictions of Africa as a continent without written history or scholarly tradition. In the quiet hours of the night, when sleep begins to enfold you like a soft blanket, imagine the peaceful scene of manuscript conservators in modern Timbuktu, working with patient dedication to preserve these fragile treasures. Their hands move with gentle precision, carefully turning pages yellowed by centuries, treating delicate papers with conservation techniques that bridge traditional methods and modern science. There is something profoundly soothing in this image of careful preservation, this commitment to protecting knowledge across the spans of time. By the 1990s, efforts to locate, catalog, and preserve Timbuktu's manuscripts had gained international recognition. New library and research facilities were established, creating proper environments to protect these irreplaceable documents from the harsh desert conditions of extreme heat, dust, and seasonal humidity. Scholars from around the world began to collaborate with Malian experts to study the contents of manuscripts that had remained largely unexamined by outside researchers. What emerged from this research was a far more nuanced understanding of Africa's intellectual history. The manuscripts revealed sophisticated discussions of astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and philosophy dating back centuries. They documented diplomatic relations between regional powers, commercial networks that spanned continents, and intellectual debates that engaged with the leading thinkers of the wider Islamic world. This written record definitively disproved the colonial-era myth that sub-Saharan Africa lacked significant written traditions before European contact. As you drift toward the shores of sleep, let your mind rest upon the image of stars above the desert, countless points of light in the vast darkness. In Timbuktu, away from modern light pollution, the night sky would have been spectacular. A celestial tapestry that inspired the city's astronomers to map celestial movements with remarkable precision. The same stars that guided caravans across the desert expanses provided data for scholarly treatises on the cosmos, connecting the practical necessity of navigation with the philosophical contemplation of humanity's place in the universe. The breathing of the desert's daily cycle of warming and cooling, the seasonal rhythms of drought and flood mirrors our own breathing as we rest. In and out, expansion and contraction, a natural pattern that sustains life in even the most challenging environments. The scholars of Timbuktu understood these rhythms, documenting the cycles of the Niger River, tracking the movements of seasonal winds, recognizing how human activities needed to align with natural patterns to create sustainable communities in the desert's edge. In 2012, Timbuktu faced a new crisis when armed groups occupied the city, threatening both its architectural heritage and its manuscript treasures. In a remarkable act of cultural preservation, local librarians and community members organized a secret operation to evacuate hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. Under cover of darkness, these precious documents were packed into metal trunks and wooden boxes, loaded onto carts, cars, and boats, and smuggled out of the city. This modern chapter in Timbuktu's story echoes the earlier history of manuscript concealment, showing how each generation takes up the responsibility of protecting knowledge for the future. Let your thoughts become as gentle as footprints in sand, each one making a brief impression before softly fading. The tensions of wakefulness gradually recede, like the heat of the day giving way to the cool peace of desert night. The story of Timbuktu continues to unfold in the present day, but for now, we can rest in the tranquility of historical perspective, the comforting knowledge that human wisdom endures despite challenges, preserved by those who recognize its value. The desert holds a special kind of silence, different from the silence of forests or oceans. It is a silence that seems to have depth and texture, punctuated only by the soft sighing of wind over sand. In this desert silence, the scholars of Timbuktu found space for contemplation, for the deep thinking that produced insights recorded in their manuscripts. As you settle more deeply towards sleep, invite this quality of peaceful contemplation into your mind, allowing thoughts to arise and pass without attachment, like desert winds that move the surface of the dunes but leave their essential nature unchanged. The stars wheel slowly overhead, marking the passage of night in their stately procession across the sky. The same stars gazed upon by countless generations of Timbuktu's inhabitants, the same moon that illuminated the paths of scholars walking home after evening discussions, the same cosmic patterns that inspired astronomical calculations in now yellowed manuscripts. There is profound reassurance in this continuity, this connection across centuries of human experience. Your breathing has found its natural rhythm now, steady and deep like the timeless pulse of the desert. Each breath connects you to the countless people who have breathed this same air before, who have looked up at these same stars, who have sought meaning and knowledge in their brief time under the sun. The story of Timbuktu, with its cycles of flourishing and challenge, its preservation of wisdom and its quiet persistence, reminds us that human understanding is not linear but cumulative, not isolated but connected across time and space. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, imagine once more the peaceful courtyards of Timbuktu at sunset. The day's heat gradually subsides, leaving the earth to exhale its warmth into the darkening sky. Shadows lengthen across the sand-colored walls, and the first stars appear overhead. The call to evening prayer sounds from distant minarets, voices rising and falling in ancient cadences. In homes throughout the city, lamps are lit, casting a warm glow that illuminates the faces of families gathering together, the pages of books being studied, the simple elements of daily life that, when viewed across the span of centuries, form the true fabric of human history. The desert has its own wisdom to share with those who listen, lessons of patience and persistence, of finding sustenance in seemingly barren places, of recognizing that what appears unchanging is actually in constant, subtle transformation. The scholars of Timbuktu understood these desert teachings, incorporating them into a worldview that valued both tradition and adaptation, both preservation and innovation. Let these final thoughts drift like sand, carried on gentle winds as you release the last holdings of wakefulness. The story of Timbuktu, that golden city of learning in the desert, now rests within you, a quiet presence accompanying you toward the deeper realms of rest. The manuscripts, the scholars, the desert itself continue their existence as you transition into sleep, carried forward in memory and imagination, part of the endless flow of human experience across the sands of time. Sleep now, as peacefully as the desert under starlight, as deeply as the knowledge preserved in ancient pages, as naturally as breath following breath in the eternal rhythm of life. The Golden City awaits your return in dreams or in waking, its story a testament to the enduring human quest for understanding that continues across centuries, across cultures, across the vast and varied landscapes of our shared world. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let us journey back through time to ancient Alexandria, where the streets were lined with marble columns and the greatest library in the world stood as a beacon of knowledge. In this remarkable city lived one of history's most brilliant minds, a woman whose intellect and courage would leave an enduring mark on the world of mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. Hypatia was born in Alexandria, Egypt, around the year 370 CE, during a time when the Roman Empire was beginning to transform. Her father, Theon, was himself a notable mathematician and astronomer who taught at the famous Museum of Alexandria, an institution connected to the Great Library. Unlike many fathers of his era, Theon believed his daughter deserved the same education as any man. From an early age, Hypatia displayed an extraordinary aptitude for learning that astounded even her father. Imagine young Hypatia walking alongside her father through the colonnaded streets of Alexandria, her curious eyes taking in the bustling port where ships from across the Mediterranean brought not only goods, but ideas and scrolls from distant lands. The city itself was a crossroads of cultures. Greek, Egyptian, Roman, and Jewish influences mingled to create a unique intellectual atmosphere unlike anywhere else in the ancient world. Under her father's guidance, Hypatia studied mathematics with particular intensity. They would spend long hours together examining mathematical problems, the golden Mediterranean sunlight streaming through open windows as they worked on commentaries to important mathematical texts. Theon ensured that his daughter's education was comprehensive, not merely focused on numbers, but encompassing literature, rhetoric, logic, and natural philosophy as well. As Hypatia matured into a young woman, she surpassed even her father's mathematical abilities. Her mind seemed perfectly attuned to the elegant patterns of geometry and the mysteries of the night sky. She began to develop her own mathematical theories, building upon the works of earlier mathematicians like Euclid and Apollonius of Perga. Alexandria during Hypatia's lifetime was a city of contradictions. Its streets featured magnificent architecture, temples, theaters, and public squares where philosophers would gather to debate the nature of existence. The Great Library and Museum complex stood as the intellectual heart of the city, housing hundreds of thousands of scrolls containing much of the knowledge of the ancient world. Yet Alexandria was also a city increasingly torn by religious and political tensions. The Roman Empire was transitioning from its traditional polytheistic beliefs to Christianity, which had become the official religion under Emperor Theodosius I in 380 CE. These changes created friction between different religious communities and philosophical traditions in the city. Hypatia, however, seemed to float above these tensions. Though raised in the tradition of Neoplatonism, a philosophical school that blended Platonic ideas with elements of mysticism, she was known for her religious tolerance and willingness to teach students from all backgrounds. Her classroom became a haven where ideas could be explored freely, regardless of one's religious affiliation. By her early 20s, Hypatia had established herself as a teacher in her own right. She lectured on mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, attracting students from across the empire who were drawn by her reputation for clarity of thought and depth of knowledge. Unlike many teachers who jealously guarded their intellectual discoveries, Hypatia believed in the free exchange of ideas. She developed new mathematical techniques and astronomical instruments, sharing them openly with her students. Her teachings took place in her home, where students would gather to hear her insights, but also in public spaces throughout Alexandria. Picture her standing in an open courtyard, dressed in the simple philosopher's cloak she preferred, using a stick to draw geometric figures in the sand as eager students crowded around. Her voice, measured and precise, would explain complex mathematical concepts with such clarity that even those new to the subject could grasp them. Hypatia's approach to teaching was revolutionary for its time. Rather than simply having students memorize established doctrines, she encouraged them to question, to investigate for themselves, and to seek understanding through reason and observation. "Reserve your right to think," she reportedly told her students, "for even to think wrongly is better than not to think at all." As her reputation grew, Hypatia became known not just as a brilliant mathematician but as one of Alexandria's most respected philosophers. The political leaders of the city began to seek her counsel on matters of governance. Her home became a gathering place for the intellectual and political elite of Alexandria, where ideas about mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy were discussed alongside matters of public policy. One of her most notable students was Synesius of Cyrene, who would later become a bishop of the Christian Church. Despite their different religious views, Synesius held Hypatia in the highest regard, referring to her in his letters as the most holy and revered philosopher. Through surviving correspondence between Hypatia and Synesius, we glimpse the deep respect and intellectual camaraderie they shared. Hypatia's work in mathematics was groundbreaking. She wrote commentaries on the Arithmetica of Diophantus, a text that would later influence the development of algebra. She also produced an edited version of Euclid's Elements, the foundational text of geometry that would be used for centuries. Her work on conic sections, the curves formed by the intersection of a plane and a cone, built upon the earlier work of Apollonius and advanced understanding of these important geometric forms. In astronomy, Hypatia designed astrolabes and hydrometers, scientific instruments used for astronomical calculations and measuring the density of liquids, respectively. These practical tools demonstrated how theoretical understanding could be applied to solve real-world problems, a principle that Hypatia emphasized in her teaching. As night settled over Alexandria, Hypatia would often turn her gaze to the heavens. The city's position near the Mediterranean provided clear views of the night sky, and she spent countless hours observing the movements of celestial bodies. She understood the models of planetary motion developed by earlier astronomers like Ptolemy, but she approached them with a critical mind, always seeking more accurate explanations for the patterns she observed above. By the beginning of the 5th century CE, when Hypatia was in her 30s, she had become one of the most prominent intellectual figures, not just in Alexandria, but in the entire Roman Empire. Her influence extended beyond the realm of abstract mathematics into practical governance through her friendship with Orestes, the Roman prefect of Alexandria. This connection to political power would later place her in a dangerous position as tensions in the city escalated. Despite the growing religious conflicts around her, Hypatia maintained her commitment to rational inquiry and philosophical exploration. She continued to teach students from all backgrounds, exemplifying the Neoplatonic ideal that truth transcends religious and cultural boundaries. Her classes remained spaces where Christians, pagans, and Jews could come together in the pursuit of knowledge. As Hypatia entered her 40s, her reputation as Alexandria's foremost mathematician and philosopher had reached its zenith. Students journeyed from distant corners of the Roman Empire to study under her guidance. The clarity of her mathematical explanations and the wisdom of her philosophical teachings had made her a figure of immense respect, even among those who disagreed with her Neoplatonic worldview. Each morning, Hypatia would rise with the Mediterranean sun, don her philosopher's cloak, and begin her day of teaching and research. She moved through the city with quiet dignity, often traveling in her own chariot, an unusual sight in a society where women rarely appeared in public without male escorts. Yet the people of Alexandria had come to respect her independence and intellectual authority. When she passed through the agora, merchants and citizens alike would pause to offer greetings of respect. In her teaching, Hypatia emphasized the harmony between different branches of knowledge. To her, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy were not separate disciplines, but interconnected paths, leading to a deeper understanding of reality. Life is an unfoldment, she taught, and the further we travel, the more truth we comprehend. To understand the things that are at our door is the best preparation for understanding those that lie beyond. Picture her classroom. Not confined by walls, but often extending to the colonnaded walkways of Alexandria. where the sea breeze would carry the scent of salt and spices as she demonstrated mathematical principles using diagrams drawn in the sand. Her students, a diverse group of men from various backgrounds, would listen attentively as she unraveled the mysteries of conic sections or explained the elegant solutions to quadratic equations found in Diophantus's Arithmetica. Alexandria, in the early 5th century CE, was undergoing profound changes. The city's famous library, already damaged in earlier conflicts, was losing its position as the preeminent center of learning in the Mediterranean world. The political climate was increasingly tense as the Roman Empire continued its transition to Christianity, and traditional philosophical schools faced growing pressure. During this period, Cyril became the Patriarch of Alexandria in 412 CE, succeeding his uncle Theophilus. Cyril represented a more assertive form of Christianity that sought to strengthen the Church's authority in civic matters. This brought him into conflict with Orestes, the Roman prefect who governed Alexandria and who valued Hypatia's counsel on matters of governance and philosophy. The friendship between Hypatia and Orestes became politically significant. Although Hypatia avoided direct involvement in religious disputes, her association with Orestes was interpreted by some as alignment with those who resisted the Church's expanding influence. This perception was compounded by the fact that many of her students were from the city's elite, including both Christians and non-Christians who favored a more secular approach to governance. Imagine Hypatia and Orestes walking together through the governor's palace, discussing not only philosophical matters, but also the practical challenges of governing a diverse and sometimes fractious city. Their conversations would range from the mathematical principles that could be applied to urban planning to the ethical considerations of justice and fair governance. Hypatia's approach was always grounded in reason rather than sectarian interests, which made her counsel particularly valuable in Alexandria's polarized environment. Despite the growing tensions, Hypatia continued her scholarly work. She edited and preserved important mathematical texts, ensuring that the knowledge of earlier mathematicians would not be lost to future generations. Her commentary on Diophantus's Arithmetica introduced new approaches to solving algebraic equations, while her work on conic sections expanded upon the foundations laid by Apollonius of Perga. In her astronomical studies, Hypatia improved upon existing models of celestial movements. Using the astrolabe, an ancient astronomical instrument that she helped refine, she tracked the positions of stars and planets with remarkable precision. Her observations led to more accurate astronomical tables and calendars, which had practical applications for navigation and agriculture. Beyond her theoretical work, Hypatia also developed practical applications of mechanical principles. Historical accounts mention her invention of a hydroscope or hydrometer for measuring the density of liquids, a device that would be useful for medical practitioners and craftsmen alike. This blend of theoretical insight and practical innovation reflected her holistic approach to knowledge. Hypatia's philosophical teachings were deeply rooted in the Neoplatonic tradition, which sought to reconcile Platonic ideas with elements of mysticism and spirituality. Yet, she approached this tradition with a critical mind, emphasizing rational inquiry over dogmatic acceptance. For Hypatia, the pursuit of truth required both rigorous logic and an openness to revising one's views in light of new evidence or insights. In her philosophical lectures, she explored the relationship between the material world and abstract ideals, between mathematical principles and ethical truths. In formal logic, she explained to her students, a contradiction is the signal of defeat, but in the development of real knowledge, it marks the first step in progress toward a victory. This willingness to embrace contradiction as a catalyst for deeper understanding characterized her approach to both mathematics and philosophy. As evening would fall over Alexandria, with the golden light of sunset reflecting off the Mediterranean, Hypatia would often gather with select students to observe the night sky. Using instruments she had designed, they would track the movements of planets and stars, comparing their observations with the predictions of existing astronomical models. These nocturnal studies combined the precision of mathematics with the wonder of philosophical contemplation. Throughout her career, Hypatia maintained correspondence with scholars across the Mediterranean world. Letters traveled by ship to Athens, Rome, Constantinople, and other centers of learning, creating a network of intellectual exchange that transcended political and religious boundaries. Through these exchanges, ideas were refined, theories tested, and a sense of scholarly community maintained despite the growing divisions in the wider society. One of her most dedicated correspondents was Synesius of Cyrene, her former student who had become Bishop of Ptolemy. Though now a Christian leader, Synesius continued to consult Hypatia on matters of philosophy and mathematics. In his letters, he addressed her as mother, sister, teacher, and benefactor, revealing the profound impact she had on his intellectual and spiritual development. Their correspondence demonstrates how intellectual bonds could sometimes transcend the religious divisions of the age. As tensions in Alexandria increased, Hypatia maintained her commitment to teaching. Each day, students would still gather to hear her insights on mathematics, astronomy, and ethics. She continued to welcome learners from all backgrounds, creating a space where ideas could be exchanged freely, regardless of religious or political affiliations. Her home remained a haven for intellectual discourse, a place where the pursuit of knowledge took precedence over sectarian disputes. In the evenings, visitors might find her bent over ancient texts, comparing different manuscripts to produce more accurate editions, or working through complex mathematical problems by the light of oil lamps. Despite the changing world around her, Hypatia's dedication to scholarship never wavered. Yet, as the political situation in Alexandria grew more volatile, clouds began to gather on the horizon. The conflict between Orestes and Cyril intensified, with each representing different visions for Alexandria's future. Caught between these powerful forces was Hypatia, whose association with Orestes and commitment to philosophical inquiry made her increasingly vulnerable in a city where religious passion sometimes overwhelmed rational discourse. Still, she continued her work with quiet determination, perhaps sensing that her time was limited but determined to preserve and advance the intellectual traditions she had spent her life serving. Her lectures took on a new urgency, as if she sought to impart as much knowledge as possible to the next generation of thinkers who would carry forward the flame of learning in uncertain times. As political tensions in Alexandria continued to escalate, Hypatia maintained her daily routines with characteristic dignity. Each morning, she would make her way through the city streets to her lecture hall, her mind already engaged with the mathematical problems and philosophical questions she would explore with her students that day. The marble columns of Alexandria's public buildings gleamed in the morning sun as she passed, a familiar sight that had framed her entire intellectual life. The conflict between Orestes, the Roman prefect, and Cyril, the patriarch, had created a dangerous atmosphere in the city. Street disturbances became more common, and the once harmonious coexistence of different religious and philosophical traditions grew increasingly strained. Yet Hypatia continued to welcome students of all backgrounds, creating in her classroom a space where reason and respectful discourse still prevailed. In March of 415 CE, as winter was giving way to spring along the Mediterranean coast, the simmering tensions in Alexandria finally boiled over. A mob, inflamed by political and religious fervor, targeted Hypatia. As she was returning home in her chariot, they seized her and dragged her to the Caesareum, a former pagan temple that had been converted into a Christian church. There, in an act of terrible violence, Hypatia was killed, a brilliant light of learning extinguished in darkness. The death of Hypatia sent shockwaves through Alexandria and beyond. Many of her former students and admirers, regardless of their religious affiliations, mourned the loss of a teacher whose wisdom and integrity had transcended the divisions of her time. Synesius, though he had died shortly before her, had written words that captured what many felt. There was a time when there was she, who was genuinely blessed. Her reputation universally spread by those who, in each place, know the good. The legacy of Hypatia extended far beyond her tragic end. Though many of her original works were lost in the subsequent centuries, her influence lived on through her students and through the texts she had preserved and improved. Her addition of Euclid's Elements and her commentary on Diophantus's Arithmetica helped ensure that these foundational mathematical works would survive for future generations. Her astronomical calculations and improvements to the astrolabe continued to guide those who studied the heavens. More than her specific scientific contributions, however, Hypatia's enduring legacy lies in her commitment to rational inquiry, her belief in the pursuit of knowledge regardless of gender or religious boundaries, and her integration of theoretical understanding with practical application. In an age of increasing dogmatism, she remained dedicated to the principle that truth should be sought through reason, observation, and open discourse. As the centuries passed, the memory of Hypatia took on new dimensions. She became a symbol of intellectual freedom, of women's capacity for scientific achievement, and of the value of philosophical inquiry in times of social division. Renaissance scholars rediscovered accounts of her life and work, finding in her story inspiration for their own pursuit of knowledge across traditional boundaries. Now, as you rest comfortably, imagine the quiet streets of ancient Alexandria under a blanket of stars. The same stars that Hypatia observed with such care and precision still shine above us, connecting us across the vast expanse of time. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breathing, steady and calm like the Mediterranean waves that lapped against Alexandria's harbor during Hypatia's lifetime. Let your mind drift to the great library of Alexandria, its halls filled with scrolls containing the wisdom of countless scholars. Picture Hypatia moving through these halls, her fingers tracing the lines of mathematical proofs or astronomical observations recorded on papyrus. The quiet rustle of scrolls and the soft murmur of scholarly discussions create a peaceful backdrop as she pursues her studies. As your body relaxes more deeply, envision the night sky above Alexandria, clear and brilliant with thousands of visible stars. Hypatia understood the patterns of these celestial bodies, their cyclical movements marking the passage of time. Like these eternal rhythms, feel your own breath moving in and out, a natural tide that connects you to all living beings throughout history. The mathematical principles that Hypatia studied, the perfect circles, the elegant curves of conic sections, the harmonious relationships between numbers, reflect an underlying order in the universe. Allow your thoughts to settle into this same harmonious pattern, each breath bringing you closer to the peaceful center of your being. Imagine now the wisdom that Hypatia shared with her students, her voice calm and measured as she explained that true understanding comes not from memorization but from questioning, from seeing connections between seemingly disparate elements. To teach superstitions as truth is a most terrible thing, she told them. Instead, she encouraged an open mind and a heart ready to embrace new discoveries. As sleep begins to approach more closely, let Hypatia's dedication to rational thought and her search for truth guide you toward peaceful contemplation. The questions she explored about the nature of existence and our place in the cosmos still resonate, offering a gentle focus for your mind as your body prepares for rest. The mathematical harmony that Hypatia discovered in her studies of geometric forms and astronomical movements exists all around us, in the spiral of a seashell, the branching of trees, and the dance of planets around the sun. This same harmony can be found within you as your breathing slows and your thoughts become quieter, more spacious. The stars that Hypatia charted continue their ancient journeys across the night sky, their light traveling through the vastness of space to reach us. Similarly, her ideas have traveled across time, illuminating the path for countless seekers of knowledge who followed her. Let this continuity comfort you as you drift towards sleep, part of the same human story that includes brilliant minds like Hypatia. In Alexandria, the evening air would carry the scent of the sea mixed with spices from distant lands. Imagine this gentle breeze caressing your skin as you sink deeper into relaxation. The sounds of the ancient city would gradually quiet as night deepened, just as your thoughts are becoming calmer, less insistent. Hypatia understood that knowledge is a journey rather than a destination, that each discovery opens new questions to explore. In this same spirit, allow yourself to journey now toward the depths of restful sleep, each breath taking you further into tranquility. There is no need to strive or struggle. Like the natural unfolding of understanding that Hypatia cherished, sleep will come in its own perfect time. The philosophical schools of ancient Alexandria taught that wisdom includes knowing how to be at peace with oneself and with the natural rhythms of the world. As you lie here now, feel yourself in harmony with these rhythms, the beating of your heart, the flow of your breath, the quiet descent into sleep that is as natural as the setting of the sun. The light of learning that Hypatia kindled continues to shine through the centuries, a reminder that our quest for understanding connects us across time and space. As your consciousness begins to drift, know that you are held in this same continuous stream of human thought and experience, safe and supported as you move toward dreams. Let the story of Hypatia's courage, wisdom, and dedication to truth accompany you as you settle into deeper rest. Her life reminds us that even in challenging times, the pursuit of knowledge and understanding remains a guiding light. Allow this light to soften now, becoming the gentle glow that illuminates your path to sleep. With each breath, feel yourself becoming heavier, more peaceful. The questions and concerns of the day recede like the tide pulling back from Alexandria's ancient harbor. What remains is a vast, quiet space where rest awaits, as infinite and welcoming as the night sky that Hypatia studied with such devotion. The stars continue their eternal dance overhead as you drift deeper into relaxation. Your breathing finds its natural rhythm, like waves gently lapping against the shore of consciousness. Each exhalation carries you further into the peaceful realm of sleep, where dreams may visit like ancient wisdom carried on the Mediterranean breeze. Rest now, knowing that like Hypatia's enduring legacy, you too are part of something larger than yourself, connected to the continuous flow of human experience and the vast, beautiful universe that she spent her life contemplating. Sleep beckons with open arms, offering restoration and renewal as the night embraces you in its quiet depth.